Bayal Zul. You remind me of my friend in real life sometimes. Did you know that? Also, hi, everybody. Char Red, it's your first time here? Well, we better get started then, buddy. It's Charles Red's first time. All right. Let's get serious. You know what I'm realizing I don't have anymore, which I need to set up? Is I don't have any good zoom shots. Like here. Let me show you what I mean. Okay. Okay, that's good. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Now we can zoom in when we need to. Wah! Better. We'll make some new ones soon. I haven't done any of those in a while, but ooh, that feels good. Ooh, that's the wrong direction. Doesn't that feel nice? Still, even just that. Okay. We're not gonna, that's not what we're doing on stream today. Today we're looking at Homebrew. But that's maybe a thing we'll do this weekend or next week. Maybe I'll just do it off stream. Maybe I'll just be a guy that I'll just set everything up the way it's supposed to. Because what I used to have a billion years ago is I had like all these different angles. So like this, but like a bunch of different ones. I can make here. I'll make a. You know what we'll do? We'll make at least one new one right now. We'll call this one super zoom. And then we'll just make it a little bit more. Oh, this is gonna be good. Yeah. I need to be able to move a little bit. More this way. Okay. Perfect. Check this out. Listen to this. This is good. Check this out. Here we go. Right? And then you're like, okay, that's pretty cool, Cinder. That's okay. But can you do a real zoom for once in your life? Pretty good, right? And maybe this is not extreme enough. Okay. Okay. That's a great idea for a stream. That should just be a stream we do next week. Brent, thank you for the resub. I don't know if I said that earlier. Yo, do you know the secret to having a beard is to not cutting the hair on your face? And then the other secret to having the beard look nice is you have to wash it pretty regularly, especially if you eat pretty regularly. If you do those two things, you're mostly good. But then the third thing you can do if you want to have a nice beard is you can use beard oil, which I'm not wearing any right now, but I do use sometimes because it is fun to wear and it's nice. Makes you smell kind of fresh and you can kind of add a weird little shape sometimes. What's up, Bildo? Fancy mug! When Redmer gets here, everyone say hi. Chat, I need you guys to do me a favor. If today, William Scruggs, the guy who wrote the Frost Fighter, if you guys spot him in chat, be like, yo, Will, Cinder wanted to tell you something about your homebrew. Or make me aware that he's here. Because I was thinking about that ice fighter a lot last night. I don't know why. It just got in my head. And I had some ideas I wanted to share. Urklanguish, you're resubbing. That's very kind of you. Folks, did you know that if you want to be able to send in homebrew on these member nights, or you just want to support me, you could always throw me a sub on Twitch, a membership on YouTube. If you have Amazon Prime, you can prime it up. It's free. You just got to link your YouTube, not your YouTube, your Amazon with your Twitch. I'm supposed to ask for money more, so that's what I'm doing right now. All right, I'm done doing it. That's all. Can't do it too much or it gets, like, tedious feeling. All right. How's everybody doing today? It only grows on your neck? Yeah, that might be one of those you shave situations then. I'm kind of lucky in that regard. I do, can't see it, but there's like a bald spot I have like right here. It's hard to see. But it's kind of covered by this massive thing. No, don't, buy coffee, dude. Coffee's way more important than me. What's up, though? Hi, Max. How's it going? Seasonal allergies got you dying? I have allergies sometimes, but not all the time. And I don't know where they come from. Because they're not to food. They are, like, seasonal-ish. But maybe it's just that I get sick sometimes. It could also be that. Might just be me interpreting. It might be me refusing to acknowledge that I get sick. What's up, Ash? Welcome back. Good to see you again. What's up, Shuro Fox? Agawin, how you doing? Hakase, nice to see you. Artists, you're getting over the flu? Oof, magoof. You have a question. Oh, I might have an answer. How would you make a warlock that has a pact of the Leviathan or the Kraken? I think I would want... Okay, in order to make the path of the... in order to make a Kraken or a Leviathan warlock work, you would have to really go out of your way to make it not the Fathomless warlock. That's the hardest part of making that warlock work. Because the Fathomless warlock basically is a Kraken warlock. Like here, let me show you. So the Fathomless warlock, is this lined up correctly? Sort of. There we go. The Fathomless warlock gets most of the stuff I would want a Kraken warlock to get. They get cool tentacle powers. They get cool water powers. More cool tentacle powers. And then this is sort of like a crazy otherworldly teleportation, but it has sort of the vibe of like tentacles coming out of the ground and grabbing people and like sucking them up. So I think if I was going to make a Kraken... If I was going to make a Kraken-themed warlock, it would be hard because so much of the Kraken is the tentacle stuff. So I think what I would have to do is I would lean into the lightning storm stuff. And I probably would make the Kraken a little bit more of like a lightning thing. Or like a... Or lean more into the Leviathan in terms of the Leviathan being like this creature that is... just makes waves. So really go in the other direction and make it... basically make it more like a Tempest Cleric version of a Warlock where you're like doing waves and lightning. You would have to... That's the only way I think it would make sense to do it. Because if you make it tentacly, it's like we have a tentacle warlock. We don't... I mean, I guess you could also do tentacle stuff and really go in the other direction. Like, have it do nothing to do with damage. And have it only to do with, like, movement. So these tentacles could, like, grapple things and stuff. Excuse me while I ban this person. Thank you. So that could work. Bossy Boss, or Boss Boy, excuse me. Thank you for the resub. Hope that answers your question. Boom. Hey, did you guys just get here? Boom, 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 boom. I think this middle one needs to be a little bit smaller, actually. I think that is better. Because I think it's a little bit too much. We need a little bit more head. Just a little. That's what she said. That. Okay. Now we have regular, zoom, super zoom. No, man. It's got to be more. Oh, I'm moving my whole background. Why am I doing that? Stop that. How's everybody doing today? I hope you're all doing well. There we go. Boom. 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 Better. Who got banned? It was a bot. Not a person. Don't worry. Nothing super dramatic. Human. You're doing amazing. I'm glad. No, Buttsbot is they have evolved. Buttsbot is what like ChatGPT aspires to be in like 30 years, I think. So I can't really ban them because they're at this point they basically have sentience in a way that I feel like it would be you know, cruel to just ban them. I guess most of you guys have sentience too to a certain extent though, and I ban you guys. So who knows? Let me oh, my little backlight's not on. Why not? Kadish, there we go. You have limited sentience? That's not bad. Hey, if you are a member, did you get your homebrew in yet? Don't forget to get your homebrew in. This is the part of the show where I'm wasting time and hanging out and being goofy, so you can do that. You're just an office drone? You can't think for yourself? But, like, how much... Do you mind that? Because that might be the best life to live. If you're just an office drone, you can't think for yourself, but you're content, you're chilling, man. Having a good day. Ignorance is bliss. Bees love it. Yeah, it works great for the bees. You're impartial. All right, well, that's not the best. But it's not terrible. If you hated it, it would be bad. If it was eating your soul, it would be bad. I really, really struggled every time I had an office job. The two jobs that I could do that didn't really, like, genuinely put me into a state of depression were whenever I was doing anything with teaching or this kind of content creator stuff. There's no rules, Brent. It can be drafty. You just got to let me know. The thing is, if you tell me, you have to tell me what you're... If you don't tell me... This is a good way to think about it. If you don't tell me what I'm getting into, I am judging it 100% the way CinderBlocksally judges things with a very high expectation. If you tell me very specifically, hey, this is a rough draft, I have no idea if the 14th level feature is good, I don't know yet, this is where it is, then I know that going in, so I'm not looking at that 14th level feature under the assumption that you were confident in it and that it was like ready, locked, and loaded. Does that make sense? When I ask people what that's it's like set the stage for me, and do that in the form that you fill out. Or if you're here on stream, you can kind of just tell me, I guess. What did I teach? I taught a bunch of different things, but mostly I taught very little kids. So I just did like you're not a specific type of teacher. You're just teaching. And then I ran a lot of like youth leadership stuff for kids as a part of like extracurricular things that were tied to schools and summer programs. And then I was a person who worked with educators to help them align their programming to best fit the age of the kids that they worked with. And then I also did like creative writing, workshop, facilitation stuff. So a lot of education jobs. The only real official teaching where it's like I am teaching 9 to 5 in a classroom were with little kids. Everything else was like I'm running like a 3-week seminar, or I'm like working at a school for a period of time, but not like as a teacher, but like as a programmer at the school. I don't know if that makes sense. A lot of stuff with summer camps and like youth programs too. So it was like I would say it was basically being a teacher, but programming, like it was not a lot of sitting at desk learning, but it was a lot of like, we are doing an activity for an hour where, 2/3 of it is the activity and then 1/3 of it is like a discussion. Hey Cinder, I'm hosting my first one-shot for a party of 7. Okie dokie. They're all level 5. I'm looking to use a Coven of Green Hags for the main encounter. What do you think would be a good minion or lesser monster for Green Hags? I think it depends on how you play the hags. The thing with Green Hags is they are very physical hags. So you might not need their minion to be like a big brawler, because they can kind of go toe-to-toe. I guess they're a little bit weak for a group of level 7, for a group of 7 level 5 parties. So you might be leaning more into spellcasting then. I think it depends on what you lean into with the hags. If you're with the hags, you're leaning into the spellcasting of them. You're going to want their minion to be something big and brawly. If you are using them more brawly, then I think you want their minion to be something that's a little bit more like utility, battlefield control. But the types of monsters that hags could have would be anything from like weird undead, like will-o-wisps or evil fae, to one of the things that I like to do with creatures that are like doing weird like experiments is I will take like a sort of normal monster stat block and I'll like mash it with another one. So like taking like an owlbear but giving it the weird side tentacles of a roper, stuff like that. So that's another, but that's more if you're the hags are like doing shenanigans, like experiments and stuff. If they're not doing like that, then I would lean more into like evil fae, undead, and devilish demonic things. Red caps are a great one. Yeah, red caps are a great one. Is it dumb that your players are throwing hands with monkeys? I mean, I don't know. Did the monkeys steal their ice cream? Are they evil? Are they an evil monkey empire? Is it like Planet of the Apes? What's going on there? I think it depends on the situation. Welcome, Asuraf. Asuraf. That's a fun name. I'm glad you made it. I didn't even make a short about stream today because I just decided not to. Kelv, how's it going, buddy? Your baby won't eat her formula? Dude, that's rough. I mean, I don't have babies, but I know lots of people with babies. And I've worked with lots of people with babies. And it's frustrating when that happens. Here, if you want, here, let me talk to him for a second. Here. Let me, let's get this right first. Here, this is just for your baby. I'm gonna talk to your baby for a second. I just got to get the music right. Here we go. Hey, baby. Listen up. Your parent is tired. They do a lot of work so that you don't die. That's like their whole job. You don't make that job any easier. There's not a lot of things that you are good at right now. You're a baby. We get it. Goo goo gaga. But there are 2 things that you are good at. Eating and pooping. So, you can continue to be terrible at literally everything else. Parents gonna help you there, okay? But those two things, you can only really control one of them. Like if you get constipated, you can't control that. But you can control eating. It's one of the only things you have agency of in your life right now. So, you're doing two great things at the same time by eating. You are manifesting your own destiny. You're taking your life in your hands. You are exercising your agency. And you're also making the only thing you can help your parent be better, like, to help them with, not have to be stressed about. So fucking eat your goddamn dinner. Was that good? Was that helpful? Did that work? Hi, Michael, man. Hi, Kyle. You guys came in at a weird moment. You're not strangely hungry? Hungry? Good. Dude, eating is great. I love eating. I was eating before stream started. Actually, I was pooping before stream started. I was doing both of those things that I talked about with the baby. Me and the baby are the same. We are all the same. Together. Stupid. Okay. All right, that's definitely enough nonsense. I think we got some members, some member submissions. Should we take a look at this wheel? You fell out of your chair? Good. I hope you didn't even get back in it. I hope you're still out of it. And I hope you stay there for a while.
Bagada, bagada, bagada. Boop, beep, doobu badu.
You know what that's, miss? You know what that is? That's the bird call of the wheel. Here's the wheel. Not too crazy looking, honestly. I think we got like 20-some submissions. 26 submissions, 27 submissions. Yeah, so if you are new to my channel, if you've never been here before, the main shtick that I do on most days is that people send me their D&D writing, and I review it, but also you guys distract me, and we talk about stuff by answering your D&D questions. And inevitably, if I read a lot of homebrew that has a lot of like grammatical errors in a row, I get kind of frustrated and start yelling. That's kind of the show. Oh, also, there's a thing I'm supposed to promote. Okay, let me do this right before we start. I'm so sorry. So there's this thing called the Crit Awards, which is like a awards show at Gen Con for TTRPG stuff. Here's the website. And there's I want to be nominated for stuff. I'm going to be at Gen Con this year. And I think that would be cool to be nominated for something. So if you guys want to nominate me for something for the Crit Awards, they close tomorrow. I've waited till the last day to ask for anybody to vote for me for anything. There is the form for it in the chat. And the things that I would say I probably apply to the most are Legacy YouTube and Legacy Twitch. So you pick that form, and you put CinderBlocksally for Legacy YouTube and Legacy Twitch, because I've been on YouTube and Twitch for more than 2 years, which means I'm Legacy. Outside of that, the only other thing that I would say is if you listen to my podcast, Unbalanced Encounters, please vote for that for the podcast actual play stuff. But if you don't listen to my podcast, don't pretend. Vote for the things that you actually listen to. And also, there's all sorts of things there. So if there's other creators that you like, there's a lot of space for cool people in there, and it's good to point out who they are and that you like them. So vote for everyone that you like. But if you like me, vote for me for the Legacy YouTube and Legacy Twitch, or if there's another thing that you think I apply to that I'm not thinking about. Okay. Sorry. I needed to do that because I knew today was the last day, and I had waited till the last day to ask anybody to vote for me. You liked the Blight arc? Yeah, that was fun. That was maybe, I think that was my, I've run a couple one-shots for Unbalanced Encounters. I am very proud of all of them, except for the first one. I think the first one was okay. But I ran one that was like a 80s horror movie in a museum called Blight at the Museum that I thought came out really good. And I ran one that was like a the rescuers, little kid animals on an adventure through the city one, where it was like from the perspective of the animals that live in the city, and that one was pretty good. And then I was in one recently that I liked. Anyway, Ottersea was great. Yeah, Ottersea was great. I didn't run Ottersea. I was only a dungeon master on a couple of them. All right. Nobody new has submitted anything for the past like 4 minutes, which means we're gonna do our first spin. But as always, if you are, ooh, I need to fix that. Get the fuck. I don't. There we go. If you want to submit something during the show, you can. You don't need to. It's not like one and done. And then the other thing is that if we spin you on the wheel, I invite you onto the show if you want to talk about your piece. But just be warned, what I don't want it to turn into is a conversation where you're like defending every single thing and it becomes like confrontational. So I want it to be more of a conversation. So if you're not comfortable being on the call to get feedback, no worries. You've been munching all day on chocolate espresso beans and you forgot the caffeine content? Dude. That is a reason why I don't keep those things, because I like chocolate so much. And if I have a chocolate-covered espresso bean, I am also not going to think about it. I am going to just eat all of the chocolate-covered espresso beans. And then I'm going to fly away like a little hummingbird. All right, we're spinning. Boosh. Quatus is first. What you got for us today, buddy? I saw you in the chat. Let me know if you wanted to come on stream. I will not know if you want to, unless if you don't tell me. I know, Hakase. I know. Okay, inspired by you. Okay. I returned to an old barbarian brew. Oh, okay. The War Shaman. I thought you were going to make a CinderBlocksally. I'm always a little hesitant to read homebrew that's based off of me specifically. But I think it's because I get more judgmental than I want to be, and I know that I'm going to be. A War Shaman. This subclass focuses on using magic to control the battlefield and buff your allies without replacing the core martial strategy of the barbarian. English is not my first language. I knew that already about you. Also, I don't know if we've said this to you before, but your English is much better than most people's not first language, just so you know. Hope you can help me with the flavor and the balance. Okay, the thing that I'm curious about here is are we doing spellcasting? We are doing spellcasting. So let's see. I'm curious. Let's see when we're doing spellcasting. We're not gonna get into a whole diatribe about the. Here it is in the chat, by the way, if you want to take a look at it. What's up, Lobo? How's it going, buddy? I'm not a floating head today. When I run live streams, I manifest more of the flesh vessel because it helps with communication with your species. The thing that we're not going to go into a whole thing about it, but the contention that I have with barbarian spellcasters is that spellcasting while raging is insanely powerful, and it needs to be addressed very specifically in your game design, or I don't think it works. We're not going to spend a million years on that, but that is a feeling that I have all the time towards barbarian spellcasting. But that being said, let's see how we interpret that here. You're in an English class? Dude, your English is great. Tell your English teacher that the best way to practice English is to talk to a native speaker, and that you are invited out of the class to have a private English lesson. I don't know if that'll work. I don't want you to get in trouble. Because then they would know you were listening to a Twitch stream while you were in class, or a YouTube stream. What's up, Caltvine? Oh, who just became a member? Max! Oh, Max, that's very kind of you. Thank you for the support. All right, let's take a look what this thing does. The War Shaman is a being who requires entering a trance in order to access its magic. Okay, this is a thing that is going to be easier for somebody that English is their first language than isn't. But there's a much easier way to write this sentence, and it's going to sound much better. So, you have a lot of words in here in the middle. The War Shaman...
Hooray!
Oh, Artist gifting out community sub. Thank you, buddy. The War Shaman is a being who requires. So what is this telling us? Another way that we could write this phrase is we could literally take all of these words out. Because we know the War Shaman is a being. We don't need to be told that. What we need, what you're trying to tell us here is that the War Shaman requires. You can just say the War Shaman requires. And you, at that point, you probably wouldn't say requires. You would say must or does. Or you could even just say, you know what you could even do? Entering is a verb. You could just use entering. So this opening sentence, I think, would be much stronger if instead of it said the War Shaman is a being who requires entering, I think it should just say the War Shaman enters a trance in order to access its magic. Literally cut all this out. I think that'll make it better. English is finicky, but ideally, you almost want to think about it like what information is being conveyed by the words on the page. And that information can be literal information, like what is it giving us that we need to understand? But the sort of more nuanced way to think about it also is how is it informing our thought? How is it informing the way we read what it is? And that could be like the sound of it. So for example, if I want to talk about something shattering, I might talk about it clattering. Because clatter, if I say clatter, clatter kind of makes the sound, like that word makes the sound of like bits of metal and glass hitting the ground. So it sounds like what is happening. So it informs the reader to kind of visualize that more. And that's like, I think when you're going from regular writing, which is I am trying to make sure I'm doing grammar and getting the ideas out there, and sort of elevates it to I am trying to make my words make someone feel something. So, little rant. Let's keep going. This state is known as Wrathful Trance, allows them to overcharge their bodies to enhance their combat abilities. Some manipulate the elements around them with songs and dance. Others create elixirs to prepare their allies for war. Does this subclass have subclasses? Why does it have 3 different options? Okay, maybe those are just different vibes you're expressing there. We're not going to worry about that. Let's see what Wrathful Trance does. At 3rd level, you enter a mental and physical state that channels and manipulates the natural force around you. While raging, you gain the following benefits. You can cast druid cantrips. You can maintain concentration on your known druid spells and spells you cast through scrolls. You have advantage on con saving throws you make to maintain concentration. But if you're concentrating on a spell and your rage ends, your concentration also ends. I would not give you advantage on con saves while rage. I would probably not do this. Because this is a feat. Like this is I don't know if I love this. I also want to point out that the way this is written, if I multi-classed this barbarian with a spellcaster, this advantage on con saves would apply to all of my spells. Oh, I guess it would only be while raging. Okay, never mind. Ignore that. But yeah, I still don't... I disagree with the advantage. Forcing a creature to make a saving throw and causing spell damage counts as attacking a hostile creature to prevent your rage from ending early. Cool. Okay. A lot of the power of this is going to sit on the spell list. I know we get in druid spells. I'm curious if we're getting them from a specific school. Let's see. Looks like you're not limiting the school of magic. Am I reading that right? Each of the spells must require concentration or have the ritual tag. So that's what you're doing instead of requiring spell schools. Let's very quickly just look at the druid concentration spells just for a half second, because I am not sure how I feel about that. Entangle, Fairy Fire, Fog Cloud, Barkskin, Dust Devil, Earthbind, Flame Blade, Flames. I think we get into some trouble with things like Hold Person. A little bit, maybe. We're not going to get much higher level than this. It's probably mostly all right, although I do think there are definitely some opportunities here where it would feel rough, where it would feel a little bit too much. I don't think it's necessarily going to happen that much, but I could see it happening. I could see it happening a bit. Why is the music being weird? There we go. Okay. Kadoosh. I almost feel like the rage concentration dynamic should be swapped. Instead of rage ending, killing your concentration, concentration ending kills your rage. That's not a bad idea, Sponge. I like that idea. Conjuration and transmutation would not be bad if you wanted to go by spell schools. But I think by limiting, limiting it by concentrations could work. But I would say right now, my thought is hesitation. That's my thought about the power balance here. Hesitation. Rob's imagination. How's it going, buddy? My day's going pretty good. How's yours? Gamer Falcon, I feel like that is a reasonable sacrifice to have to make to allow you to have rage with all of the rage benefits and access to all of these concentration spells. Because it's not, listen, when we're casting first level spells, it's not crazy. None of these spells are crazy. But as soon as we get to second level spells, it immediately becomes crazy. Oh, and then there's even more. Oh, and then there are spells that don't require concentration that we get. Cool. Yeah, so I think that we're not, like I said, I don't want to harp on this too much because this is an argument that has been had with me and many of you many times, and it gets repetitive and annoying. I fundamentally think people underestimate how powerful rage is when tied with spellcasting, and I think that if you are getting access to all of these spells and some spells that are not concentration, we start jumping the shark in power at around 7th level in a way that I think will maybe be trouble. Okay, but we're not going to worry about that anymore. Let's look at the rest of the class. Also, we don't get anything fun at 3rd level. Did I read that right? We should get at least one thing at 3rd level that's like a cool, like even all of the martial classes that get a spellcasting subclass get something cool that isn't just spellcasting at 3rd level. It's not crazy powerful, but it's cool. The Eldritch Knight gets their bonded weapon, and the Arcane Trickster gets invisible mage hand. So we should get something. I also agree with Lobo. I think Wisdom should definitely be the spellcasting modifier, especially if we're going Druid. Yeah, 1,000,000% agree here. 1,000,000,000% agree. Is rage spells not enough? I think it's enough from a power perspective. I don't think it's enough from a flavor perspective. But you could do a lot of things that aren't particularly powerful that are kind of neat. Like, off the top of my head, I don't know what the vibe of this... They said it's like a shaman guy, right? It's like they do like war trances. So maybe they would have something that they could do where, like, they could take a minute to, like, do something to take away a condition that a creature... I don't know. I have no idea. But I think it should have something else. Honestly, I'm going to be really honest right here, right now. There is no vibe in the mechanics right now other than Druid Barbarian, which is why this needs something else. Because I don't know where the War Shaman is within this, other than it is just a Druid that can... It's a Barbarian Druid. And that might be why I feel like it needs a 3rd level feature separately, because I feel like right now it's not enough. It's not unique, distinct enough feeling. Okay. What's up, Royal Bunny? It has been a while. How you doing? We're reviewing Homebrew. Classic Cinder stream. Okay, let's see what we get at 6th level. Beginning at 6th level, when you cast a known druid spell with a range of self, you can select other willing creatures within 5 feet of you. I think that we should be getting features that do not affect... I don't think we need to get a feature that builds off of our spell casting. This doesn't really fit the structure of 6th level barbarian features in general. And I think it is not really adding anything to the vibe enough. Or let me rephrase that. It is adding to the vibe, but it's adding to it in a way that is too much. It is too powerful, and I think that we should just get something different. 6th level features are not ribbon features for Barbarian. No. They are defensive features or utility features, though. This, I could see an argument for it being a utility feature, but... this essentially just allows us to ridiculously upcast spells that normally shouldn't even be able to be upcast, because we are getting to do a self spell on multiple creatures. So we're getting like a much stronger version of a spell upcast here. I don't see it. I don't think it's another one where it's like, it doesn't feel like it's selling a vibe enough without needing to dip into an amount of power that feels completely unreasonable at this level. Well, I don't think they'd get haste, but, like, a lot of these would be... I mean, even just bark skin. Or detect magic, right? Some really basic ones would be very strong if you could cast them on multiple creatures. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think I'd do it go in a different direction here. Let's take a look at 10th level. Wild Recovery. At 10th level, you can use a concoction of mystical herbs or a ritual chant to increase the magical abilities of your allies during a short rest. If you or any friendly creatures within a 30-foot range, you can just say within 30 feet of you, regain hit points by spending hit die. Each of those creatures regain a spent spell slot. I don't love this either. I'm going to be honest. There's a better version of this feature already. And it's on another barbarian. The other reason why I don't love this is it's sort of like Song of Rest, which is like the worst feature. But I think the other thing is the most interesting thing that is doing is the spell slot, which is basically what the Wild Magic Barbarian gets at level 6. With bolstering magic. So, I think if I were you, right now this is like, it's not... If bolstering magic... You know what? I would maybe be okay with this feature if I felt like it had a more distinct flavor by 10th level, but it really doesn't. It really is Barbarian Spellcaster. Or Barbarian Druid. And... I think it needs to be more than that, because this is just, it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's too similar to the Wild Magic for me. I want it to feel more distinct. It does not only affect casters, because an affected creature could choose to gain temporary hit points as well, which is also basically the way the Wild Magic Barbarian works. Creatures can either get a bonus to a check, or they can get a spell slot back. So I think I would just go in a radically different direction with this. Or build up to it in a way that it feels more justified being something so similar to both what bards already do and what another barbarian subclass already does. Let's take a look at Furious Focus. At 14th level, you learn to focus your magic through an object and control the environment near it. When you finish a long rest, you can touch a small non-magical object. This will become your Furious Focus until you finish your next long rest. As an action, you can throw your Furious Focus to a point you can see within 60 feet of you. It creates a 30-foot aura radius. Once thrown, it is incorporeal and cannot be moved except by you. You can use an interaction on your turn, say object interaction, if that's what you mean, to pick up or move it. It persists for a minute. We still don't really know what it does. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again. We still don't know what it does. Okay, let's see what it does. The effect of the focus depends on the type of energy you call from the options below. So you get either Dread or Blitz. Once per turn, when a creature makes an attack roll against a target within your aura, you can force that creature to make a wisdom saving throw or become frightened of you. Creatures of your choice that begin their turn within the aura have their agility increased. Until the end of their turn, they gain a damage bonus equal to your rage on their next damage roll, and their movement increases by 10 feet. This is I like the idea of a feature where you can, like, throw an area of effect. Sort of just like, I mean, that's how a lot of spells work. This feels way overly convoluted for what it's doing. Like, I don't understand why this is the 14th level feature. I'm not sure how this ties into anything that this subclass is doing earlier. It really feels like your 14th level feature should really feel like it makes sense why it's tied to that class. And that's like, it should feel like a capstone for that subclass. I don't think this feels like a capstone for this subclass. Also, I feel like it's too strong. I think it's doing too many things, and the area is too big. And I don't know why it's the capstone. Like, why is this... What about this barbarian is building up to this feature? I'm just not seeing it right now. I think Dread... I think both Dread and Blitz maybe work if they're... I don't know, man. Blitz feels like a lot. And Dread, they both just feel like a lot. They both feel like a lot, and they both feel like a lot in terms of, like, way too powerful to just be able to do all of those to affect all the creatures in that area for a minute. 30-foot radius is 60 feet across. That's a whole battle map every time. That's like the only time you're not using a battle map that's that big is when you are actively trying to find a big one. So that's the whole battle, and it's affecting as many creatures as you want every turn for a minute. I think that's a lot. I don't know. But yeah, the main feedback is I don't feel like it's tied to... I see no reason why this is the 14th level feature. Like, it really doesn't feel tied to the rest of it. Shaman magic should stick to weird hoodoo ritual stuff. I think it depends on... I don't know, man. I would try to avoid anything that could make you come off as sounding a little bit, like, racist-y, you know? I would avoid shaman shit in general because of that. But if you are going to go in that direction... I think that we do need more of a specific vibe than we are getting out of these features. We're not really getting a specific vibe. We're getting stuff that kind of just improves our spell casting, stuff that feels like, yeah, stuff that just kind of like improves spell casting, and then a thing that just feels like a spell sort of translated into a feature that I'm not sure why we get. I like the idea of a druid barbarian. I think doing a druid barbarian multi-class makes a lot of sense, or not multi-class, but doing that way of interpreting the spellcasting druid makes a lot of sense. Barbarian, excuse me, makes a lot of sense. Definitely still needs some work though. Those are my thoughts. All right, let's give Quatus a round of applause. It definitely feels more barbarian druid than shaman. I mean, if anything, I would look to the, like, I feel like the best example of the shaman vibes for me is the shepherd druid, where they get like the shamanistic totems that like do weird aura effects, and they're like, I don't know, I think that's a really good interpretation of that. I would maybe not copy, but look at for inspiration. All right, thank you for sharing. Thank you. Good-dish. Goodbye. Anybody new on the wheel? Oh, a couple new people. Lovely. Kablunk. When I think nature plus barbarian, I think of a storm, wildfire, or something like earth embrace. Yeah, I thought that was kind of going to be the direction they were going to go in based on the flavor text, because they talked about like controlling the elements and all this stuff, but there was not really anything specific in there. Yeah, I agree, Brent, which is why I don't really ever make homebrew that's based off of like peoples or cultures, because I feel like I would just rather not do that. Rather not dance that dance. Storm Herald kind of has that covered if it wasn't so weak. I think there's other ways you could interpret that, though, because the Storm Herald is like you are the Tempest. If you wanted to do like a spellcasting elementalist, I think it would be more like you are controlling and manipulating the elements, you know, more than like you're just exploding with them. But then my question might be, why is this a barbarian also? Like, does that make sense as a barbarian subclass? I don't know. All right. Should we spin again? Probably. Something, Earth's Embrace. An Earth Titan Barbarian would be cool. Buggita, buggita. There's sort of versions of that. You could interpret a lot of them to sort of be that, I think, if you wanted to. Buggita. Gemma. What's up, Gemma? Gem, I saw you in chat. Do you want to arrive on my show? Do you want to join me in a call, or do you want me to just read it? Let me know. Another abstract elemental. Justice this time. I think mechanically it should run fine at the moment, but I'm not entirely sure the features are unique enough to sell the flavor. What does justice mean in terms of mechanics? I mean, I think the closest thing to justice in terms of mechanics you would find in, like, Modrons, or, like, oops. That's not what I meant to do. Like, in like, the Marut, probably, right? We don't know what your username is? What username? What are you talking about? Oh, who is name? Oh, that's just the person. That's who that is. You're sick? All right. No worries. The Justice Elemental. Ooh, I like the art that you used here. Very nice. Mentat Kansas, thank you for the resub. I forget to submit, might do it in a bit. Well, we'll be here for at least a couple hours. So if you want to submit some homebrew within the next couple hours, you'll be groovy. I like the art. Justice Elementals are the personification of law. Yeah, so I'm leaning towards Marut stuff. Created by broken oaths and the greedy ambitions of the corrupt, they are driven insane by the irresistible urge to pursue objective morality. Their appearances vary. Often, their aspect is influenced by symbols that represent blah, blah, blah. Okay. Fundamentally tragic creatures. Their slightless eyes see far too much. I'm going to say, I started to go blah, blah, blah in this sentence because it was too much. Look how long this sentence is, and then look how long this sentence is. So I'm not even going to finish reading this sentence. I'm just going to tell you it's too long. Fix it. Fundamentally tragic creatures, their sightless eyes see far too much. They appeal their internalized codes without nuance or restraint, leaving a trail of blood and despair in their wake. There is a lot of really poetic language here, and there is not a lot of meaty there's not a lot of tangible ideas. Everything's a little too highfalutin. We need at least a couple concrete sentences that tell us something that isn't like this very lofty language. Because it's gonna make people go like, okay, you're writing a poem about a justice monster, got it. Yeah, it's a little bit, it's too ambiguous, and it's like, yeah, it's much too ambiguous. Yeah, exactly, much too ambiguous. It's not even about sounding like a posh twit, because if you said these things more specifically, it could still be posh, but like, look how long these sentences are, and look at the language you're using to express your ideas. I mean, maybe that's posh. Is posh being way too wordy? Then yes, I would say then it's being posh. You should, if that's a thing that you struggle with in general, you should go out and read some Ernest Hemingway books. They're very good. They're well written. They're not fun, but they're good. Like, they're enjoyable to read. And Ernest Hemingway is the master of writing the sharpest, most intelligent writing, and using shocking brevity. So influence yourself. Allow yourself to be influenced by something that is going to make you better at writing shorter sentences. Go pick up, I don't know, any Hemingway. Any Hemingway. Okay. Let's see what this thing actually does. The thing is, there's nothing inherently wrong with any of these sentences either. It's just that they are all doing that same thing. It's like, at a certain point, you could have a chocolate sandwich with chocolate crackers and, like, chocolate mush, or you could have, like, s'mores with, like, a marshmallow and chocolate and graham crackers. The chocolate's still great, but it's a little elevated by the marshmallow and the graham crackers. All right, let's see. It's a CR9 monster. Blind sight 60 feet. Bunch of hit points, bunch of armor. Make sure you're doing all the math right here. Oathbound Candor. Anything else weird here other than the blind sight? No. Any creature that speaks a deliberate lie while within 60 feet of it takes psychic damage and must make a wisdom saving throw or be stunned until the end of their next turn. Interesting. Okay, I was gonna go. I like the vibe here. I feel two ways about it. One, I would argue that I don't know I guess we're getting into heady shit. But I don't know if I would represent a justice elemental by it punishing creatures for lying. In the same way that, like, a fire elemental doesn't have any powers that are like water becomes steam. It has powers that are like fire. I don't know if punishing lying, to me, speaks to justice. I just don't know if it's like, that seems like maybe the other end of it. Like, but I feel like again, I'm getting very heady, but like, if I was going to go in the direction of trying to make a justice elemental, it would almost be a monster that, like, weirdly balanced things. So, like, it would make it so, like, creatures no one could roll with advantage or disadvantage around it. Stuff like that. Or, like, that's where my head goes. I'm not saying that that's wrong, that you shouldn't do it this way, but that's where my head goes. The only thing that I would put is I would put the damage behind the saving throw. I don't think it should just automatically happen. Like, if you want to make it if you want to make this like, this thing affects reality where that just happens, then I think you change it and lean harder into that. Where, like, literally creatures cannot lie around it. And you just get rid of the damage and the stun. I think the stun is too much also in general. You would just steal from the Planetar, where they can just tell if you're lying. I don't mind the idea of it. I like it being different than that. I just don't know if I like it being punishment. And that's what it feels like it is. Like, I almost feel like I would almost prefer it to prevent lies. But here's the thing, Gemjar. That, what I just said, is my opinion 100%. If you like this vibe, stick to this vibe. If you do stick to this vibe, I would still drop the stun, probably, and put the damage behind a saving throw. Okay, let's look at Soul of Indictment. Indictment. The Justice Elemental has different abilities depending on which form it takes. How does it manifest its forms? When a creature fails a saving throw against Oathbound Candor, that's that, or Balance the Scales, that's down there. It is restrained. A creature can remake the saving throw at the end of each of its turns. Why? What? Why is this feature here? So are these forms it takes, or are these things that trigger when something happens? I am confused. Color me confused. Next column. I don't want to be a dick. But I think it is poor form to separate these this way. Like, I think if you, like, quite literally, if you are writing this monster stat block and you realize this feature is cut off and in its own section, that's bad. That's genuinely bad formatting. Like, that sucks. Fix that. Like, you should look to that and you should be like, okay, I either need to reformat my whole page, but more than likely, I probably could just build this into the language here, which is what I should do. You should really just build the language, because even if you do put this on the bottom of the page here, I really disagree with when you have features that require something that you don't specifically make reference to in the thing. Like, how you make reference to Oathbound Candor and Balance of the Scales here is perfect. But there is no reference to the form shifting anywhere in this feature at all. So that's not great. Okay, so when it's in its judge form, if somebody fails this saving throw or fails this saving throw, they become restrained. If it's in its jury form, let's see what it does. It manifests 11 illusory clones that copy its movements. Whenever it is targeted by an attack roll, roll a d20. On a roll of 10 or lower, the attack misses. If the elemental gets hit by the attack, it cannot benefit from this feature until the beginning of its next turn. I understand. That feels... Why is this a feature this monster gets? What literally anywhere in this has to do with justice, other than the theory of the idea that a jury is part of a traditional American courtroom with 12 people sitting in it? So I would push back against this. I would say, why is this feature a part of this monster? Executioner. When the elemental hits a creature with a melee attack, it takes additional damage. Same feedback. Same feedback. I don't think either. I think unless you want this to be a courtroom elemental, I don't think anything in Soul of Indictment really makes sense. Yeah. Iron Hand. It does some damage. Balance of the Scales. The elemental takes one creature can see. Targets a creature can see within 60 feet. If they make a wisdom saving throw, they take a bunch of psychic damage. This is, okay. Yeah, that's my feedback across the board. I think this monster could work on the table. Mechanically, I think it's very strong. But I think it could work. But I don't think it feels like a Justice Elemental. Like, it feels like a courtroom elemental. And Balance of the Scales just doesn't... is the only reason why Balance of the Scales feels like it's tied to this feature is because of its name. And most of the time, the player is not going to see the name. So I don't know how I feel about it. Maybe I'm being a little harsh with my thought there. That might be coming off of my feelings of this. But yeah, that's my main feedback. Doesn't really feel like justice elemental, feels like a courtroom elemental. That being said, I think a courtroom elemental is a really fun idea. I think if you want to go do justice, I think the question is, how does justice represent itself? Like, what does justice mean? Does it mean karma? Does it mean every action has a equal reaction? Does it mean that everything is balanced? What does it mean? I don't know. Does it mean that nobody can be deceitful and everyone has to be well-intentioned and good? It could mean that too. It could mean a lot of different things. I think that you don't even need to necessarily pick a specific thing, so long as you like the mechanics that you have for it, and you build off of those mechanics that you like. Like, if you come up with an idea for, like if you like the advantage-disadvantage mechanic, then maybe lean into justice being balance and actions reaction. You know? But I also think justice could be like, nothing can hide, everything can be seen. Like, what if, like, justice could also be, while you're affected by its presence, like, you can't lie, and you can automatically see through illusions. And, like, that could be cool. That's a totally different vibe. But I don't know if I would call that justice. Maybe that's more like truth than justice. But it's an interesting idea. I like the vibe. The thing is, it mechanically is also pretty interesting. Like, in terms of what it actually does, the restrain, I don't know if I like the 11 copies thing, but like the 50% chance to miss that can like slowly deteriorate, the extra hit, all of that's interesting. Switching it on a bonus action, like, it works well as a monster. So I don't know if I would just toss it if I were you. I might try to focus it into what it is growing into, but then also separately make a justice monster if you want it to be, if this grows into something that's more like the legal system or like retribution or something like that. You know what this could be? This could be the judgment elemental. That might be, I don't know. I'm thinking about it too much now, but those are my thoughts. Let's give Gemma a round of applause. I know it's not Gemma, but all of the people I know that are from the UK that are named Jeremy or that sort of name go by Gemma, not Gem. So I call you Gemma sometimes. Sorry. Anyway, round of applause for Jimbo, Gemjar, Jamantha, Germal, I hardly know Mol. I'm so funny. The funniest guy in the world. You've returned from therapy? I hope it was well. Therapy's a lovely thing. One of my very good friends just started therapy, and they were saying how weird it is to, like, sit in a room and just talk for, like, an hour. Where there's, like, one person that's, like, just directly listening to you. It's like, yeah, it's fucking weird. But you get used to it. It's also hard, I think, at least for me, it's hard to get out of the habit of, like, it's not just therapy. It's like, I want to impress you. Like, I'm going to make you laugh. My therapist is going to love me. It's a very hard feeling to not worry about or think about. Buggada, 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 ba, buggada, bee, buggada, boo, buggada, bye, buggada, bingo, bingo, bango, bingo, 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 bango, bingo, beedo, badito, dito, bledo, blank, spag. Which, by the way, for anybody that doesn't know, because they're not in the know, is short for spaghetti. This is my monk this is a monk subclass that specializes in improvised weapons. Unlike the brawler brute, I usually see associated with improvised weapons. I was inspired by Jackie Chan movies. I think that makes a lot of sense, fighting with ladders and stuff. A major goal was incentivizing the monk to constantly switch between weapons. That's a tricky thing to incentivize, but I'm curious to see how we do it. Let's see. I love the art choice. Look at that. Perfect art choice. See, guys? I know my fucking followers. Here it is in the chat if you want to give it a gander. Yeah, therapy's weird, but it's good. You just gotta, like, get into that headspace that it's like, this is not my friend. They're being paid. This is their job. Okay, monastic tradition, way of the improviser. Monks of the way of the improviser always expect the unexpected. Not a bad opener. They do not believe in carrying weapons, as there's always something usable for self-defense in one's surroundings. I think you have too many R's. Does surroundings have 2 R's, or am I just being a psychopath? There is no greater mistake their foes can make than providing such a monk any object, no matter how mundane. This sentence doesn't really give us any new information. I would probably try to come up with something else to say here. This is a lot of words to get to this little punchline, and the punchline doesn't hit hard enough because we basically say it already up here. It has 2 R's, yeah. Okay, yeah, I might be. Listen, guys. One of the harder parts. I have a couple things that I don't talk about too much on stream that make my life, not even my whole life, but make streaming a little bit more difficult for me. Usually they don't come up. I'm very colorblind. That's one that really doesn't come up that much, but it does come up sometimes. But I'm very colorblind. But another one of the things that comes up sometimes is that through my over my life, I've just been to like a lot of places where things are done differently. So like there was a while where I was in a realm that was like very similar to this one, but there were a lot of words that were just spelled a little differently. So like, for example, I mean, I can just use this, like weapon would have 2 P's. The word way was not spelled, like anytime that the words had GH and it was silent, they would not do a GH. They would just do an H. So one of the things that's hard about sort of switching realms so often is keeping up with that. But I try. I'm okay at it. Anyway, I apologize about the correctness. I apologize. Okay, let's keep going. Improviser. 3rd level feature. We get 2 3rd level features. Oh, I don't like how much they look like they are. Hopefully they're not nearly as much as they are. Dude, Beyonder, we don't need to talk about that anymore. I've talked about that till the cows come home and back again. Improviser. Your training has ensured that you are prepared for any scenario, regardless of the tools at hand. You become proficient with improvised weapons. They should also count as monk weapons for you. Yes, they do. Okay. Okay. Oh, I like this. Any object that weighs less than 20 pounds. I think you have to be careful with that because there are objects that are really big that weigh less than 20 pounds. Like really big. And I don't know if you should be able to use like a 10-foot pole as a monk weapon just casually. Or like a 15-foot pole as a monk weapon, which definitely weighs less than 20 pounds. Like a ladder. That gives you a shit ton of reach that I'm a little concerned with, that I'm not sure you're thinking about. When you pick an improvised weapon, when you pick up an improvised weapon, it falls into one of 2 categories, one-handed or two-handed. Do you decide that, or does the Dungeon Master decide that? How is that decided? Oh, I see you say it here. Easily wielded one hand. See, I'm going to be honest, man. I don't know if I love this breakdown. I would argue that a bar stool can really easily be wielded in one hand. So, okay, we'll see how this goes. These weapons have the light property for you. If the weapon weighs 2 pounds or less, I think the weight system is a mistake. I don't know what the other option would be though, because I'm like, I get that you want some of these to be thrown weapons, but I think you're overcomplicating your system. Improvised weapons that require 2 hands to wield, blah, blah, blah. They have the 2-handed property. If the weapon is 5 feet or longer on one of its sides, it also has the reach property. But what if it's more than 5 feet or long? Okay, I guess it's just regular reach. Getting reach as a monk is pretty strong. It's not crazy, but it's not nothing. That's a big deal right here. I don't like the I don't love the weight system. I don't know what other system I would put there. Removing the weight system requires it to be judgment for the DM. Yeah, but I guess my concern here is that if a thing can be, like, I can have something that weighs 5 pounds that's massive, and it would count as a thrown monk weapon, but it could be huge. Like, I don't love that. Like, I understand that I'm doing devil's advocate a little bit here, but let's just think of balloons. Like, what if I go to a balloon store? You know what I mean? Should I be able to dual wield 10-foot balloons? That's a lot of extra area that I could be swinging them around to hit. I don't know. £2 is the limit? Okay. But even with £2 is the limit, I don't know, man. I worry. I think it's worth thinking about. I think size is a much better way to categorize these than weight. I think that's the way I would do it. Okay. So, this is a lot of words to get us to the place of you can fight with improvised weapons, you can throw little ones, and bigger ones have reach. I think it's too many words to get there, but I think that that feature in and of itself is solid. Let's see. You gain, and then we get improvised weapon adept in addition. You gain special benefits to using improvised weapons depending on the weapon's category. Oh, is that just what we get the rest of it? We'll see. You can draw a weapon of this category from your surroundings as part of the attack you make with it, so long as it's within 5 feet of you and isn't being warded or carried by an unwilling creature. That's kind of something you can already do in D&D. I don't know if we need language for that. Picking up an object has always been a free action. Additionally, when you hit a creature with one of these weapons, you can choose to sacrifice the weapon to knock the target off balance. When you do, the target has disadvantage on its next attack roll it makes before the end of your next turn, and the weapon is destroyed. You cannot use this benefit if the weapon is magic. How often can you use this feature? I don't love the idea of being able to impose disadvantage on 4 creatures' next attack rolls without any cost, which is what this does. Yeah, that's sort of how I feel about it. I feel two things about this. I feel like this is a fuck ton of words to get to the place of when you hit a creature, you can impose disadvantage on their next attack roll. I think that's something that is probably an issue throughout this whole thing. I kind of don't like that half the words on the page are literally just there to help sell the fiction of you being an improvised weapon fighter. Like, I feel like there's got to be an easier way of writing that. Like, look how many words this is. And it feels so wasted. Like, this feels so unnecessary. Yeah, I don't think this should be infinite use. I think there's got to be some limit on it or some timer on how often it can be used. Maybe it's when it's part of using key points. Like, when you hit a creature with, when you make an attack, you make flurry of blows, but again, that's tying it more to flurry of blows than to that. So you got to figure something out here. I don't think this works as is. And when this is for the two-handed one, once per turn, when you hit a creature with the weapon, you can use the weapon to impose distance between yourself until the start of your next turn. The target can't move within 5 feet of you, so long as it's no more than one size larger than you. And is this also infinite use? Yeah, these are just too. I feel like these are just too much to be infinite use. Like, they're not even that much. Like, what I'm really frustrated with here, Spag, is that this whole column is, all of this is just saying improvised weapons count as monk weapons for you. You can throw little ones. Big ones have reach. You can break a weapon on somebody to give them disadvantage on an attack roll, and you can use a bigger weapon to keep somebody 5 feet away from you. Like, that's so... this shouldn't take this many words to say. Also, the idea that a creature could not get within 5 feet of you is insane. It's treating the object like a force field, which I think is unrealistic. At the very least, there should be some opportunity to make some sort of check or contested check or save or something here. But yeah, neither of these features should be infinite. Oh, I love the idea to break an enemy to an item on a... don't get me wrong. I love the idea of breaking an item on a creature to get an extra effect. I love it. I love it. I just think right now it is obvious to me that there is something going on because it should not take this long to express these ideas. And separate from that, neither of these features should feel infinite in use. I don't think. Let's look at Quick-Witted. We get 2 6th level features. If we're getting this much at 3rd level, I'm not confident we should get 2 6th level features. Your quick wits and fast reaction times ensure you to always blah, blah, blah. You can add your wisdom modifier to your initiative. Yeah, this can go. We don't need this. Drop it. You are able to extend the mystical energy of your key to improvised weapons. As a result, when you attack with an improvised weapon, it counts as magical. I think this is already covered by these things counting as monk weapons for you. And monks normally getting a thing where their attacks count as magical, right? Key-empowered strikes. Oh, this is just unarmed strikes. Okay, cool. Never mind. Never mind. The first strike you make with an improvised weapon is infused with additional key. The first time you deal damage with a particular object, you can add 1 martial arts die. I'm going to keep reviewing this homebrew, but I could stop here, I think, because we are continuing to play that game where my feedback is just the same. It's way too many words on the page to get these ideas across for how straightforward they are. And we cannot be this deep into the subclass and not have anything tied to key points or resources. Everything is infinite use right now, and that just doesn't work. I think that if you tied this extra damage to something like breaking an object, it would be a reasonable thing for numbers go up. The thing is, numbers go up is something you want in your subclasses. I know I pointed out a lot of the time as an issue, but it only really ever is an issue when it's not doing anything to sell any fiction, which is how I feel about Quick-Witted. Quick-Witted is a good example of that. I see more of an argument for this fitting. Quick-Witted really feels like it's just numbers go up. We have nothing in the subclass beforehand that makes us feel like we are fast to react. I don't like having too many things fighting for key early because of how restrained it is. That's reasonable, but also to ignore the power balance of monks in your own design is to be willfully ignorant and to decide to not improve your writing. You can't ignore the fundamentals of monks. And one of the fundamentals of monks is that if you don't, is that key points are used. So you don't need to necessarily use key points exclusively for features. You tie them to other uses. So a lot of monks will do a thing where it's like, when you use Flurry of Blows, you get this extra feature. When you use Step of the Wind, you get this extra feature. So they're not competing for key points. They're uplifting the use of key points. And you don't need to do that for everything. But the fact that we are at 6th level and there is still nothing to do with any resource usage and everything is just making us better is not great. John, I disagree, man, because anything could be an object. Like, there are rocks in the desert. Like, the situation that you are describing where there's not an object exists in 3 situations. You are in the astral sea, and you're just floating in the abyss, and there's no debris around you. or you are in the middle of the ocean in one of the big open areas where there's no coral or creatures or anything, or you are specifically on a sand dune. But in general, there's a shit. Have you ever been underwater? Or have you ever been to the desert? There's a fuck ton of rocks. There's a fuck ton of shit in both of them. Listen, if you want to play devil's advocate and argue that that is what balances that, you are more than welcome to. But I fundamentally disagree. The other thing that might be worth thinking about is how often in D&D is your character naked? Genuinely naked. How often? Probably not that much. You usually have your items with you. You usually have your bag. If you were playing one of these monks and you knew that you were going into a desert or the ocean, why would you not just bring a bunch of rocks? Or like a deck of cards, for example. Like a deck of cards is 52 times that you can use these abilities. That's 52 objects. And decks of cards are items in D&D. So I think the idea that you could like run out of stuff is either it's so situational that I think that if it were to happen in the game, it would actually be really cool and it would be a good moment for that player and that story. But I don't think it's something I would balance against. All right, let's take a look at 11th level. Desperate Deflect. When you take damage of any type, when you take damage of a type other than poison or psychic, why? You can use your reaction to interpose a non-magical improvised weapon that you are wielding between your body and the source of the damage. You take no damage and the object is destroyed. Once you use this ability, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. I think that's an interesting idea. It sort of feels... I like that. Okay, I like this feature as a concept. But again, I think the object being destroyed is not really anything. I think the thing is it's a once per... I'd probably make this a once per long rest. If you can completely negate all of the damage from any effect, that's quite powerful. I don't think I would make that once per short rest. Or at the very least, I'd make it once per long rest or like a multitude of key points to use again. It's falling into the same issues as the other ones, though. Having the damage would be plenty. I mean, monks get a bunch of... The other reason why I was a little hesitant on this is monks in their core class get a handful of ways to negate damage already. They get the thing that rogues get, where they can take dexterity saving throws really well. And then they get, like, the missile grab. So I do feel like this is not... For this being the only subclass... For this being the whole feature at 11th level feels a little bit lackluster. That's just why I was initially like, I don't know how I feel about it. Because I don't think it's bad. I think it's strong. But I also feel like it's not that exciting. I'm so sorry. The Bobodon says they don't think it should reflect AoE. I don't even know if I care about that. I think I don't know. I agree. That does feel weird. I agree, but I think the more of a bigger deal is that this feels, I don't know, man. It feels a little bit it doesn't feel, we're too deep into this thing for I don't think this feels enough like a thing yet as a subclass. Like, it's too many... Like, these features are interesting, but there's so much here that the only reason it's here is to basically try to create a situation where a player and a dungeon master don't have to just have the conversation where they're like, can I fight with improvised weapons? And I think that it's good to make it fix not needing to have that conversation or given a version of how you might want to interpret those mechanics. but it's eating so much real estate here that it's like I'm really struggling with the flavor outside of like this is just here to make to fix something that could just be homebrew rules like separate from a subclass. I don't know. There are way too many variables to consider for it to not completely drag out combat. For what? For deflect desperate, or are you talking about for something else? Desperate deflect or for something else? You're gonna throw up? Don't throw up. In general, I don't know if I feel that way, because I feel like at the end of the day, you would just decide any little object can be a weapon. But I could see that being an issue at some tables, depending on how that got interpreted. But again, I think the larger concern I have here is I don't think there's enough interesting things that we're doing as improvised weapon fighters. Like this very much has like a Way of the Open Hand monk vibe, where it's like it doesn't feel that unique in a way that like we need more variety with our mechanics, and I think we need more resource management. Let's take a look at what we get at 17th level. You get additional benefits. When you take the attack with your turn, you can 1 to 2 key points to make the same number of additional... What the fuck? When you take the attack action only with weapons of this category, you can expend 1 to 2 key points and make the same number of additional attacks. Why? Why are we getting that? Why do we need to be the monkiest monk? This is another one where it's like, what's the... This is not... This is... I don't... First of all, the key points feel way under... Like, this is too cheap for just doubling your attacks. And then beyond that... Sorry how I feel about it. I don't think we need to be doubling our attacks. When you make the attack action with one of these weapons, you can expend a key point to swing the weapon widely. Each creature of your choice within its reach must make a dex saving throw against your key save or take damage. Finally, something that's like a little interesting and different. Like, this is the kind of shit I wish we saw way earlier. Like, you swinging a ladder around and, like, knocking a bunch of creatures back and shit like that. We shouldn't have to wait till 17th level to get this. Holy shit. Overall, I think that you are spending way too much time in the weeds with your language for how to make these improvised stuff work. I feel like this commitment to the one-handed versus the two-handed could work, but the expression of it really falls flat at the moment. Like, it's not interesting enough. It's not doing enough. And there's no resources being used. And we need more resources being used. I would look... If I were you, I would try to take more inspiration. And I wouldn't copy the mechanics. But I would look to something like... I would look to something like the Way of the Drunken Master. The Drunken Master doesn't get a crazy amount of features. It gets features that do a really good job of expressing the totality of its vibe. And its features are good, but it gets features like this, which is like solid combat feature, but it also can do stuff with brewing supplies. And I want you, and it uses key points. It doesn't abuse key point use. It just uses them reasonably. Those are my thoughts. All right, Spag. Thank you very much for sharing. Let's give Spag a big old round of applause. The improvised weapon monk. That being said, the mechanics that you have for the implementation of the improvised weapons, I think works. I just think it's like way too wordy. But I think like I almost want to be like that should just be like you and your dungeon master have a conversation. All right. Thank you, Spag. Or you got to figure out how to write that in a way where it takes up, like, I don't know, half of the words on the page. Gadoosh. Thank you for sharing. Anybody new? Oh, a couple new people. Lovely. Kaboosh. Kaplunk. Items do have size categories, yes. I don't know if... I think part of the logic there was, like, what's the size category of a ladder? Like, how do you deal with the size category with, like, if you want some weapons have reach and stuff? And objects are weird in different shapes, but I do still feel like the problem is not being solved just yet. Regardless, it's fine. It's good. I'm excited to see how it turns out if you keep working on it. I would say cutting down the words is important, but also more as important as cutting down the words, you need to incorporate some element of resource management. And there needs to be a little bit more of a flavorful variety of the things that we're doing with these objects. CG Senpai, what's up, buddy? Oh shit, it's Fluffcopter. You're gonna do some college work? What class you taking? Wanted to see if I could make a Hollow Knight monster that has a few more moves while still making it simple enough to run. Fluffcopter's on a Hollow Knight kick. Still haven't played it. Fluff, this is really good art, dude. Like the shading on the little spittles. Very nice art, dude. Dice, what's up? I didn't see you in the chat earlier. The Shroomal Ogre. It's a large plant. It's got a bunch of hit points. It's slow. CR3. Resistant to bludgeoning and poison. Vulnerable to fire. We talked about this with your last monster. Giving this giving a vulnerability that's this easily accessible is worth considering how these hit points are going to be melting. Bouncy top. Medium or small creatures can perform a long jump on the top of the ogre. A creature landing on the ogre continues its trajectory in the same direction, landing a number of feet from the ogre equal to the distance it was from the ogre when it started its jump. Does this consume movement? That's an important question that I have that you need to put the answer of in here. Also, I don't love the idea of I mean, you can have this mechanic here, but this will never be used unless you tell the players the monster has this feature. Like, no one will think to do that. I don't know if that matters. But this is essentially a feature that this monster has zero control over. I also feel, yeah, I don't know. That feels a little weird to me. It makes 2 head bash attacks. Head bash. Some damage and knocks creatures prone. The ogre spits out a gelatinous substance. It could be used by other monsters and it's grouped with, but yeah, but even then, I think it still should have some it still should control this to a certain extent. I don't know. I don't know why I feel that way. I think there needs to be some element of control here or obviousness here. Like there's other monsters that have features like this where they have a feature that they don't have any control over. It's just sort of like a thing, but they're like, there are obvious triggers for those features happening, or they are so visually prevalent that they don't need that mechanical explanation. This is neither of those. Let's see what Gleba Spit does. The ogre spits out a gelatinous substance. Is that the way you spell substance? I might just be spelling stuff wrong these days, but that looks wrong to me. Filled with hazardous spores in a line that is 10 feet wide and 15 feet long. Each creature in the line has... at this point, I would just do a cube. Each creature in the line has to make a saving throw or take some necrotic damage. The area becomes difficult terrain until the start of its next turn. When a creature moves into or within the area, say for the first time on a turn, it takes this necrotic damage for every... Oh, no, it's just for every 5 feet it travels? Oh, shit. Okay. I like that. That's really intense. Puff up. When the ogre is hit with a melee attack, it pushes the attacker back 5 feet. Okay. This is a lovely example of I have no idea if this is an accurate representation of the monster because I don't know the monster. That being said, I think there's some cool stuff going on here, but other than Puff Up and Bouncy Top, like, this feels really out of place. Puff Up, Bouncy Top, and Head Bash all make sense together. Gleba Spit feels a little out of place. Like, I feel like if this thing has, like, weird noxiousness to it, I feel like that could also very easily come into play with Bouncy Top. I also feel like maybe its Head Bash should do a little bit of necrotic damage, and not instead of just bludgeoning damage. But those are my thoughts. I think it's a neat idea. I think Bouncy Top is fun, but there needs to be something that this monster does that indicates that this is an option. I think. I don't know what that would be. I mean, it could just be the way you run an encounter with it, but I think ideally it would be like, maybe you could tie Bouncy Top to Puff Up or to Head Bash in a way that makes it feel more obvious that it's bouncy. Like, what if Head Bash doesn't knock them prone, but what if it, like, bounces them back? I don't know. I guess that's what Puff Up does, but I feel like if you want Bouncy Top to be an important part of it, for the purpose of this monster being a monster that would be, like, easy, like, good game design for a video game is very different than good game design for D&D, because there's a lot of different ways you explore a monster in a video game that you wouldn't in D&D. In a video game, you often would experiment with jumping on a monster's head. In D&D, very rarely. So, because of that, I think that this jumpy head thing needs to be tied more obviously into the monster's mechanics. Otherwise, we don't know what's happening. You think poison makes more sense? Yeah, poison definitely makes more sense. I jump a lot in D&D because I play Beast Barbarians a lot, or I get the Ring of Jumping a lot because I like them. But that's because I like that vibe. But I don't ever jump on a monster's head. I just jump because it's funny. All right, cool. Fluffcopter, thank you for sharing. Folks in chat said they feel like it's a pretty accurate representation of the monster. Kadoosh. Kabloosh. Did I miss one? No. From a lore standpoint, necrotic is better, but from D&D standpoint, acid seems better. I would say poison over acid, but I also don't know the monster. Yes, it does. Yes, it does, John. You guys see each other for the most part. It doesn't catch every message, but it catches like 80 to 90% of them. I guess I just don't associate mushroom people with acid. I associate mushroom people with poison. Next is name. Not you, Tuna Melt. Name. I wrote this for a player in my home game. I was going for a sort of narrative opposite to Oathbreaker. Other than that, I'd love balance advice. Oathmaker? Wouldn't the opposite of an Oathbreaker just be a paladin? You cannot talk. That's okay. You swore an oath of service and fealty only to be discarded. Those who take the oath of the Forsaken forge a new path to prevent another from suffering the same fate. With a strong will, they can only hope to lift up the many that have been cast off. I might call this Oath of the Forgotten. Oath of the Forsaken. Don't know if I agree with. Word is bond. Don't make a promise that you can't keep. Guide the unguided. Strive to give a path to those who have lost their way. Power comes from within. A gift of strength is temporary. Earned strength is forever. This tenet feels out of place. Or doesn't feel out of place, but I don't see how it connects to the rest of it. But this is an interesting idea. I might also call it Oath of, like, the Wayward Soul or something, like the Wanderer, you know? Let's see what channel divinities we get. Protect the vulnerable and spare the downtrodden. As an action, choose a willing target you can see with an AC lower than your own. For the next minute, the target's effective AC is replaced with your own. This effect is immediate. Is immediately dispelled if another magical effect would alter the AC of the target or yourself. I don't think it should be based on your AC. Don't love that. Yeah, don't love that. Why don't I love that? Well, one of the biggest complaints I see from a player and from a dungeon master perspective is struggling with low-level characters with very high ACs, and there are many ways that you can deal with a low-level character with a very high AC. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but if I have a paladin with this feature, I'm going to make them have an AC of 23 or 24 by level 5, like, pretty easily. And then two people are going to have that for a minute. I don't like that. I also feel like this should be, if you're going to keep it like that, it should require concentration. Yeah, I don't know. Mixed feelings. Not a fan. Spare the downtrodden. As a bonus action, choose a creature within 60 feet of you. That creature must make a charisma saving throw on a failed save. They have disadvantage on attacks against any creature with less than half their total hit points for 1 minute. These are too similar in what they do. This makes a creature harder to die. You should not have two channel divinity features that are both combat oriented. You should certainly not have two channel divinity features that are both combat oriented and have the same goal, which is defending your team. So one of these needs to be pretty radically different. There's a lot of different things you could do. I don't know what the move is exactly, but you have to have something that's either utility or non-combat focused. Tradosio suggests maybe Chaos. Actually, this is a Chaos plus Tradosio idea. Suggests that maybe it could be the creature's AC becomes 10 plus your Charisma modifier plus their Dex modifier. That's an interesting idea. I think that could work well. But yeah, these are way too similar in what they're doing. Also, they both just last for a minute. Like, I don't know. They're too similar. Make them different. Let's see what we get for our Oath spells. Guiding Bolt, Tome of Faith. What the fuck is this spell? I don't know this spell. Oh, it's a spell you made up. All right, I'm going to ignore it. Aid, Branding Smite, Beacon of Hope, Life Transference, Death Ward, Guardian of Faith, Dispel, Evil and Good, and Hallow. All right, not a bad spell list. Not a lot here that I feel like, outside of Guiding Bolt, I don't know how much I feels like it ties into the lore that you put forward. Like, a lot of this just feels like the Hope Paladin. Is this the Hope Paladin? I'm not sure. But I feel like it's a little unclear. Like, I could copy paste this and put most of it on, like, the Devotion Paladin and nobody would notice. And I don't like that. You got out of class? All right, yeah. Next time, tell your teacher that you have to do English class with me. Okay? See ya, Artist. Have a good one, buddy. Let's take a look at the aura. At 7th level, you emanate a fragile aura of magical defense when a non-hostile creature within 10 feet of you. What does that mean, non-hostile? When I say what does that mean, I don't mean that I'm not sure what you're trying to say. What I mean is that's not a clear descriptor in D&D mechanics. Has to make a saving throw prompted by a spell with a single target. I hate this whole sentence. You can choose to have the spell target you instead. I like this idea. I think you got to get this wording to be reasonable, but I like the feature. I think it's fine. Why not just say when a creature... Why not just say whenever a creature within 10 feet of you is forced to make a saving throw against a single target spell, you can choose to redirect that spell to you. Also, that should definitely be a reaction. It should not be a no action required. Let's take a look at Vengeance for the Damned. Starting at 15th level, you gain power against those who hurt your protected few. When a creature within your aura is damaged by an attack, you can use your action to mark the attacker. A marked creature in this way has disadvantage on all saving throws triggered by you. Yeah, nah, man, nah. Put the reaction here. It fits way better. This is like, why? Why are we getting this? What is this selling about this subclass? As an action, you can pick a single damage type and gain the following benefits. Any creature within 10 feet of you is resistant to that damage type. Why is this based on a damage type? You're immune to the charm condition. Again, why? As an action or a bonus action would cause... If an action or a bonus action would cause you to expend a first level spell slot, the spell is not expended, so you just get infinite spell slots. Why? I don't understand this subclass. I feel like you lost the plot really early. Maybe the flavor is just not solid enough, but like genuinely none of this feels like it fits on this subclass. Maybe this would make sense if it was here for like another reason, but like it just seems like a complicated system to get to where we're the end goal here. Because the end goal here is a creature has disadvantage on saving throws from your spells. But, like, why? Why is that a part? Well, who cares? I mean, is that good? Yes. But, like, what does that do to sell this subclass? So, I think it's a neat idea. I like the idea of like an oath of the people that got lost and like but that's the thing. It's like, how is that not redemption? I don't know, man. I think the flavor. I think the issue here is that there is not a really good solid mechanic being expressed in this. Like, there's not a good flavor being expressed in these mechanics that feels particularly distinct from a handful of other paladins right now. And the unique features that this thing gets feel largely out of place. So if I were you, I would spend a little bit of time making sure I really had a good understanding of what I wanted the vibe of this thing to be. But more specifically, how can I make that vibe radically different feeling than the Devotion Paladin, than the what's it called? The one that let me just look. I'm forgetting. The Devotion Paladin, the other one that I'm thinking of, because there's the Devotion Paladin, what was the other one? The Redemption Paladin. Like, there's a lot of stuff I'm seeing in here that just feels like other paladins, and there's not enough here that feels unique to this paladin. Those are my main thoughts. I think there's some features in here that could definitely work. I think there's some features in here that right now kind of feel like they wouldn't work. But I think the main thing, more important than that, is making sure that every single thing that this thing has is working towards selling its unique fiction. Because maybe, like, you can be a little open-ended with your features if that's not an issue. Like, if the fiction is being sold really solidly, you can have features that kind of exist in other subclasses or feel like other classes or other subclasses, because it already feels really solidly like its thing. But if it's struggling to sell its fiction, one of the first things to do is to cut absolutely everything out that reminds you of anything other than this exact idea. Even if it feels like it reminds you of this idea, but it reminds you of another idea, it goes. Maybe it comes back later, but for now, it goes. And you make sure every single thing this has genuinely sells this fiction. Because otherwise, you're going to end up with something that feels kind of muddled, and features that don't feel like they build into each other. Like, I think the Like, like the capstone especially. Like, this just feels like it belongs to, like, a different thing. So, that's my main thoughts. I think it's an interesting idea. I love the flavor, and I want to see that come out more in the actual mechanics. All right, let's give Name a round of applause. Originally I wanted the idea of you becoming an oath giver kind of thing. Oh, yeah, no, that flavor, that was not the vibe I picked up. Also, how would you do that? You'd have to think about, realistically, if you want to make that vibe, I think you have to give much more long-lasting features. And where do those fit into a paladin? Kind of nowhere. Like, maybe you could have a channel divinity that has like an 8-hour lasting effect. But you would have to account for like balance with that too, right? So like if you're going to be doing that, like you're going to have to like make those effects not crazy. Alrighty, thank you, Name. It's an interesting challenge. Yeah. No, I listen. We're just here to read and to jibber jabber and to occasionally get frustrated when sentences are perpetually confusing. Well, the Oathbreaker was not ever really designed to be a player class, which is why it doesn't really work well in that regard. Hakase, what you got for us today? The Oathbreaker and the Death Cleric were in the Dungeon Master's Guide because they were designed for like evil NPCs. Which is why the Oathbreaker works much better in Baldur's Gate 3 than it does in D&D. The primary inspiration for this piece is the hit stealth game Mark of the Ninja. Never played it. The core fantasy I want to fulfill is terrifying enemies, making them prone to manipulation and panicked into firing on other enemies. My first thought, Hakase, is that's a really specific idea. That feels like I would make that a single move this guy got, sort of like Crown of Madness. So this is control stealth subclass. Primary concerns are the balance of 3rd and 9th level features, ease of understanding. Some mechanics are rather involved. All right, well, I hope everybody's ready to see Cinder get a little frustrated. The cohesion of the features. I'm not married to requiring the frightened condition to any of this. Okay, I'm done reading this. It's too many words. Make enemies feel scared. Able to make enemies hit each other. Somehow enhance stealth. Okay. Let's see what we're working with here. Oh, I like the art. Art's really fun. Art's really fun. This is good art, dude. This is kind of art that people's gonna, like, if you post this online, if you post this on Reddit, people read this. People are like, fuck that, I'm gonna look at that art. Oh, shit. Okay, this is the Nightmare Rogue. A blood-curdling scream, a mutilated corpse, the darkness closing in. Nightmare Rogues know the greatest weapon is fear. All right, that's an all right opening sentence. I don't like that structure, but I accept it as being grammatically correct, but... I accept it, but I don't love it. Whenever I see too many colons or semicolons, it rubs me the wrong way. That's just me. Strike terror in your foes, and so panic in their ranks. Stalk your prey, even in their dreams. Become the stuff of nightmares. I like all of that. That's good. That's some fire. Yeah, you can join. Let me grab you. Bop. Let me get my audio set up for Discord. Give me 2 seconds. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Okay, I think I did it. Hello, Hakase. How's it going, buddy?
Hello.
Welcome to the show.
Thanks. I'm going to mute stream now because I'm getting an echo.
Yeah. Okay. Ooh, we're doing a little self-harm. That's fun. Good, nice to have a content warning there. Let's see how that plays out. So we get a third level. We get frightening visage, and dread strikes. You gain proficiency in intimidation if you don't already have it, and you get expertise in it. You also learn thaumaturgy. Okie doke. That's a lot to get expertise in intimidation. I would point you towards other rogue subclasses that get expertise in things. So the other rogue subclass that gets an automatic expertise is the Scout Rogue.
Scout, right?
Yeah, and the Scout Rogue, they get expertise in nature and survival. I would argue that nature expertise is almost useless, and survival is very good. And I would say for yours, thaumaturgy is almost useless, and proficiency and expertise in intimidation is very good. So I think it's balanced against that feature. But what I wanted to point out was the other feature. Their other feature is very straightforward and very simple and does not do a lot. And part of the reason for that is skill checks incorporate a lot of the game. Getting expertise in a skill is sort of the same as like getting 17 different powers, because the way you use that skill can affect the game in a lot of ways. So my first thought is I want to make sure that this third level feature isn't that hectic going into it, just because I do think getting another expertise is not anything to balk at, especially when it's something as useful as intimidation.
Yeah, that's fair. I'd be totally okay dropping expertise. I just think they should be scary.
Yeah, for sure.
And thaumaturgy, I was thinking like jump scare. This is the jump scare cantrip.
No, I think thaumaturgy fits really well. You can be really loud. You can make your eyes spooky. You can slam open doors and stuff. Yeah, I think thaumaturgy is good. Let's look at what we get here. Fear clouds the eyes and mind. Oh, very edgy. All right, let's look at Terrify. When you slay a creature, what does slay mean mechanically? What do you mean by that?
0 hit points.
So write it that way, please.
It's in the Hexblade.
Okay.
That's fair. I could just
the Battle Rager Barbarian also exists. Look, you don't need to.
That's
like I said,
fair.
okay, I will say. Okay, I'm gonna actually pause this for 1 second. If you want to argue with me about my suggestions, I would rather us just have an argument and not review your homebrew. But if you don't want to change it, you don't have to. But that is my opinion.
The main point of using that word specifically is that it saves me space for the art. But yeah,
Okay.
no, it's.
But that's what I'm saying. Like this argument you're making right now, you don't need to. You could, if you know that's true, then you should know. Okay, cool. I don't need to listen and worry about that. Do you know what I mean? Like if you know with confidence you don't need it, you just can not need it. The only time that I really want you to push back on something I'm saying is if I'm misunderstanding something where I'm giving feedback in a way that is just like genuinely not associated with what you're doing, or if I am misunderstanding the intention.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Okay.
Okay, when you slay a creature that's CR 1/8 or higher, or land a critical hit, you can target a creature you can see within 30 feet of the creature you attacked. Target must make a wisdom saving throw against your nightmare save, or be frightened of you until the end of the turn. Creatures frightened this way have their speed halved, and treat creatures and objects outside of a 30-foot radius as heavily obscured. How long does this fear last?
It lasts until the end of
Your next turn.
Or, I think that's there, right?
Yeah, it's there. So I just missed it. Okay, let me look at Panic too. There's a bonus action. You can target a creature within 60 feet of you affected by Terrify. The target must use their reaction to make a weapon attack against a creature of your choice. I think this is a little too much. I think there is something in here that is working, and I think there is too much going on in other places. Let me ask you a question. Is it important to you that this triggers off of killing a creature or scoring a critical hit? Because
No,
I think this could be so much better if it's not that.
Okay. What? Okay.
Like, if I were you, because it's in this weird situation where we are essentially in a position where our main thing, we have a little bit of control over happening because it's like, it's going to happen sometimes. But it's sort of like the warlocks, you get temporary hit points back when you drop a guy, where it's like, that's, you know, it's good, but it's not crazy good. But the panic element, which to me, it sounded like this was really important to you. There's so many steps before we can get to this power that I just struggle with that. I don't like it. I think it's too much. And I'm not sure why this system is built this way. Like, I feel like you are trying to incorporate every aspect of this subclass into a single gameplay mechanic, and I think that is not the move. So what I would probably do if I were you is I would probably break these things into things that don't rely on each other, and I would probably give you a feature where if you wanted to keep the frightened thing on a hit, do that, but then just make panic completely separate and basically make it where you can just do this against frightened creatures.
Okay. I guess that also adds like some teamwork instead of only relying on yourself.
Yeah, and there are plenty of times in the game where basing something off of a very specific condition is not the best, but the 2 times that it's kind of okay is charmed and frightened, because they happen a lot. The other thing is that if this is happening this often, and we're getting all this other stuff, like, and we're getting panic, and we're getting frightened visage, this should not have their speed or make things heavily obscured. It should just frighten them. Because frightening a creature, being able to frighten any target within 30 feet of you is pretty good. It's basically a spell. It's just for a round, but it's just happening. Like, you don't have to maintain concentration on it. You don't have to think about it. It's like, it's done and it's out there. If it was just that, I would be like, yeah, maybe give it something else. But now, not only are we doing that, we are getting the ability to make creatures waste part of their action economy and use their attacks against each other, which are 9 times out of 10 much stronger than player attacks. So that's a bigger hit than a regular extra attack most of the time. And then we're getting expertise, and we're also getting thaumaturgy. So it's just a lot. So I think I think Terrify needs to be massively cut down. And I probably would put Panic on a limited use. So I would make Terrify happen, and then I would make limited use the ability to use the Panic features, is the way I would try to focus that if I wanted to balance it out. Because right now it's just it's just massively overshadowing, I think, other rogues at 3rd level in a way that seems like pretty prevalent.
Yeah. There's a lot of people saying Bag of Rats, but I actually checked. There are no rats or really any ordinary creatures that are, like CR 1/8. Like, I checked the stuff.
Yeah,
so,
I
like,
assumed that was what you were trying to avoid there with that.
Yeah, you could potentially get a bag of, I guess, goblins, but like, where are you going to get a bag of goblins?
I think, yeah, that's why I didn't mention that. I think that works. I also don't wholly care about features that activate on a creature being dropped to 0, because if the thing that it does is not crazy, like, let's assume Bag of Rats did work with this for a second, okay? I'm not saying it does, but if it did, that would mean that as a rogue, you were wasting your whole action to frighten a creature for a round, maybe. That's bad. Like, this is not, that would be a waste of that round. Like, it's so much better as a rogue to go for the sneak attack or to do, you know what I mean? So, like, I think if you even just drop this to kill a creature, I think it'd be fine, so long as you limit it to just frightening. Okay. But I think if you do that, it could work. I like the idea of the forcing a creature to make an attack against another creature. I also think that this probably shouldn't automatically happen. I understand why you might have it automatically happen in the context that you wrote it here, but if you change it, I think it probably should be behind a saving throw.
Okay, that makes sense. Because, yeah, if Panic doesn't rely on Terrify, then yeah, it's not behind killing a creature and a first save. So
how much How much do you want this to feel like it could be ranged or melee? Do you care? Because right now it feels like it could be ranged or melee.
Yeah, I want it to be both.
Okay. Can I throw an idea out there for Dread Strikes that might feel cool? That I think would be balanced? Maybe. What if instead of you targeting a creature within 30 feet of you, this would be if you were going to be like, this is mostly a melee subclass. What if instead of you targeting a creature within 30 feet of you, any creature within like 5 feet of you or 10 feet of you had to make a saving throw? So that you could like stab a guy and scare everybody around him. That could be interesting too. But that would only work if you made that radius very limited. Different direction. If you're like, no, I really don't want to prioritize melee with this guy, I don't think you should do that. I do think it helps sell the fiction, though, of your strikes being scary.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. AoE is actually in the 9th level feature. That comes right after.
Okie dokie.
But yeah, I'll think about it.
It was genuinely just like a brain fart idea, so no worries if it's not something that you're interested in. Okay. We get two things at 9th. If we are getting this much at 3rd, we can only really get one thing at 9th. This thing is getting even if you cut these features down, this guy is essentially getting four features at 3rd level. They're not all big, but that is essentially what's happening here. Let's see what we get at 9th. Haunting Presence and Dream Stalker. As your visage grows more nightmarish, you gain the ability to stir panic into entire crowds. When you terrify or panic, you can target an additional number of creatures equal to your thing. Yeah. I don't think that's the move. I wouldn't do it that way. You can also, because this just makes a feature that was reasonably balanced if you lowered it too powerful. You can take 1 minute to prepare a corpse or creature. Afterwards, you can use Terrify or Panic as though prepared from the corpse's space. What? What is the goal of that?
So the idea was, like, in the same way you could terrify someone by just eviscerating their friend, I guess. You could also, like, terrify them by them turning around and, you know, their friend who was just standing right next to them is now, you know, horribly maimed in some way.
So it's like a fear trap.
Yeah.
So you should write it like that. So there are, like, you should write it like the spell, like, Cordon of Arrows. Are you familiar with that spell?
Can you say it again?
Cordon of Arrows?
Cordon of Arrows?
So Cordon of Arrows is not a good spell. But it's exactly the language you want to be using.
That may be why I've never heard of it.
It's a 2nd level spell. You place non-magical ammunition on the ground, and if a creature gets too close to it, it comes to life and shoots at them.
Oh, okay.
So go look up this spell. Use the language here to explain what your goal is. Build it like it were a trap mechanically. Like, as a dungeon master, I want to know in here. I want to know how this mechanic works, like, very explicitly. There's got to be a range on it. There's got to, you know what I mean? Like, there's got to, like, how close do they need to be to the corpse? Like, all sorts of stuff. There's got to be a much more focused element of that. Also, like, I don't think it makes any sense for you to tie this with Terrify, because why would you be picking a creature within 30 feet of the thing? Like, that doesn't make sense. It should just be a creature that, like, bumps into the thing, gets scared, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
You can do this proficiency bonus number of times. I don't know if this needs that kind of limiter, because it requires a corpse and a minute. I think you could make it a better limiter. I think it would work better. I'll tell you what. I think what would make it work a lot better. I mean, you could do this, but also limit it to medium-sized creatures or bigger for this feature could also work. Because that's just harder to deal with. It's easy to string up a little guy.
Yeah, no, that's fair. No, the limited number of... Okay, so... Okay, maybe this is not clear. The way I envision this reading is that you can use an AoE Terrify, a proficiency bonus number of times, and if you prepare a corpse, it doesn't expend a use. So if you're preparing a lot of corpses and really getting into, like, the gritty fantasy of maiming corpses and stringing them up where people will bump into them and get jump scared, you're rewarded by getting more uses.
Okay. What do you think the best rogue subclass is? Or the two best rogue subclasses right now in the game?
Probably... I mean, I guess it depends at what level, but probably Arcane Trickster and Phantom.
Let's say level 9.
Okay, Arcane Trickster and Phantom.
Right,
Swashbuckler is good. I
what does
think
Arcane
Phantom's
Trickster
better.
get at 9th level?
They get like third.
At 9th level, they get
spells?
they get 3rd level spell. Let's just check. They get nope. They don't get anything new with their spells. Their spells don't grow at that level. The only thing they get is if you are hidden from a creature when you cast a spell on it, the creature has disadvantage on any saving throws it makes against spells this turn.
That sounds kind of strong, actually. It's automatic disadvantage.
Yeah, it's all right. And then the Phantom ones gets their token, where they can use their token to get advantage on death saving throws, or they can destroy the token to get a free use of their Wail of the Graves, or they can destroy the token to what does it do? You can ask the spirit associated with the token a question regarding what it knew in life.
Yeah.
So with that
tokens
in
of the-
mind, do you feel like the ability to use this feature, the way you just expressed to me, where it's essentially a multiple AoE style fear mechanic, do you think that's reasonably powered here?
I think I should drop the number of uses. Or maybe make it so that you can only use it through the corpses. Because I like the idea of using corpses to, jump scare people, just hide them in closets or whatever.
I think it's a really good idea to make corpses jump scare people, but I agree with you on all of that. I think the way to make this feel balanced is to, again, it's funny, I understand that people like to do this. They like to tie features together because it feels nice when it works, but I don't think we need to do it all the time. I think this works much better if you completely do not tie it to any 3rd level features, and it essentially is a feature that's just new, where you can take a corpse, you can doll them up and set them up, and then using the spell Cordon of Arrows sort of make it like a trap where if creatures get within a certain distance of it, they make a wisdom saving throw, and they are frightened. And I think if that's the entire thing, I think it could work really well. And I also think that that's still very good. It's a fear trap. I think you build it to be a fear trap. That being
that's what it's supposed
said,
to be.
I also think that is probably the only thing you need at 9th level. I don't think you need something more than that. Depending on how hard you make it to set up the traps and how limited the traps are in their power, there might be space for another feature, but that's the thing to think about. Does that fear last a round? Does it last a minute? Is it frighten everybody within 10 feet of it? Within 30 feet of it? Does it just frighten the creature that stumbled upon it? Does it just happen once, and that first creature that gets hit by it, they're frightened, and then it's over? Or, like, all of those things are going to play into how much space you have left at 9th level, because you don't have much in the current iteration. Like, you don't have enough for Dreamstalker. And if that's a really important thing for you, I think you got to be really kind of blunt with yourself about how much actual space for power you have here.
Okay.
Let's take a look at a Dreamstalker. Delve into the dreams of your prey, transforming them into nightmares. You can cast Dream as a ritual using your Nightmare DC. If the target fails the save, it has a disadvantage on the saving throw against your Nightmare, or until you cast Dream again. If the target is immune to the Frightened condition, it can now be affected by the other effects of Terrify as though it were frightened. You can just feature once for long rest. Yeah, I don't know, man. I get why this is here, but I feel like the way you've built this subclass so far, it shouldn't be here. I don't think there's enough spiritual stuff here, and there's a lot of mechanics that we already are filling. Like, I don't think it needs this. I think this is an interesting idea, and I think this could work on this subclass. But then I think you got to be cutting a lot of other stuff out. Like, I think you get Dreamstalker or you get Haunting Presence. I don't think you do both. Or you pull this back to a higher level.
Okay.
Because either one of these is a very good 9th level feature, especially in the context of this subclass and what we've gotten already. Like, it's not just a good 9th level feature in isolation. It's particularly good because everything else we've got in the class so far has also been very good.
I'm wondering, like, because Dreamstalker is Okay, admittedly I did add some things to Dreamstalker to make it more like better in combat.
I mean, it's a
But I'm
5th
wondering,
level
like,
spell once a day. That's pretty good regardless of what that spell is.
I mean, yeah, I'm just wondering like if
You can disagree if you
combat-wise,
want,
does it
but
hold
like
up?
the thing with Dream is one of those spells that if a player decides to use it, the only value it has is if you have the space to use it and you can cast it every day. Because you can essentially fuck with enemies for a really long time. That's exactly what this is. Like this ability is essentially isolating the most powerful version of the Dream spell and giving you that.
Okay.
And it's a 5th level spell. Like that's not nothing. That's a big deal.
All right. Maybe I'll push back Haunting Presence to a higher level.
Really, I would push Dreamstalker back. This feels like this is the thing. But that's just me. Let's look at Inescapable. Sustain your manifestations and prolong the nightmare where they can't escape. The effects of Terrify now last up to a minute. Yeah. My feedback is make something different for this feature. I'll tell you what I would do here. I would not make the effects of Terrify last for a minute because now, unfortunately, we are in a situation where we are now unbalanced. The only reason these things work is because they're limited in use. The only reason the AoE shit, the extra shit, the always being able to use this feature works is because it's around. So if you make it if you make it more than around, I think it now breaks. So I would probably move Dreamstalker to 9th level. Let me keep reading it. I want to see the rest of what it does, but my main feedback, my thought is the easy solve here is to make Dreamstalker the 13th level feature. Additionally, as a bonus action, you can teleport. No, that's silly. You're giving us a 60-foot teleport? No. Yeah, I appreciate this, but every single piece of this so far has still been a little OP. And you're still basically giving us multiple features at every level. Even this is 2 different features sort of hiding as one. So I would completely get rid of this, and I would put Dreamstalker there. Or if this is the stuff you like more, could get rid of the minute thing and keep the teleport. Either make this the teleport or Dreamstalker, and I would drop the rest.
The teleport is admittedly a stretch from the game, which I realize you haven't played, and if it doesn't make flavorful sense, yeah, I'll nix it.
I'm not talking about the teleport not making flavorful sense. I'm talking about you being quite powerful.
That too.
That's why. I think it's flavorful. I don't know what this is from. I'm imagining this is like a demon ninja. So a demon ninja doing dream magic or teleporting seems totally like it doesn't feel out of place to give this guy the ability to do nightmare dreams or to teleport. Like you have built it up in a way that those both fit for me, even if I don't know what this is based off of. It's just a power. It's just a power issue. I love you, but you're still just squeezing too much power in. But that's okay, because now do you know what you have? You have this wonderful situation where you're in, where you essentially have a bunch of different things that all could work. Because this teleport could work, Dreamstalker could work. Like there's a lot of things on the table that could work. It's just the table's just got too many things on it. Let's look at Impending Doom. Each creature affected by Terrify must use its action to make a weapon attack against itself.
That's
that
really
is
strong. I recognize that.
It's also, yeah, so if you know that's really strong, then I don't have any feedback to give you other than I would underline really strong and bold it, and I would say never in my game, and I would say I feel like you are not looking at other rogue subclasses to balance your features. Because if you looked at the other rogue subclasses to balance your features, you would immediately acknowledge that this just isn't it. Yeah. I think what you could do is, yeah, that's basically it in a nutshell. It's just crazy too strong.
Okay. If it were like, I don't know, once per day, would that be...
Then it wouldn't really feel like a rogue capstone. Here's the thing. This is what this is doing. It's taking a creature's action. Okay, that's huge. It's making the creature use their attack against themselves, which, as we've established earlier, monster attacks are much higher than player attacks, especially at this level. So that's a big hit. It's probably going to be, depending on the monster, somewhere between the damage of like a 2nd and a 4th level spell. It's eating up literally nothing in your action economy, and it is infinite. It is always going to happen. That's insane. That's fucking insane. The only feature, like if you want this thing to be infinite, where it always will happen, and it takes up 0 energy for your character to do, it just literally just happens, then you have to balance it against other rogue features that are infinite in use and literally just happen. And there are some. Probably the best example would be the Inquisitive Rogue. Your sneak attack deals an extra 3d6 damage. It's not that much, but it's not that much because it's always on. You don't have to do anything else. It just happens. So you got to balance it compared to the other rogues. I'm telling you, in the future, the next piece you make, whether it's working on this or the next thing, please, I cannot encourage you enough. Power balance against the other subclasses that are officially published. You don't need to pick the shitty ones. Pick the 2 strongest ones. Pick the ones that you think are OP to power balance off. But you got to power balance off of them. Because that's going to really, really help you here. Like, that's going to really... Especially if you already knew this was overpowered. Like, if you knew what my feedback was going to be for this, I think... You can also just say, like, I know this is overpowered. I don't care. I'm just going to keep it that. That's also fine. Okay. But if you do want it to be balanced, you got to be honest with yourself about the process of balancing. If you don't care about it being balanced, that's also okay. But that's just what's happening then.
Yeah, I guess I'd have to ask, because I thought I was trying to power, and again, you know, this is just my thought process.
Yeah, sure.
I was comparing it to the Phantom Rogue's capstone, which is, I think you get to add half your sneak attack damage as necrotic on top of.
Yeah, but it's not infinite.
It is infinite.
Well, no, it's not.
Technically, if you're using your reaction, to get.
How often can you use Wail of the Grave?
Every turn.
Every turn or proficiency bonus times per day?
Every turn, because you can use your reaction to get more tokens. That's
where is the reaction to get more tokens?
Tokens of the departed 9th level future. That's part of why I think it's so strong, but maybe that's just...
That's not infinite! Do you automatically get a token?
As a reaction, when a creature you can see dies within 30 feet of you, you can open your free
hand
and cause a tiny...
Hakase. That's not automatic, dude. You're describing a whole process that your character has to go through to get a token, to expend that token, to get an access to that feature. That's not infinite use, man. How do you not? What do you mean? Of course it's fair. Like you can't if you want to power balance off of a feature, power balance off that feature, but don't ignore big aspects of that feature. Yeah, infinite is a cantrip. Infinite is nothing. You don't need anything. You just can do it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And again, even if you're getting Wail of the Grave every turn. So let's say we're power bouncing off. Let's say Wail of the Grave is infinite. Or let's just go with that for the sake of argument. So basically what this allows us to do is it allows us to double our Wail of the Grave damage. Right? Unless I'm misunderstanding it? You're basically doubling?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's just look for a second. So Wail of the Grave is half your sneak attack. So Wail of the Grave at level 17 is going to be 4d6 basically. 4 or 5d6. So it is situationally, but often giving you between 4 and 5d6 extra damage every turn. That's what that is, right? The reason why that is balanced against something like the Inquisitive Rogue is because there's a lot of steps to get to that extra damage. So the Inquisitive Rogue doesn't have to do any of that work. That's why it's 3d6. They have to do a lot more work. That's why it's okay that it's 4d6 or 5d6. But if we're balancing it as 4d6 or 5d6 extra damage, does that feel balanced against every creature affected by your Terrify losing their action automatically and then taking damage equal to their attack? Because I would argue I don't think it does feel balanced compared to that. So I think even if you're comparing it in that way, I think you got to be a little bit harsher on yourself when you are looking for power balance. Or try to focus the fiction and limit things a little bit. Like, if the most important part is that creatures are attacking themselves, there's got to be other ways you can represent that. Like, you don't need to literally have them do their attack to themselves. The flavor can be them attacking themselves, but you can set the damage. And if that's one of the things that you really want this thing to do, you know, that doesn't need to be built up into this massive capstone. You can cut space out for it in other places, but you got to cut that space out.
Okay.
I think it's a really, really cool idea. I think there's some really fun things in here, and I think there's definitely a very usable subclass inside of this. But right now, it's essentially got a lot too many features.
No, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, thanks for clarifying the Phantom Road thing. I kind of forgotten that even though technically they can get a lot of uses, they also have to use the reaction and be within 30 feet. And that's much more involved.
Yeah, there's steps to the process. There's steps. That's what I'm saying. It's like, that's what I meant. Like, it's okay when, like, you can put more powerful things behind barriers of more steps, but you just have to be thoughtful about that, not to make it too much. Like, that's sort of my thought about the third level. Like, I appreciate the panic as tied into the terrify. Like, conceptually, that's cool, but I think that it's just going to express itself better if you don't need to do that. But there are times where doing that makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it's a very fun idea. Do you have any specific questions, concerns, anything else I didn't go over?
One of the things I was really thinking about for Dreamstalker
Mm-hmm.
is that on one hand, it's a 5th level spell. It's very powerful for getting information or communicating with other NPCs or players.
Mm-hmm. Or killing them.
I was wondering, like, killing them?
Yeah.
Wait. Oh yeah, it does like 3.
It also prevents people from getting long rests.
Oh yeah, you could just exhaustion kill them.
Yep.
Huh.
That's what I meant, where it's like, this is a really powerful spell. And the way that it's being represented here, there's nothing we need to... We're not like, oh, I guess I should not cast Modify Memory because I might need Dimension Door or whatever other 5th level... Dimension Door is a 4th level spell. I might need some other... or I might need Modify Memory instead of Dream, so I'm not going to cast it. But if you have nothing you're even worried about doing it, you could just be like, oh, I know who the villain is. I'm going to cast this on him every day for the rest of the campaign. Eventually, he's going to fail enough saving throws that he dies.
That is a good point I forgot about, because they don't
Yep.
normally interact with exhaustion, and a previous version of this just straight up said you don't impose exhaustion.
Mhm.
Do you think so? Like, I like the idea of you like giving someone a nightmare. And
Yeah, sure.
now they're particularly afraid of you because you're haunting their dreams. If I took out the damage, if instead of when they failed the saving throw, instead of taking damage and not getting their long rest,
Mhm.
they instead had a disadvantage on Nightmare DC saves, would that feel more appropriate for 9th level? Because I don't want.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you. You know, I know that's why. Yeah, that's why I wanted to point it out. Let me ask you a different question. You said what you want to get out of this is that, like, you basically, like, frighten people in their dreams. You become like a nightmare to them. Do you think you need to express that mechanically through the dream spell? Because the dream spell is a lot of things. Being able to use the dream spell to be a nightmare character is one of the things. But as you said earlier, the dream spell is tactical in a bunch of different ways. I'm wondering if the dream spell is the best way to express that lore, that flavor that you're trying to get out there. It's an obvious one. It's like an easy one to, like, dip into, but if the thing that you are the most excited by is this guy can, like, become a nightmare that, like, haunts people, what I would ask you is, outside of roleplay, what would you want that to look like mechanically? Like, what debuffs would you want that to give bad guys, or what buffs would you want that to give this guy? Like, because I think that might be helpful in terms of figuring out if you even need the dream spell here. Because I don't know if the dream spell is what you're gonna need to sell that fiction. I think you'll probably sell it in some other ways. I also think probably a lot of that fiction, if you don't have a particular mechanic you want this player to get access to, like, through the nightmares, a lot of that could just be roleplay. Like, a lot of that could be roleplay. So I think that you should think about ways that that mechanic could be expressed if you're worried about the dream spell, because I'm sure there's other ways to do it.
Okay, yeah, I've had a long string of people pointing out on my things that, like, oh, you should just use this spell instead, and I've been writing out really long features, and I thought I should. But yeah, even though it's obvious,
the dream spell works. No, dude, I think that was a smart move. I don't think that was a bad move at all. But what I'm saying is, if you're really struggling with part of that spell, or the main thing the spell is doing is not exactly selling the fiction of the nightmare, it's okay to not do it. But I don't think it's a bad call to do. I just think there's other options too, if that might sell it better. Like, because what would that mean? Like, let's think about it for a second. Actually, like, if you were playing D&D, how would you represent the as a dungeon master? How would you represent a character, a monster having nightmares about your player? Like, would that be something that you would impose after they met? Would that be something you would impose before? Like that's the kind of thing I would think about. Like, what is this doing? Like, what's the vibe it's trying to do? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess they should be. My guess is, or like my idea is that they should be more prone to being frightened. Like, if you were up all night, you know, with, I don't know, the sound of, I don't know, bats outside your window, you'd might jump at the sound of bats again, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. And the idea is that, from the flavor perspective, the idea is that this rogue has the magic to, like, incept that into people.
Yeah.
They don't have to have had an encounter with them before.
Okay, no, I think they should have some kind of connection, like either they've met, maybe, I don't know, the rogue has been sending them threatening letters.
So what if it's like, can I make a suggestion then? What if it's like the Whisper Rogue, or the Whisper Bard? So the Whisper Bard has this feature at, I believe it's at 3rd level. Let me just check, because this would also tie in with your intimidation very nicely. A Words of Terror. You speak to a humanoid for 1 minute. You can attempt to seed paranoia in their mind. They become frightened of you. Bah, 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 bah. So what if it's like that? What if you speak to a creature for a minute, or tied to intimidation, and essentially, it doesn't need to be talking to the creature. Maybe the creature sees you. Maybe you just intimidate them, whatever. Something to do with intimidation or talking to them leads to, instead of them getting frightened in that moment, it leads to them essentially having a debuff for 24 hours or for the next whatever, where they have disadvantage on saving throws against being frightened.
Okay, yeah.
So you could essentially, like, compel them to be weak to fright. And it could be through talking. It could be through them seeing you kill someone. It could be through just, you know, make a contested intimidation check against the creature's insight check. On a success, they have disadvantage on effects that would cause them to be frightened for the next 24 hours. Or the next 8 hours. Or something like that.
Yeah, I think I'd still want it to be in their dreams. But yes.
Well, the flavor could be because their dreams are being haunted, you know. Like that's what I mean. It's like, if you don't literally want to do dreamscape stuff, and like that's not an important part of this, you can make that the flavor.
I guess at a minimum, I'd want it so that, like, it doesn't take effect until they go to sleep. Like, it doesn't really make sense.
You could do something like that. You could do something like that. Like, the next time they rest, they have to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, bunch of bad shit happens, and they have disadvantage on frightened checks or fear checks against you. Like, you could do something like that. But right. I think it would be worth thinking about that. I'm not. By the way, you could also keep Dream. I also think another solution would be to keep Dream, except it's like when you cast it in this way, creatures cannot. They don't get, like, they benefit from a long rest even if they have a nightmare or something like that. Like, you could do that too. I just worry that would be almost pulling it in the direction of, like, less nightmarish.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll think about it. And then, yeah, you were thinking Dreamstalker should remain 9th, and then, oh wait, no,
I like taunting presence as 9th, because this whole class is about getting to do things to creatures when they are frightened. So I feel like we should be getting more options to frighten creatures more quickly, which is why I think Haunting Presence is better at 9th, because before 9th, we only have one way to frighten creatures guaranteed outside of a Dungeon Master being nice with intimidation checks. So I think we're going to be hungry for another way to frighten creatures by level 9.
Okay. That does make sense. Okay.
Tradosio says, what if it works similar to Quivering Palm? You take an intimidation action, then as an action at some point within the next 24 hours, you can force that creature to take some psychic damage as they have like frightening visions of you. That could be cool. That's not a bad idea at all. Turning it into something where it's like you do a thing and then you can decide to activate it later as like you're sending shitty, horrible thoughts to them. That could work.
Yeah, that could be good.
Cool. I think it's a fun idea, dude. I think it's a very fun idea. I think you do a really nice job of balancing. What?
Quivering Palm is open hand, Milk?
Yeah, it's their 17th level feature.
Okay,
it's their capstone.
Capstone.
I think you do a really nice job of making it feel medium magical, which is hard to do. Like, I think that I like both Dreamstalker or the teleporting thing. Like, I don't question their presence at all. So I think you do a very nice job of building this up as like a supernatural feeling slasher. Cool, man. Thank you very much for sharing.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thanks for the feedback. I have a lot of reading to do.
No, only a little bit of reading to do. I think this thing is actually a lot closer than you might feel like it is after that meeting. I think that a lot of it is just going to be simplifying some of those early features and reorganizing some of the later ones. Cool. All right, buddy.
No, that's fair.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
You're
See
a
ya.
wonderful streamer. Bye.
Okay. Don't say nice things to me. I don't know how to handle it. Okay, that was Hakase. Let's give them a round of applause. I also want to point out one thing here because I want to acknowledge something. So Hakase is somebody whose homebrew I've looked at a lot over the past couple months. And one of the things that Hakase used to struggle with a lot is he would essentially put like 2 subclasses into one subclass. And while this still, I think, is a little bit overpowered, which I also think is the better thing for it to be when it's a rough draft, it is easier to edit something from overpowered to underpowered or to powered than it is to go from underpowered to overpowered, in my opinion. So I think it's good, but it really feels focused. Like, it really is a solid single idea, and everything is really working towards that idea nicely. And if I just want to acknowledge that, you fuck, you dirty little scumbag piece of shit. Abdal, thank you for becoming a member. Well, you guys should all try playing Mark of the Ninja. It's a great game. If you like the ideas here. Is Mark of the Ninja... What? I don't even know what it is. Is it an older game? It's a side-scroller. Art looks cool. Stealth game? I'll check it out sometime. I'm not great at stealth games. I don't always have the patience. I like Helldivers because I like being able to run and shoot and scream and die a lot. Although I did really like Dishonored, which is kind of a stealth game. But that was because it was like, I'm fucking teleporting and maybe it'll be like that. Teleporting and stab and shit. All right. Should we spin again? Probably, right? Stealth is always optional. Yeah. I haven't played Hades 1 or Hades 2. I don't know if I would like Hades. Maybe I would. I don't always love... I'm very picky about the games I like. Guys, did I tell you that there's a fucking hole in my screen of my window and I didn't notice it? And my house, it's just like there's just creatures in it now. A fly just did this. It wasn't even a fly. I don't even mind flies because I'll catch them and eat them. It was like an outdoor, it was like a mothy creature. And my spider is being fucking lazy. What's your deal, dude? There's a smorgasbord. No respect. Human says, "Hey Cinder, is adding your proficiency bonus to your strength score for combat encounter as a capstone balanced? Why would you make that? I would say, what's the point of it? So there's two things to think about when you're balancing homebrew. One is balancing the homebrew, making sure it's reasonable in the numbers compared to everything else. But two is asking yourself, like, what's the point? So what would be the point of adding your strength score to your like, it really depends on, like, yeah, what's the point? It really depends on what's the point. Also, that essentially is the Barbarian's 20th level capstone feature. So I probably wouldn't give a subclass a feature that was stronger than a core class's capstone feature in that way. That was just that, but better. Because the Barbarian's capstone feature is that their strength and constitution scores go up by 4, which is less than what you are suggesting, because that is only letting them add +2 to strength stuff. So I would say probably not balanced. The best way to balance stuff is to look at the other things that exist and sort of see how it sits compared to them. But as important as balance is answering the question, what's the point? It's your birthday? Is it really your birthday? Why have I forsaken you? You need a Cinder video? Oh, do you mean like a long form? Here, I don't have a long form video for you right now because I'm still working on it and I'm moving slow, but here, come here. This is just for you, Abdal. Come closer for a second. Just a little closer. There we go. Happy birthday, happy birthday, people dying everywhere, babies crying with despair, but happy birthday, happy birthday, one day closer to death. Was that nice? I'll do another one. This is your birthday song. It isn't very long. That was a good one too, right? I have a new video coming out soon, buddy. I have to finish making it first. Which means I have a lot of work to do still on it. New screensaver? Good. I'll sing happy birthday to every motherfucker in this room. I don't give a shit. You think those were the only 2 birthday songs I know? I know so many birthday songs. Happy
birthday.
Happy birthday. Oh, it's D Quantum. D Quantum. I wish to make sure my first homebrew ever is well balanced. That's the easiest way to make your first homebrew well balanced is to not shoot for the moon too high. Don't be nervous. You're fine. I'm not going to yell too much. I only really start yelling at people when I've already read their homebrew a couple of times. Or if it's like really late in the night and I'm in a bad mood. In addition, I would like to simply get feedback from you and the viewers on stream regarding how I did and any improvements I can do further. Well, I'm going to tell you how you did right now. I don't actually need to read that to tell you. You did great. You did great. I don't need to read your homebrew to know that you did great by writing homebrew, because you decided to write homebrew. You decided to put work into adding toys to other people's imagination games. It's a great thing to do. You did great. That being said, I'll take a look at it and see if it needs a little bit of balancing work and whatever. All right, where's the document? Here it is. The Draco-Loxodon. Ooh, a dragon elephant man. So if you are making a dragon elephant man, my wonder is if you are combining draconic, the dragonborn traits, and the other traits. Why are there so many pages? Why is this 5 pages? What's going on here? Why is this 5 pages? So is this... Oh, I see. So this is all flavor text. Is this flavor text or not? I'm confused. Because we're talking about, like... flight? So whenever you're making D&D mechanics for anything, it is very important that it is crystal clear to the reader where there are mechanics versus flavor. So I would be wary talking about things like limited flight in this. I would save anything that's mechanics to obviously down here. All right, let's take a look at this bad boy. Born of the union between the wise Loxodons and the powerful dragons. The Draco-Loxodons embody a harmonious blend of the elemental strength, celestial wisdom, and draconic might. So you're getting a little bit... There's a phrase that I used to use in high school when I would make fun of bad poetry, or when I would make fun of people that I thought like were thought they were really cool, like people that like that kind of stuff that like Will Smith's son did was like mirrors into the eyes, like that kind of bullshit, like crystal nonsense. And the phrase that I would use, and I'm gonna start using it on stream, and anybody that's watching now will now understand what I mean when I use that phrase. And if you're new and other people are confused, you can tell them. You guys get the secret knowledge. But that phrase that I used to use was painting with flowers. If it feels like somebody's painting with flowers, it's like I'm just here, man. I'm just doing it. And it doesn't feel good. And you're dancing a little bit with painting with flowers here. These towering figures possess a unique heritage, drawing upon the rich traditions of both their ancestral lineages. This is kind of a nothing burger sentence. You're basically saying this first sentence is like Draco-Loxodon are part dragon and part Loxodon, and then this second sentence is like they're part dragon and part Loxodon. So I think let's get a little bit into what makes them unique. If you're going to be talking about them more in the flavor text here. Okay, they're medium. They age 30 foot. Okay, so we got a trunk. Is this just the same from the Loxodon? Let's just check. That's gonna save me a bunch of time. Loxodon. Is it Loxodon? Yeah, it is. And Dragonborn. Okay. Loxodon. Trunk. Let's see how yours is different. What can they do? It's 5 times your strength score. 5 foot reach. Simple tasks. Can't fight with it. Can't cast spells with it. What do we got here? Grapple or make unarmed strikes. Could we do that with the Loxodon? Could. Okay, so it is word for word just that. Okay. And then we get our draconic ancestry, and then we get elemental trunk. Let's see what that does. What's up, Dapper Wendigo? How's it going, buddy? Claudian, I saw you said hi earlier, but I was in the middle of talking, but I waved. Did you see me wave? That wave was for you. Elemental trunk. You can use your action to imbue destructive energy in your trunk. Your draconic ancestry determines the shape. Blah, 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 blah. It only lasts... I think that you have your timing a little bit confused here. 25 minutes and 5 turns is not anything. 25 minutes in D&D would be closer to 250 turns. 5 turns is about 30 seconds. Also, nothing in D&D is done in 30 seconds. So make this a minute, and then you're good. Okay, and you also need to reword this. As an action, you imbue your trunk with the destructive energy. your trunk glows with blah, 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 blah. And then you say, while it's active, whenever you hit a creature with your trunk, the creature takes additional damage equal to, and then you say what the amount is exactly right here, determined by your ancestry. So the creature takes damage equal to 1d6. Put that up here. I don't know why you put that down here. And then it increases. This is too much, I think. I think no. The reason why it's okay for the Dragonborn's breath weapon to scale is that it happens once. It is also literally the only thing they get. So this would be okay if this happened one time. Being able to do this extra damage 3 times, 6 times, whatever, is too much. It also will be stupidly overpowered on a monk, because you can just be doing all of these with your monk attacks now, because you can just make all your monk attacks with your trunk. So it's crazy overpowered in that regard. So I think if I were you, what I would probably do is, I think that you did something very good here, which is you didn't just copy word for word aspects of the Dragonborn and aspects of the Loxodon. The elemental trunk is a cool, slightly different interpretation, but I think you got to tone it back. And I think really the way to tone it back is to do 2 things. One, I think you need to look at other features that do things that are similar to what you want to do and copy them. And what I would make this feature do was I would allow you this. I probably would do with elemental trunk. I would probably go in a completely different direction. I would not tie it to unarmed strikes. I would probably essentially make it a way you could grapple creatures, but keep your arms free. And then once a day or some amount of times per day, you could like charge the trunk and it would automatically deal damage to creatures that you had grappled with it. But I don't think that damage should scale. I think it should just be a set amount. Maybe it would like pop up once a little bit, but I don't really think even that is necessary. And I would probably go in that direction. And then beyond that, I think this needs to feel more different, because taking the best ability. Oh, it has more abilities. Okay, cool. Okay. I was gonna say it needs a little bit more than that. Let's keep going. Powerful build makes sense. Are these replacing? I'm confused. Why are these replacing things? I would just don't do this. Don't bite. I mean, if you want to do weird variety stuff, you can. But I think first get it balanced before you start messing with it. Like, giving you advantage on all these checks is, I don't know. Yeah, I'll be going a different direction than replacing things. We also get natural armor. Okay, so now we're starting to have the things that I want to a little bit push back against a bit. Because now that we have the trunk, the armor, and a breath weapon alternative, you essentially took the best features of 2 different races and put them together. And that's a little bit too strong. So, unfortunately, I think you gotta cut some of this out. Being able to base your AC off of your con is very unique. Loxodons are the only ones that get that. It is very good. It is one of the cooler Loxodon features. The trunk is the other one. And for Dragonborn, it's the breath attack. I think the elemental trunk is a cool reinterpretation, but I think you got to go in different directions for the armor. I don't think you could just copy Loxodon armor and Loxodon trunk. I think it's a little too much when you just give the best features of a couple different things and mush them together. It could fit. I mean, I could see an argument for making it fit, but it fits from a flavor perspective. But I think from a power balance, you gotta tweak it a bit. Those are my main thoughts. I don't really have ideas for names or lore or anything like that. That's the kind of stuff that I feel like I need to have the right headspace going in, and I'm in editorial headspace. So I can give you ideas for mechanics or ways to express things, but I don't care. Your lore should be whatever you want it to be. Are we still arguing how long a round is? That's so funny. What about the name? I like the name. You could call it a Dracodon. Or a Draco-Lux. Or a Huffalump. I'm not telling you to stop arguing about how long a round is. I just think it's funny that you're still doing it. I think it's fine. I'm all about it. I also completely missed the argument. I think it's funny when chat's talking about something that I'm not paying attention to. You can love me as much as you want, but the only way that I really feel comfortable with people expressing love to me outside of my immediate friends and family is financially. Yeah, I think it's pretty, dude, for a first homebrew, it's solid. I think you got a good, you're going in a good direction. The thing that I think is the best, also needs the most work, is Elemental Trunk. But I think it's the best in that it really is an interesting new feature. And I think it's an obvious way of combining the Dragonborn vibe with the elephant vibe in a way that's like fun and cool. So needs a lot of work, but I think that it's going to be worth the work once you put it in. I don't have any more things to say about it. You're in the chat. Ask me a question if you have one. I hope that you don't mind that I don't have a lot of lore or name ideas. That's just the kind of stuff that, like, I either have an idea or I don't for it most of the time. Like, I'm better at lore, name conversations if it's more of a conversation, or if I just have an idea. I'm not good at on the fly. Also, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I think your lore or your name should be. Unless it's, like, really bad. Like, if it's really hard to read or, like, sounds weird, I'll point it out to you. But I think that it's good for you to just be like, fuck you, I'm going to call it what I want to call it. Or the lore, you know, because the lore doesn't need to be cool for me. Guys, there's so much lore that I think is so boring. I still like reading the homebrew that takes place within it because I want it to get better. But there's a lot of homebrew pieces that I look at where if somebody was like, hey, what do you think the lore should be? I'd be like, I don't care. It's boring. It's just it's all boring. I don't like it because I like really hectic stuff. I like the crazy shit. I don't like running games of D&D that don't involve at least like a couple anthropomorphic objects and other dimensions and jello people and stuff. So I struggle to find a lot of excitement personally with the more mundane homebrew. And I don't mean mundane like boring. I mean mundane like literally like less whimsical. But I still value it very much, you know? You got to settle down a bit? I thought you said let's settle down for a bit at first. I was like, oh, is chat really that hype? You're also stuck up here at work for a whole extra hour? Oof, I'm sorry, buddy. How long is a second in D&D? Oh, eons. I think the question of how long a second in D&D is entirely dependent on if the spellcaster has read up on their spell before they cast it. Because if the spellcaster doesn't know what spell they're casting, or they need to look it up, or there's arguments about how it works, that second can last 10 minutes. How long is a piece of string anywhere? That's a great question just for the universe. I talked about it already, but again, if you want to nominate me for the Crit Awards, blah, 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 fuck, poop, poop, poop. Here's the thing. Vote for me for Legacy Twitch streamer and Legacy YouTuber. And vote for anything else Follow your heart. But for everything, but when you're not following your heart, follow me. Should we spin the wheel? You're pretty sure there was a second that lasted over an hour in Critical Role? Dude, can I say... Okay, let's spin the wheel. I could talk for 20 minutes about thinking about watching Critical Role in hindsight. And so many things that I loved, but also so many things that I put up with that I just wouldn't put up with now. Databank! Data, I feel like I haven't seen any of your shit in a hot second. I don't know if you're here. Isn't the Assassin Rogue the worst sarcasm? Anyway, here's a rewrite. I'm disassembling my home so I won't be in chat. Can we take a bet, chat? Let's take a bet. Do you think this is actually an Assassin Rogue rewrite, or do you think this is Databank doing that thing where they're just saying shit because they think it's funny? I want everybody to put a 1 in the chat if they think this is actually a rework of the Assassin Rogue, and a 2 in the chat if you think this is Databank knowing how to be a shenanigans haver. Very curious. I really don't know. I'll let you guys vote for a second before I click on it and look. It's pretty split. Yeah, we don't know. Databank is a shifty character. Can't trust him. Can't throw him either, though. Okay, can I guess as what it is? I'm gonna guess that it's a magic card turned into a monster or a magic item. That's what I think it is. Okay, here's a deal. We'll make a deal. If this is a item, if this is an item, if this is something based off of a magic card, you guys owe me 1,000,000 high fives. And if this is a true assassin rework, I will owe you 1,000 nice dreams. That's, I think 1,000, I think one nice dream is worth like 100,000 high fives. Like a solid nice dream. Is that deal? All right, too bad. I made the deal for you. I think I owe you guys a lot of nice dreams. Okay. Well, everybody get ready, because my interpretation of nice is a little weird. This is the Infiltrator Rogue, an alternative to the Assassin Rogue. Now, we all know the Assassin Rogue. Some people love it, some people hate it. I feel like it is reasonable. I think it is reasonable to have whatever feelings you want to have about it. It feels... one of those ones that feels a little bit like there's arguments for it being awesome, and there's arguments for how it being the worst. And I think both of them are accurate sometimes. So let's see what we're doing here. You are an assassin that slips through the crowd, getting the drop on your target. You got a double there. By hiding in plain sight. You flow in and out of disguises as needed, changing the pace of battle as you do. By the time they realize you're a threat, it's too late. Pretty solid flavor text. I actually think it could be a little longer, because both of these kind of are saying the same thing in a way that's okay. But I also want, I don't know. You could put a little bit more, maybe. I don't think you need it, but okay, let's keep going. We get proficiency with the disguise kit, and you can choose your disguise when choosing your expertise. What am I missing? What is this? I don't understand. I guess you're picking your disguises? Like, I guess in official D&D, you have specific disguises. So that's what this is addressing. I almost want to make it more open-ended, though. Like, if I were you, I would probably just make it like, when you use your disguise kit, you can incorporate, you know, things to make it different stuff. Like, I think I would just keep it more, like, if the thought is, I don't want my disguise kit to be limited to 2 disguises, I don't think the solution is you can pick some new disguises. I think the solution should be reinterpreting this disguise kit as essentially a physical version of the disguise self spell, where you can really have a lot of freedom in making it look like a bunch of different things. Oh, holy shit. I am an idiot. I am an idiot. Waiting room? What about the waiting room? Oh, Data's here. Sup, nerd? You here? Data. All right, well, Data, you're going to get to hear me talk about why I'm an idiot. You're literally talking about you get expertise in disguise kit. I'm so fucking stupid. I'm an idiot. I'm so dumb. Holy fuck. I completely am an idiot. Maybe that's a reason that you should fit the word skill in here somewhere. But that also might just be being the fucking dumbest guy in the room for like the last 5 minutes. So you could sort of decide that yourself. All right, Date, I'm trying again. Hey, did you want to be here or are you just hanging out? What's up, buddy? I cannot hear you. Yes, I can hear you now. Aha, there's this glorious tone.
I was
Dude, I completely...
So I just zoomed as fast as I could.
That's okay. Dude, I completely misunderstood your third level feature. Completely ignore any of... If you missed any of that feedback on your third level feature, you can just skip that and just assume that I was an... Okay, great. So I'll just recap it for you. I was dumb for about 5 minutes, and I gave an example of how you could improve on something that I completely misinterpreted. And the misinterpretation was that I thought you were picking new disguises for your kit. I didn't realize that you meant you were getting expertise in your disguise kit like a skill. So I guess my feedback there is maybe figure out putting the word skill in here somewhere. Like when you make a check using your disguise kit, you can double your proficiency bonus or something. Because there might be other people that are as dumb as me that don't understand it. But that was also me being very dumb. Okay, let's look at Imposter. You gain the ability to unerringly mimic another person's speech, writing behavior. You must spend at least 3 hours studying these 3 components of the person's behavior, listening to speech, examining handwriting, and observing mannerisms. I feel like you could cut that down, man. I think you could make it an hour. 3 hours is still a long time.
This is from the PHP.
Yeah, I know, but don't you want it to be better?
I have actually improved it in a couple places.
Okay.
So I have cut some of it down.
No. This is already better. Dude, I already like it more. I just like getting fucking expertise in disguise kit.
You don't actually get expertise in it. You get proficiency, and then you can get expertise whenever you get
well, regardless. I like that regardless. I like that. Yeah, nothing in... It requiring 3 hours is, I think, emblematic of, like, people, when 5e first came out, not really knowing what the pacing of, like, a session or like a scene would be. And I think that maybe in older editions, it was a lot more reasonable to have a lot of the session be just people sort of talking about the plan they're doing. But I think in D&D now, it's so much more action oriented that I feel like a 3-hour build up for a feature feels a little bit too much. Like I feel like most features that come out now that would require 10 minutes for a character to do, if they came out in the player's handbook, they would be hours to do. But they realize that it don't always feel good. Okay, regardless.
There's something from Mastermind. I think they get like the ability to mimic people, so I'll look into that.
Yeah, the Mastermind, is it, or it's the Whisper? There's a bunch. Here, let's look real quick. Where were you? Did you speed? Were you speeding when you were driving?
I was not speeding. I
Good.
ignored a couple stop signs, but
yeah. So Master of Intrigue, you can unerringly mimic the speech patterns and accent of a creature you hear, for at least 1 minute. Like, dude, the assassin feels fucking shafted. 3 hours. Yeah, but I can also copy their handwriting and mannerisms. Who fucking cares, dude? Fuck that guy. Oh, I feel so bad. Okay, that's okay. Let's keep going. Obviously, I know that's not you thing. That was me yelling at the assassin, not you. Okay. Your ruse is indiscernible to the casual observer. You have advantage on deception. Okay. You can also take 1 hour to use your disguise kit to change your appearance. While your height, weight, blah, 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 blah. I like being able to use your disguise kit to change your appearance. I also feel like 1 hour might be too long. The end of an hour, roll an intelligence check. If I were you, okay, here's what I would do. I would fuck with Imposter a bit more. This is what I would do. I would...
Half is more into disguise self.
What'd you say?
I second half was closer to disguise self.
Yeah, I like the second half. I think this is what I would do if I were you. I would make the mannerism thing... I might make it much shorter or do something so that it feels, like, reasonable compared to, like, the other rogue that we just looked at. I would also say I might change it so you can change your disguise kit more quickly. What if, hear me out, what if you can do it in 10 minutes, but you can only do that a number of times per day? Or maybe even a minute, but you could only do that a number of times per day. So, because here's what I'm thinking: the quick change. I'm thinking like you walk in as the butler, and then you go into the bathroom and you do the fucking what's that video game where you're bald and you have a little thing on the back of your head and you kill people? You do that.
Agent 47 is.
Yeah, you do Hitman. You go in with one disguise, you go into the bathroom, change it, come back out. So I think if
that
you
may not be down the line a bit.
Okay. Oh, quick change. I'm stupid. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see what's going with backstab. I'm not stupid. I'm brilliant, and you just are also brilliant. Backstab. You are at your deadliest when your enemies are unaware. You have advantage on initiative. Do the regular ones get advantage on initiative? I don't think they do.
Nope, that's exactly what it is from Assassin. Is you get advantage.
They do get advantage on initiative.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. An attack rolls against any creature that is surprised, hasn't taken combat. We're not getting the auto crit.
I don't think they get an auto crit, do they?
Assassins?
I forget.
Yeah, that's like the main thing they get.
Should I include that? Because I always thought that was bad game design.
It's the only good thing they get. You don't need to include that. You don't need to include that. You don't need to include that. But if you are not including that, we need something to balance out the lack of damage output and how genuinely mediocre Imposter is when compared to a lot of other features of subsequent that are doing the same thing. Like, by taking away the auto crit, this thing is essentially, I would argue that right now, what this is basically a complicated ribbon feature. That's a pretty powerful ribbon feature, but a ribbon feature and advantage on initiative.
Okay. I think I'll add it to, if, the people that they have advantage to, we'll just add a bit of damage to that.
I think you could also do it like the Gloomstalker if you didn't want to tie it to surprised, where you could just make it the first attack you make in combat gets some extra bonus. And it doesn't need to be a crit, but it could be, if you don't like the auto crit and you don't like the surprised triggering it, I think you could just sort of mimic the Gloomstalker.
Let's come back to this, because, again, once it sort of all clicks into place, there will be some interesting things to add.
Yeah. Quick change. As a bonus action, you can use your disguise kit to change your disguise on your face. You must have the new disguise on hand. That's okay. I don't love it. It's a good 9th level feature. I guess I just wish we had a less powerful version of it earlier. I feel like we don't need I almost feel like it doesn't need to be this fast. But I think if you like it being this fast, it's fine. I think for a 9th level feature, it's fine. I think it works well. I think you might want to incorporate it earlier, depending on other things later. A shakeup. At the end of your turn, you can use your action to shift your... Oh, the other thing that I might do is I don't know if this is annoying, but I feel like there's a fun element to being able to incorporate things around you. Like, if you don't have a new disguise, what if you could, like, I don't know, put on some... I don't know. There's an element of, like, goofiness that I think, which is almost like like improvised disguise, I think would be a very fun thing to play around with.
That would be a good way to take quick change. Okay.
I'm not sure what language I would use for that, but the vibe I would go for is essentially the same vibe as improvised weapon, but disguise, where it's like you are able to do some element of either just straight up disguises or a lesser version very quickly, or you can force, like, I don't know, you could sort of reestablish people not knowing who, I don't know. There's a bunch of ways you go, but I think it's a very fun idea. Okay, let's look at 13th level. We get 2 things at 13th level. A shakeup, an infiltration expert. I'm gonna bet that by the time I'm done reading this, my main feedback is gonna be this: some element of these higher level features should be incorporated into 3rd level. That's my prediction going in. At the end of your turn, because I don't love super back-end loaded rogues. At the end of your turn, you can use your action to shift your perception of time. Roll initiative. You lose your old position in the initiative, and you take your new role in the initiative. Huh. If this would allow you to take 2 turns in 1 round, you can only use actions and movement on your 2nd turn you didn't use on your 1st. Interesting. Can you do this every turn? On your first turn next round, treat any creature that hasn't taken its turn this round as though it hasn't taken its turn this combat. I don't like this feature.
Okay.
I straight
So
up don't
the
like
idea...
it. I get the idea.
I know.
It allows you to get more backstabs. It
That's
also
the idea.
allows
So I
you
was
to
thinking on
essentially
adding a
get
bit
2
more.
turns, but you have to be creative in how you use those turns. And I don't think either of those is good. I don't think either of those sells the fiction of this. I don't think I genuinely like. I'm curious if you want to talk. If you want to explain your thoughts, I want to hear them. But I think the bigger issue here for me is less the backstab and more the. I think you are really underestimating how powerful it is to reroll your initiative literally every turn. The likelihood of you getting 2 turns is not that low. Like, it's very high.
It takes your action to do this. So you would instead of going around to attack, you're going to decide to change your initiative completely.
Oh, I see. Oh, interesting. So why is it at the end of your turn?
You use your action at the end of your turn. So whenever you use this, you immediately end your turn and roll a new initiative.
Okay. I might word it like that. I don't know. I still feel weird about it. I also think from like just a general gameplay perspective, I don't know why. Like, I'm not sure what. I don't think randomly changing your initiative does anything to help sell the fiction of like a very skilled, calculated infiltrator. It feels like a random chaos feature, which I don't think fits the vibe of this.
The vibe I was going for is where like the assassin waits just you see the assassin dash behind like a stone, and they throw you off their groove by like waiting there a second or jumping out faster than normal. So something like that.
I don't think that's what that will feel like. Because
nobody
actually gets confused. Like, that's not how any creature ever gets confused in D&D.
Mm-hmm. I also added the 2 turns in 1 round last minute. Otherwise, I just said if you have 2 turns in 1 round, nothing happens.
I think that feels. I don't mind the 2 turns thing. I just think it's. I think it's powerful. I don't mind it. I just also the main thing is I think that I just don't agree. I don't feel like if the idea is you want to get good at like throwing people's rhythm off, you have to express it that way. This doesn't throw anyone's this doesn't mechanically express the lore you explained at all. And that's, I think, the most important thing.
does point out a good idea, which is when you hide, you can re-roll your initiative. I'm not saying that that's a good idea.
But that's more. I agree that that's more of the vibe. I think that is more of the vibe.
That's closer to the vibe, which I would actually. Yeah, no, I actually really like that. Maybe. Yeah, and then the idea is to get backstab. Do you think I should move this down to 9th or?
I think that depending on how you reinterpret it, this could be very good as a 9th level feature. And then I think you change quick change and you incorporate quick change into either the feature that gives you disguise kit expertise if you want it, or imposter, and you sort of try to mush them together a little bit. I still don't like backstab at all, because backstab feels like it's giving us a bunch of good stuff that is nothing.
Well, I also don't add damage to that, or something there.
Yeah, I don't even know if we need to add. I mean, you're getting.
A little bit more.
Yeah, I don't. I think that adding damage is fine. You don't actually need to. I guess I just don't like. The main aspect of backstab is advantage on initiative, and I just don't like that. Like, the only reason why I liked it at all on the assassin is because it was a way to help you get your only good feature with the assassin. I feel like messing with initiative, like if somebody was to ask me about how I was going to make an infiltrator or an assassin rogue, and I had no experience with either before, I would not go in the direction of messing with initiative. So the fact that there's 2 features that mess with initiative feels weird to me. It almost makes it feel like that's the gameplay loop, is that you're fucking with initiative, and I don't know why that's the gameplay loop for an infiltrator or for an assassin.
Do we get rid of backstab?
So maybe that's changing backstab to something else or reinterpreting it, or maybe that's changing the shakeup. But like, I don't think either of them is that bad. Like, they're both fine. But I think that when you put them both in the same subclass, you now have a subclass that, for me, feels like the main theme is changing initiative stuff. And I don't think that's what it should be. Like, I feel like it should be infiltrating.
Real quick, do you think that but just real quick, just because I got lost in the sauce there.
Yeah.
Do you think shakeup should be at 9th level? Yes or no? Just real brief.
Depending on how you change it, I think.
If I move stuff around.
Depending on how you change it, I think shakeup could definitely be a 9th level feature.
Okay, sounds good.
I don't think it's too powerful for a 9th level feature, and I don't think you want a 9th level feature to be much more powerful than it. So I think it could fit there well. 9th level features are weird on rogues. They're very, like, circumstantially good is usually the right way to think about them. Because some of them suck, but some of them are really good. So you got to be like, okay, where's the balance in that? It's like, well, aside from ignoring the old design is bad design a lot of the time, it's like circumstantially good, passively all the time on, but circumstantially good. Anyway, all right, let's take a look at the other 13th level feature. You can unfailingly create false identities of yourself. You have to spend 7 days or a bunch of gold established. Is this just the same thing as the other one?
Yes, it is.
I would probably come up with a new 13th level feature, or just drop
Really?
this. Yeah, it just comes down to this. It's the workload. It's like this is a good feature for a type of game that is not what D&D 5e is. Like, this is a really good feature, at least for me. This is, again, my opinion. But I have never played in a game where a player would even have the ability to spend 7 days doing this, let alone want to. And then afterwards, like it wouldn't, maybe if I was to run a very specific type of campaign, it could work. But, like, to me, this speaks to a D&D game where much more of the time at the table is spent with the players not so much playing, but, like, discussing what their characters are doing sort of narratively as is a form of playing, which I think is, like, a lot of older D&D is a little bit of that. Like, you have these big complicated plans, and I don't know. It's one of the things that I really struggle with the Assassin Rogue. If you like it, I think keep it. But for me, it speaks to the way game design has, not even game design, gameplay has sort of evolved in D&D.
I really do like getting an identity, so I think I'll just crank down the time, similar to how Imposter is not 3 hours, but I think I'll crank down the time because I think it's pretty good.
Okay, if you really like it, keep it. I agree, crank down the time, but also, if you do move a shakeup, I don't think this should be the only 13th level feature. I think you should pair another feature with this. I agree that that's the right idea. I don't know if it needs to be a shakeup or not, but I feel like this is, because it's so circumstantial, I think it needs something else.
I think there's enough space that I can kind of mush some things together with, like you were pointing out, of, like, improvised sort of disguises and such.
And is Final Strike the same?
Final Strike's actually the complete same.
Yeah, Final Strike's fine. It's good.
The other thing I was going to say was, the other thing is that a lot of times, at least from, like, the movies and such, is you drop one disguise to go into another. Yeah. And I think I could probably write that in here as a...
I think that is a really good vibe. I want to suggest 2 other things to think about that I think could maybe replace initiative stuff, if you want, or could also tie into some of that vibe of, like, trickery and disguises. What if you leaned into poison use here a little bit, too?
Scroll down a bit farther. That's a... Okay,
oh.
You don't need to scroll down, but...
I see it. You made a poison stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I feel like that would be a totally good 13th level feature, would be the ability to, like, craft a number of poisons a day and, like, have, like, you know, one or two options.
That would go in the wrong direction completely. I think it would really distract the subclass from a focused vibe. I had to, like...
So what's the focused vibe? What's the focused vibe? Other than changing disguises? Or is that really the vibe?
Sneaking in and changing disguises, you know? Like the flavor text said, we're getting in there and we're hiding amongst the crowd until we get our first stab in. And then I make sure that's why the reason a shakeup exists is so you can still do that first round thing, but in the middle of combat.
Okay, so I want to say then, if that's important, if that's the vibe, then I think you need to be putting a lot more weight on the backstab. And I don't mean even keep that feature, but because until you said it's about sneaking in, like, it's still a rogue. Like, it still needs to be building up to doing a thing. Like, I think that the idea of building a rogue that is good at disguising and sneaking in is fine. The problem is it's not that different than any rogue. And also, that gameplay loop of being good at infiltrating and breaking into places and stuff is a really fun part of D&D, but it's not the whole D&D. Like, it's completely missing the combat side of the sneaking in. And I think that backstab and shakeup don't do a good job of continuing that in a way that feels satisfying, the way that they're expressed here. So if that's how you feel... Well, the point of the Assassin Rogue is to get that fucking crit. That's the point of the Assassin Rogue.
It's get in there, be first in combat, and crit them out of existence.
Yeah.
And so... the problem is it doesn't survive past like the first round of combat. After the first round of combat, it's not interesting.
Yeah.
So I think I need to lean into backstab to kind of have like the first round of combat, but a shakeup is the first round of combat again.
Just be careful with the shakeup, because the only reason why that first round of combat being super powerful is in any way balanced is because it can't be used again. So if you are creating situations where it can be used again,
you need to make sure they're both.
You got to tone that shit a little bit down a little bit. But yeah, because because the way backstab works right now, it just doesn't feel like it has enough oomph without the crit to justify this subclass not having another element. Like, the backstab feels like, again, it's good. Advantage on initiative is good, but it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like a core feature. It feels like a side feature. Like, the main aspect of, like, the reason, I don't have anything else to say other than that. I think backstab and shakeup, I think, can use a little bit of tweaking. Cool. All right, man.
They need their calling. Also, people were pointing out in chat that they said you should switch initiatives with somebody else. That's really not the vibe that I'm going for. Is like changing, because like that doesn't. Yeah, I don't see how that would really fit in this. Hi, Gina.
I was doing a little dance.
That,
I think it's solid. I think what feels really cool for me in looking at it is the part of it that feel really good are all the really what I would normally consider like ribbon features almost, or maybe not ribbon features, but like not the main meat. So you have a lot of power to play with too. You're not figuring out, like, messing with backstab and messing with a shakeup or quick change or whatever you do. Like, that's a lot of, you have a lot of real estate for real power to put into this subclass if you mess with those. Because as good as Imposter and the bonus proficiencies and Infiltration Expert are, they are, in comparison to other features, they are secondary features. So you got
really sell the vibe.
They're good. They're good. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is you have a lot of room though. Like, don't make backstab little. It should, you can get a little hectic with these things too. True. Maybe don't make them a
Beyond
full crit.
That,
but
there's just the we love, and I think that's all. So.
All right. Well, we love, and I'm hanging up on you. Goodbye. I don't give you a chance to say anything else nice to me. All right. Let's hear it for Databank. Also, Gina, I'm on the big screen. Check this out. Big screen, big screen, big screen! Look at my face! This is my face on the big screen! Thank you, Databank. Fun piece. I think it's a really interesting idea. So, people have asked to me before about, like, how I feel about...
Teeth Rise.
About how I feel about, like, rewriting a subclass that they think is bad. And usually I'm not super into it, but Usually I'm not super into it for two reasons. One, the subclass that they picked is not one that I think is bad. So I immediately am like, well, I think we just fundamentally disagree. Or two, they jump the shark so fucking hard and they make it so much better that it's like, this is an unreasonable leap. But that rogue was interesting. Taking away the crit really kneecaps it in a way that gives you a lot of room to be creative. And I like the more disguisey elements. More action-oriented disguising, I think, is a wonderful thing to do. This song's hectic. What do we listen to? This song is called Bop, Bop, Bop. Tuna, you shut the fuck up. You shut up and you watch your mouth. You're on sacred ground. Bucket a 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 what's up, Chandler? Bucket a 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 bow. Milky boy. What's up, Milky? Milk, milk, lemonade round the corner. History's made. First subclass I ever made was an elemental fighter. It sucked. Maybe. So I decided to try my hand at it again. This one is different from my other one, but I still want to fill a similar vibe. I like the third level features a lot, but I'm open to changing the other features if needed. Let's take a look. It me. Hello, Milky. The Hoarfrost. Ah, the old Hoarfrost. You know, they used to call it the Lady of the Night Frost. I'm sorry. Oh, what just happened? Okay. Here it is in the chat if you guys want to give it a gander. The Hoarfrost Knights watch over frozen tundras using blade and magic to protect them. Some of these knights serve gods of winter, such as Oral. We got Whore Knights and Oral. I'm sorry. Okay, so here's what I'd say. This is very little flavor text. This flavor text is like, you're starting to talk about like the people they might worship. This usually would be like the kind of thing that would put as like a tagline tail paragraph after the flavor text. So I might squeeze a little bit more into like, where did the magic come from? What's their vibe? Boggle, boggle, boggle. Flugel, flugel, flugel. Schmeggledy, diggledy, wiggledy, etc. Hoarfrost is an actual thing. Boudoir Frost is an actual thing too. Icy Blade. You can create weapons of ice from thin air. Is this exclusively ice-based, I guess? We looked at an ice fighter yesterday. As a bonus action, you can create an icy blade in a free hand. This blade is a simple melee weapon with the finesse property. On a hit... Are you sure I haven't read this before? I have read something that is almost literally this before. On a hit, it deals slashing damage equal to 1d8 plus ability modifier used for the attack roll. The blade's attack counts as... I think you could just say it deals 1d8 damage. I don't think you need to put all this stuff. If it's a finesse weapon, that implies that it's going to do the rest of the work that this language says here. It counts as magical. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with the icy blade, you can deal a 1d4 extra cold damage. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and regain expended use when you finish a short or long rest. And it reaches higher levels. It does 1d6, 1d8, 1d10. I feel like the damage is pretty lackluster. I might have it start higher. I might have it go from a d6 to a d8 to a d10 to a d12. Especially if this is just like proficiency bonus times per rest. And that's all it's doing. It's interesting. This is sort of the opposite issue that the last one had, where the last one had too many uses and they were too powerful. This one, I don't mind the limited uses, but they're kind of underpowered. Are you sure I haven't reviewed this before? You just made this? Okay. That's fine. I will tell you, and you can take this to whatever you like or not. Like, this feature I have read almost word for word before. I think because it's a cool idea. Summoning cold weapons, it's very Sub-Zero. I think if this is going to be limited in use and not just once per round, you could also lower their movement speed a bit. Or do something. They can't take reactions. They get a -2 penalty to dexterity checks and saving throws. Something to represent them being a little coldied. Because it's proficiency bonus times is not that many times. You get Ray of Frost. And then you also get Fog Cloud, Hold Person, Sleet Storm, Ice Storm. What's missing here, friend? Oh, Milky Boy, what is missing here? There's something here that's missing. It makes it hard for me to use this thing. It's not the spell, it's not the level, it is how you use this. What do fighters not have that they need to have? If you use this feature, what would it be? What do you need to have to use a feature like this? Oh, it's a spell. Do you need a thing? Yes, you need a thing. Does anyone know what that thing is? It's not a spell slot, depending on how you get it. It is a spell slot. Spell slots. Also, spellcasting modifiers. Oh, Cinder, it's all listed up here. I'm going to ask you a question. Have you ever, in anything in D&D, seen the way spellcasting works written this way? When something gets spellcasting that doesn't normally have spellcasting. Or better yet, gets any sort of saving throw DC that doesn't normally have a saving throw DC. Is it ever written this way? Ever. I would argue no. I would argue it is never written this way. In fact, I would argue it is almost always written in a way where it very explicitly lays out the math and the mechanics. Do that! Milky, look. Cinder, you're being a little bit pedantic here. No, I'm fucking not. Do you know why? Because there's a lot of things that this subclass is doing that I don't need to give feedback on, which means we don't need to waste our time talking about stupid, simple things, and we can talk about things that make something go from pretty good to polished. And one of those things that makes something go from pretty good to polished is putting in your fucking spell save DC the proper way. So do that. What spells do we get? Fog Cloud, Hold Person, Sleet Storm, Ice Storm. Fog Cloud, I think Hold Person is way too fucking strong. Way too fucking strong to give a fighter. Not at all into it. There's a billion different spells that do cold things. We don't need to do the one spell that makes you the most powerful creature in the game without working alongside anybody else. So drop this, give us something else cold. Yeah, Rhymes Binding Ice. So it makes so much more sense here. Also, yeah, I think Ice Storm would also make more sense than Fog Cloud. I agree. I think Fog Cloud is okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with it inherently. All right. Milky. I know you think it's freezing someone, but it's doing more than freezing someone. It's paralyzing someone. Why is that a big deal? Any attack that hits the creature is a critical hit if it is within 5 feet or more. That is stupidly OP to just inherently give that to a fighter. The only thing in all of D&D that makes Hold Person balanced is that ain't nobody close to a fighter or a paladin can get it without a little bit of shenanigans. There might be one paladin that gets it. Let's check. If there is a paladin that gets it, it's going to be the Vengeance or the Conquest one. And I'm curious if they do. Let's check that before I make such bold claims. Conquest does get Hold Person. Interesting. I still don't think it's the move. I'm still pretty anti it. I still don't think it sells the fiction. But if you're like, fuck you, Cinder, it fits, it works, it's what I want, I won't argue with you. At 7th level, you get resistance to cold damage. Whenever you make a con saving throw, you can add your wisdom modifier to the roll. What do fighters get naturally for their saving throws? Is it strength and dex? I think it is. They already get con. We don't know. Why are we adding more to our constitution saving throws? We already get constitution saving throws. No. That feels silly to me. If we didn't have proficiency in them already, I think this would be awesome. Flip this feature? What do you mean flip this feature? Upside down? I don't know. Like, you can add your con to wisdom? That's kind of interesting. That's certainly more interesting. It's also a lot more powerful, which might be better, because we're not getting much at 7th level. We're just getting resistance to cold. I guess we're getting the most powerful spell we possibly could get in the game as a fighter, also. How many times a day can we use these? Once each? I don't know if I like that. It's not, I don't dislike it, but it feels like I don't know, man. It feels weird to tie this feature in like this. I don't love it. It feels out of place. Like, I think this would make more, I feel like it would be, I don't know. I don't know why I don't like it. It feels like you're trying to fit like part of a, it feels, I think for the, I'm worried that it's giving this thing too much power, maybe, depending on the other things that it gets at higher levels. Like, I kind of just want these features to be baked into these. I don't know. Frozen armor, when you use your second wind, icy armor grows around your body. You gain temporary hit points equal to the amount of health you regained. While they're here, your AC can't be lower than 18. This is the same feedback I have for the other guy who gave basically the exact same feature at 10th level, but different. I'm not a big fan of temporary hit points. I think is okay, but like, this would be so much more interesting if it was Armor of Agathis. Why are we not getting that? Is it because we have this spellcasting thing here? I don't know. Madaloon! What's up, you glorious creature? How's it going, buddy? Welcome to the show. We're reviewing some Homebrew. How was your stream? What did you do? Guys, Mad is a lovely, wonderful Australian, and they are a cool content creator, and they run some phenomenal actual plays. Definitely worth your time. One of the more fun folks to watch. Go give them a follow if you haven't. Lovely, lovely creator. I surprised players with backstory NPC played by a guest. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. No, Milky Boy, you're missing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it should be just getting a base version of it here, although I do think that would make more sense. What I'm saying is, I think that you should get some version of Armor of Agathis here. I think making you get temporary hit points and setting your AC to a specific thing, I don't love it. I don't love it. I don't love it for a number of reasons. Reason number one why I don't love it, I literally see it all the time. I'm kidding, I'm not even joking when I say this is almost exactly the 10th level feature of the other guy's piece that I looked at yesterday. Like, it's very, like, on the nose in a way that doesn't feel like it's that creative or selling anything that unique. That's the main reason why I don't like it. The other reason why I don't like it is because I feel like... I mean, I guess it's the same reason. I just think there's more interesting things you could do, man. I think you could just do more interesting things. What's up, Mad? You're out of here. Bye. Who was the guest? Who was the guest? Wait, before you go, tell me who the guest was. And the thing is, I love the idea of Frost Knights. I think it's fucking cool. It's one of my favorite ideas, and maybe it's why I hound on them so much. But like, there's something either I don't. Let me explain my trepidation. Let's go to Reddit for a second. If I go to the Unearthed Arcana and I search like Frost Knight, I'm gonna just like Cold Fighter. Frost Knights are a lot of things. Like this is keeping in mind this is not getting all of them because I just did a random words put, so this is probably less than a third of all the Cold Fighters, and they all feel so fucking similar. And you might not know that. You might not be looking shit up, and that's fine. But for your own mind, you should just know that these features are features that are fucking common. Anything but Reddit? You don't like Reddit? I like Reddit for D&D stuff. Tradosio suggests, when you use Second Wind, you can encase yourself with a shell of ice until you use a bonus action to break the ice. Your speed is halved, and you gain a +2 bonus to your AC. That's a slightly more interesting version. But again, it's all the same, man. Every fucking ice warrior gets some sort of temp HP, bonus to their AC thing, and gets an ice weapon. They all do basically the same thing. So just, maybe that doesn't matter. That just might be a me thing. I just think it's worth knowing as the creator. Let's take a look at the 15th level feature. You have advantage on ability checks to move across class. I think you should just be able to just do it. We're level 15, man. We're barely gonna get to play at level 15 ever. Don't make it. I don't want to still be tripping on ice if I'm a level 15 ice warrior. Even if it's less likely I'm gonna trip on it. I don't want to trip on it at all. This 15th level feature is very weak. This is super weak. This is a ribbon feature. We need something better at 15th level. Or something else at 15th level to pair with this. This ain't enough. You ran out of ideas? Well, gotta run back into them, man. Run back into them. Maybe you get some sort of cold aura. Maybe instead of giving all the spells in this weird way, you sort of break the spells and the features up more naturally throughout the class, so that by the time you get to 15th level, one of the things you could get could be a spell, and then also something else that you moved because you sort of wrote the spells more into the class. But I don't know what the idea should be, but I think if you ran out of ideas, that's an important thing for you to think about. So maybe... Well, let's chat. I've talked about this before. What should you do if you have an idea for a thing but you don't have enough ideas for it? What's the number one thing to do? I want to make an ice knight. And I have some ideas but not enough ideas. What should I do? What's step number one? There's something that I should go back to. Cry is step number one, correct. What's step number two? After we're done crying. You could watch a movie or read a book from the same theme. Why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? You're getting there. You're getting closer. You're dancing with where I want you to go. Getting help from the community is a great idea too, but you don't even need to do that first. Why would you go to look for a movie or a book that has ice warrior powers in it? Take inspiration. We need to inspire mechanics. Now, there's a couple ways you can inspire mechanics, but we need, in order for those mechanics to be inspired, we need inspiration. And you can get that inspiration from out in the world, but you don't even need to do that. Look at this flavor text. Can anybody with this flavor text tell me anything unique about this knight that is different than literally any other cold knight? If I make a fighter that's frost related, Would this flavor text work for literally all of them? Because I think it would. I think the problem is that you are not building a specific enough thing. So you've covered all of the basic ideas of a cold warrior. And you ran out of ideas. And you ran out of ideas because your idea is kind of simple. There's not a lot to inspire. Mechanics. So complicate your idea. Build this out. Start coming up with a little bit more flavor. What else makes these specific ice warriors unique? What makes them different from any of the hundreds of ice warriors on Reddit? What makes them specific? So Tradosia says they serve gods of winter. I don't think that's an automatic thing here because it says some of these knights serve the god of winter, but I think that could be a direction to go in. And if they serve a god of winter, what other things should they have to serve a god of winter? Or if you don't want that to be the unique thing, but you need to come up with that. Like, if you run out of ideas, go back to your flavor text and make it more interesting. Because if your idea is not inspiring enough for you to come up with a bunch of mechanics to fill it out, it's probably not inspiring enough in general just yet. It might be on its way, but it's not there. We don't need a pseudo smite. The 3rd level feature is our pseudo smite. We don't need another one. Why are all these songs keep having lyrics? Stop it. All right, let's look at this 18th level feature. Your body becomes one with the cold. You gain immunity to cold. Additionally, when you hit a creature with icy blade, the creature takes additional cold damage. Your wisdom modifier. Again, boring. Not flavorful. Same issue as 17th level feature. So I think the real thing that you should be doing now is there's some really good ideas here. I think all of this works for the most part. Like, I think the 3rd level feature works. I think 7th level feature works. I think switching them is better. I think this works. I think this works. And I think this kind of works. I don't really like the wisdom modifier to thing, but I accept it if you really want to keep it. But the problem is that there is not anything that makes me go, whoa, in any of these features. Every one of these features, I'm like, yeah, makes sense. But not in an excited way. I want to be excited. This is one of my favorite ideas for a subclass. I love the frost. I love cold-themed subclasses in general. I think they're really interesting. I really like any subclass that has like a very focused elemental theme. So I think we need to sell the flavor of this thing a little bit more in the mechanics. And I think that means cleaning up and focusing and building out that flavor. Tradosia says remove the boring spellcasting element and make it more feature heavy. I think I don't know if the spellcasting is boring. It's just it is taking up a lot of space and not adding a lot of specific flavor. But I think people would like it. I don't know if I'd call it boring. I would call it more bland. So those are my thoughts. I think this largely works. At the moment, I think there's some stuff to do to tweak the power of these early features a little bit, but I think you gotta build it more uniquely. That's the main thing that I think. I think you gotta figure out what this thing is that distinguishes it from other cold-based fighter subclasses out there. Tradosia says, I'm saying you could turn some of those spells into more evocative features. Oh, I agree 100%. I agree 100%. I was not disagreeing. I apologize if I was confusing in that way. Taking inspiration from a spell and making it a feature. Yeah, for sure. And that way you could also change them in ways that the things that are a little OP you don't have to worry about as much. Because you can just pull them out. I don't think you would get access to necessarily enough cold spells to feel super cold all the time, Spencer. But that is you sort of. The answer to that question is sort of. I like the idea. Focus the vibe. Use the focusing of the vibe to help make these features feel a little bit more unique. Those are my thoughts. Thank you, Milky. Let's give Milky a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. It's one of those things where the amount you need to make your piece unique sort of depends on the world it exists within, and I don't mean the D&D game it exists within, I mean like the world of Homebrew it exists within. Or anything, really. But it's good to be like, oh shit, there's a lot of cold things. I want to make sure mine is not a cold thing, but it's a cold thing in a direction. Thank you for sharing. Wow,
Sorry, I got cut off earlier.
You did?
I just wanted to thank you for spending so much time teaching and helping us.
You're welcome. I love being complimented. It's my favorite activity. Oh, man. Gamer Falcon submitted some homebrew. Nice. Aura Blizzard seems cool. You're personally averse to auras and pseudo smites on fighters. I think if you made it less of an activated or like an all the time aura and more of like a mini activated feature or like a Nova move, or maybe it's not an aura, but it's like you have like a shockwave of cold that could like put a debuff on creatures. I think that could sit nicely. But auras could be fine. Yeah. Ugh. Ugh. Fighters can get some damage improvements, basically every fighting maneuver. Yeah. I'll try not to spin you, but I can't help it. I'm not in charge. It's the wheels that's in charge. It's looking like it's gonna be Charlie or Dice. Let's see. Charlie! Very close. That was an on-the-line spin, if I've ever seen one. What's up, Charlie? How's it going? Have I seen your homebrew before? My DM is running a game based on The Last of Us. I'm inspired to make this. I may play it if my druid dies, which is not unlikely to happen. Very curious. I was going to say, there's already sort of a Last of Us druid. The Spore druid is about as close to a Last of Us druid as you can get. It's a cool piece of art. What is this? I would... Is this the artist? Oh, you looked at their Ko-fi page. That's interesting. All right, let's look at this. Let's look at this here. This is a mushroom warlock, a mushy warlock, a warlock of the mush. You're gonna go pout. If you pout, buy me some ice cream at the store. Okay. In the heart of the ancient woodlands where the air teems. Is that the right spelling of the word team? With ethereal spores, a warlock embraced the haunting whispers. Don't write in the present tense and then switch to the past tense. That doesn't read good. Entwined with fungal essence itself, the myconid puppeteer's influence permeated the warlock's consciousness. Okay, this flavor text is too much. What is going on here? Okay, I'll tell you what. If you want to do an introduction sentence that sort of gets us built up to what the subclass is, you can do that. But this is the introduction. So we are about this deep in before we actually start talking about the subclass. That's too deep in. Yeah, it's not exactly flower painting, but there's a little bit of flower painting. No, it's more just like... Actually, it is very flower painting up here, isn't it? Entwined with fungal essence itself. It permeates its consciousness, granting them the power. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think you got to simplify your sentence structure. And... this sentence does not sit well after this sentence because they feel exactly the same and they do the same thing. So it's sort of this situation where like It just sort of feels like I'm reading the same sentence twice. Which does not feel great. It makes the second one feel tedious to read. And by the time I get finished the second one, I'm like done reading the flavor text, and I've kind of skipped half of it because I'm baba-ing because it's boring to read, which is what I do when I get bored reading. So simplify your flavor text. Start talking about the warlock earlier, and I might phrase it more in the context of the warlock and less in the context of this crazy process, and then ending with the warlock. All right, let's see what we get. None of these spells should be naturally on the warlock spell list. So if any of them are, take them off and replace them. I'm not sure if any of these are, but I feel like Dominate Person might already be on the warlock spell list. Dissonant Whispers might already be on the warlock spell list. I'm not 100% positive. I'm inclined to check. Nominate Person is not. What was the other one I wanted to check? Dissonant Whispers. Oh, maybe they're not. All right. All right, let's see what other things this thing gets. I feel like Command and Dissonant Whispers feel like they also don't make sense here. Neither one of these feels like it sells any of the fiction that's being sold. I would, if you're... Yeah, these feel off. Tuna Melt. No, I agree. It doesn't really give much... Oh, are you talking about the flavor text? It doesn't give much personality to the patron? Yeah. Yeah, the flavor text just feels off. The flavor text feels like a descriptive paragraph. It doesn't feel like a flavor text describing a subclass. It feels like a... maybe like a narrative paragraph about a character that you're describing. But not something that I would use to be the explanation of a subclass in D&D. Let's look at what we get at first level. Starting at first level, you gain the ability to tap into the vast mycelial network below your feet. You have tremor sense up to a range of 30 feet. When you detect a creature in this way, you can ignore sight requirements for spells and effects so long as the spell or effect is not carried by a projectile, beam, or area of effect originating from yourself. I'm curious what spells that would be. For example, creature within your tremor sense that is full cover from you cannot be targeted with Eldritch Blast, cannot be harmed, but the creature can be targeted with Charmed Person or Suggestion. I guess, but you still need to... with those spells, don't you still need to be able to, like, see them and hear them? Like, don't they need to be able to... I don't like being able to Charm Person through a building. I don't like that. That feels weird to me. That feels maybe too strong. I don't think you should be able to do things through cover like that. I'm sorry. Suggestion's also not going to work anyway because you need to be able to communicate the idea to them. So they still need to be in, like, vocal range. I'm curious what other spells this would even work with. Yeah, but even it's from spores or whatnot, like, if that's what it is, I think that we need to express that more specifically. And I also think that this is not the way to do that. So, as a warlock, you have very, very limited spells. Very limited spells. So, your core first level feature, if your core first level feature requires you to cast a spell to access it, what that means is that as a warlock, if you are out of spell slots, not only are you out of spell slots, you are completely out of your subclass at the same time. You lose essentially a much larger element of your kit. And I also think that even if you don't care about that, which you should, even if you don't care about that, I don't think this is the move. I think Tremor Sense is fine. I think being able to cast... like, what spells would that even be? Maybe it's spells that are on your list? I don't know, man. This feels off. This feels off to me. It really greatly reduces what spells you're going to take. It really pigeonholes you. Like, I don't want a first level feature that literally I cannot use unless I take specific spells. So I think we got to go in a different direction here. Starting at level 6, you can influence the mind-controlling powers of cordyceps. When a creature starts its turn within 30 feet of you, you can use your reaction to force that creature to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature is charmed by you until the end of its next turn. The effect ends early. I would not make it the end of its next turn if this is affecting it. I wouldn't make this work for 2 turns. I'd make it work for 1 turn. The effect ends early if you or your companions do anything harmful to it. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier. So this is already quite a bit stronger than another version of this feature that another warlock gets, the Arc Fae, the Arc Fae. Now, you don't necessarily want to balance off the Arc Fae because the Arc Fae is not that great, but this should be, like, I don't want to tell you that this should be once per short rest, but the fact that this is Constitution modifier times per short rest is fucking insane. This should be Charisma modifier times, not Constitution. And it should definitely be Charisma modifier times per long rest, not per short rest. And it should charm the creature until the end of your turn. Or till the end of your next turn, but not the end of their next turn. Otherwise, I think it doesn't work. Otherwise, I think it's just too strong. So many uses. Yeah, I know that's still really strong. But that's slightly more reasonably strong. Being able to communicate telepathically with people within 30 feet of you is the Great Old One Warlock. So yeah, I wouldn't copy that. Yeah, the other thing that I want to say is we are now level 6. So the vibe that we're going for here is you're like affecting things with spores, I guess. Okay, I think realistically, I'm going to keep going, but realistically, I think that all of these features need significant reworks. Fungal Rot. At 10th level, you can learn to harness the decompositional mechanisms of the fungus that powers your magic. I hate how there's too many words in this sentence. As an action, you can force any number of creatures charmed by you to make a con saving throw against your spell save DC, or take a bunch of necrotic damage and become poisoned. No, this is just way too fucking strong. Because this is basically infinite in use, and this is infinite in use. So, the idea of hurting creatures that are charmed by you is interesting. It would be much better if we got a charm mechanic that was more reasonable. And it would also be much better if we didn't have to take specific spells to really take advantage of this feature. Gem Jar, yeah, I kind of agree. I think this is probably a once per short rest ability. I think that's reasonable. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'd go in a different direction here. I like it, to be able to do this to multiple creatures, to do this damage, and to poison them. Also, how long are they poisoned? Are they poisoned until the end of the turn? I'll tell you what. Like, even if you were just poisoning them, this would be pretty good. We're hitting them with the power of essentially a cantrip as if we were level 17 and poisoning them. And doing it to multiple creatures. I don't know, man. It's not only 4d10 damage. It's not only 4d6 damage. It's any number of creatures charmed by you, dude. So it could be any number of creatures. And it's not just poisoning them. I mean, it's not just damage. It's poisoning them. It's pretty dang strong. Here's the issue with it. Here's actually the issue with it. It's either literally useless or it's way too strong. And it entirely depends on the spells you pick. Also, the poison never wears off. Yeah, I'm assuming that's a thing that they just forgot to put in there. The poison needs to be quite limited. And then at 14th level, we can cast Mass Suggestion once per long rest without spending a spell slot. I think that's okay. What level spell is Mass Suggestion? I don't know. I don't necessarily... Is that an 8th level spell? If Mass Suggestion is a level of spell that you do not have access to by 14th level, I do not think this should be the feature. I think this is a lot of reworking that this is needed. I think that this is overcomplicated in some places, overpowered in others. I think it might be a go back to the drawing board, write out all the important things that you need this thing to do. Make sure you are looking at the other warlock subclasses that exist and building features that feel balanced compared to those. And spend less time focusing on subclass features that require you to cast spell lists, to require specific spells, or require you to use spell slots. It's also, like, yeah, that's not the move with warlocks. That's really not the move with warlocks. They're so limited in spells anyway. Like, I don't think there's any warlock subclass in D&D that sacrifices spell slots to do something. I don't think there is. I mean, we could check, but I'm 99% sure there is not, because they just don't get spell slots. They get so few. Those don't use spell slots. 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 That doesn't. I don't think, no, that doesn't either. Great Old One definitely doesn't have any spell slot stuff. I don't need to check. X-Warrior I don't think does. No. Undead. No. Undying, who cares? Undying is terrible. Yeah. So, it's a little bit hectic. It's a little bit hectic to push all that on top of spellcasting. I think the idea of doing a myconid, a mycelia, brained warlock is really interesting. I would probably put more energy into like giving them a separate resource system, or their separate resource systems in the way that any other warlock does for their features, and try to simplify their features a little bit. Most warlocks get a 7th level spell equivalent at 14th level, and you don't want it to literally be a spell. Yeah, I agree. Data says, I really like the 6th level feature, specifically focusing on a non-spell feature to charm creatures. I think this could work for sure. I think it's just, you have way too many uses of it. It's just too strong right now. Oh, shit. Dropping stuff. Very cool idea from a flavor perspective. There's some things in here that definitely work, and then there's a lot of stuff in here that I think needs some tweaking. It might be worth deciding if this is a big hive mind or, like, more planty. Yeah. Cool. I don't really have more thoughts. Thank you, Charlie. I hope that that was somewhat helpful. Thank you for sharing. Much appreciate. I am the appreciator. Behold me. You guys know that song? The Appreciator? You're probably like, well, that's not even a real song, Cinder. You lost your mind. You lost your GD mind. Uh-oh. I have too many windows open, and sometimes I lose the wheel. There it is. Okay, I found it. Let's see if there's anybody new. No. Bucket a 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 Bildo! Bildo! My players took a long rest on a pile of treasure. They did some good rolls, so I let them stuff gold into the hundreds of pockets to augment the box in a strange way. That is the end. That feels like a part of the idea of that phrase is missing. I'm so confused by that sentence. Okay, we'll see what we're looking at. Very curious. We feel really chill tonight. I think it's balancing out last night. Well, it's too databank. Here's the thing. Or any of you. The amount of chill I feel is always directly proportional to how easy it is for me to read the homebrew. That's what it comes down to. If the homebrew feels kind of convoluted in the way it's written, or the sentence structure is really fucked, then it really starts to feel like work to read it. And I start to get more and more agitated by silly grammar mistakes, or like incomplete sentences, or repeating myself, basically. But if most of the homebrew I look at is reasonably well written, I'm not even talking about well balanced or well designed. I literally mean just well written, like the sentences flow well. That calms me quite a bit. Although I do think that I'm starting to get into a headspace where when the flavor text or the writing starts to be bad in a way that I don't like it, I just start going ba 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 and I skip it. And I think that that's better, because I think that even though that doesn't necessarily give the reader my full attention for the full piece, it tells them exactly that they need to address that. Because if I, the person who is deciding to spend my time reading a thing, can't get through a sentence, ain't nobody who's casually scrolling Reddit or deciding they're going to sign up for a Patreon or whatever are going to, read it, So I think part of what I'm starting to do tonight, maybe I need to start doing it more, is I think I need to have less patience for pieces. And by that, I don't mean less patience like, I hope you become a good writer, but less patience like, I need to start skipping stuff more. Skipping around more. This is called the Chest of Infinite Costumes, a legendary item. This unassuming wooden chest appears ordinary, but holds a magical secret. An infinite number of costumes. Bildo is doing something here that I find to be quite rare, and I want to point it out. This is a really nice use of the colon in grammar. Normally, when I see colons or semicolons, I find them to be used poorly or as excuses to make sentences too long. We just did Cloudian, we just did 2 regular nights. We didn't do, this week we had a regular night Monday night and a regular night Tuesday night. And then Wednesday I was busy, and now we're back tonight. But this week we did 0 themed anything. All just regular nights. If you ever really want to know my schedule, I post it in 2 places. I posted in my Discord, and then I posted as a like a post on my community tab on YouTube. And usually I do both of those on Sunday night or day. I think a colon works better than a dash here. Dashes are like if you... Okay, I'm not the best person to tell you the precisely correct time to use every piece of grammar, because I can't tell you exactly the time to use a dash. But what I can tell you, and I think I'm pretty good at judging, is what grammar makes me feel as the reader. And a dash feels different than a comma when you're reading something on a page. You don't get alert for community tab stuff? Just think about it like this. Think about it like this. At some point on Monday, see if I posted something on the community tab. That's the best way to do it. Gamer Falcon says a dash when the thought is interrupted. See, that makes total sense to me, because that's literally what a dash feels like when you see it on the page. Good night, Nova. You're a champion. Okay, the chest is made of dark wood, bound with ornate silver bands, and it emanates a faint mystical glow. All right, cool. We got a magic chest. It's heavy. It's big. It's a little chody. We got a little chode chest going on here. Infinite costume. The chest contains an endless variety of costumes. Each time the chest is opened, a new pile of costumes appropriate for any occasion or disguise is revealed. Wait. I think you need to clarify the mechanics of that a little bit. How many costumes each time it's opened? And is it a disguise, a single disguise, or is it a pile of costumes? This is one of those things that might work really well in your game, but if the goal is for this to be shared publicly or for other people to use it, this requires more mechanical clarity. This is essentially flavor text, not a mechanic. The appearance has nothing to do with this feature. But this is essentially flavor text. It doesn't feel like it's a mechanic yet. It's good flavor text. It's cool. It's an interesting idea. But we need to know we need the mechanics. We need to know numbers of costumes. We need to know, is it a new one every time we open it? How many can be taken out? What do they look like? Do you want it to just be anything? If you want it to just be anything, you have to just say that. This chest contains infinite costumes. When you open it, it contains exactly the costume you want and 6 copies of them or something. Like, you need to explain explicitly what that's going on here. I don't know what the handful of ammo mechanic is. If it's something that's official, it has eluded me for many years. Gold in pockets. Each costume has a hidden pocket containing that many gold pieces. This is obviously broken immediately. Despite the infinite number of costumes, the chest never overflows. The wearer can don or doff a costume as an action. Wow, that's real quick. While wearing a costume from the chest, the wearer gains advantage on charisma, the next charisma check, performance check they make. Why are we getting infinite money? Why is infinite money a part of this item? That feels out of place. If I were you, I would drop the infinite money because it feels kind of randomly shoved in there. And it's the only part of this that is like objectively insanely overpowered and broken in a way that there is no way to balance it. Even if it was each costume has a hidden pocket containing 1 gold piece, this would still be broken. Infinite fake money is not a bad idea. But I don't even like the idea of you being able to Ponzi it off unless it's like unless it's very hard to do. I love a chest of infinite costumes. I think the core concept is fun. I think it's really fun. I think it makes sense that it's a legendary item too, because infinite costumes is kind of crazy. Infinite, literally anything is crazy. The gold is when it doesn't work. I'm a Moron says I could sell these clothes. That's the other thing, is that can you sell them? Do the clothes last forever? I don't really know. That's worth thinking. I like the idea. Deal with the gold being infinite. I think the idea that it's like Monopoly money, where it's like very obviously fake, is really funny. And then I think maybe just clarify some of the mechanics. How does this actually work with the infinite costumes? Is it just straight up infinite, or do there need to be mechanics clarifying that? How long do the costumes last? Do all of the costumes have this feature all the time, or do I need to be like next to the chest pulling a costume out to do the quick change? Or it's like, if I take a day and just take 100 costumes out, do all 100 costumes have this feature? That's the sort of that's where my head goes in terms of like, how does this work? They destroy the first one they took? That could be a solution. If that's written here somewhere, I didn't notice it. And I apologize. I like this song. Oh, no. Oh, I see. Schwa is saying you should add those mechanics. Okay. Dankeschön, Schwa. Yeah, Bildo. I think it's a fun idea. It just needs a little bit of mechanical clarity and some balancing down. But I like it. I think infinite use. I think items like that can be crazy in a really fun way. Bluffcopter, that's not a common item, dude. You could just open the night. You could open a boutique fancy store and never have to pay for inventory. That would be insane. You could actually run the most successful like Etsy shop in the world, because every order you just pull it out and send it. You need no room for storage, anything. It would shatter industry in a glorious way. That's true. Well, assuming you took the money issue. The money was still there, obviously that'd be a thing. Although I do think that if it was literal gold and you had it in real life, it would actually be kind of an issue. Because gold is pretty well tracked. Like, a lot of people will not accept gold if it isn't, like, gold in the form of, like, pure gold, like a gold coin or, like, gold bricks or stuff. A lot of folks, you basically have to really undersell it to a lot of folks a lot of the time if it's coming from anything shady or not official. And then the other thing to think about with gold, although it might not be that big a deal, is that the more gold there is in the world, the less gold is worth. So if you were like, I'm going to build a billionaire fortune off of this, you would have an impact on the world in a way that would be kind of hectic. Because you would change the value of like the thing that value is fundamentally built off of a lot of the time. So it's a fun idea to think about. Yeah, it would really piss off the god of commerce. Which is maybe a great reason to include it in the game. Relevant. Modified weapons are cool. What are you sending me here? So, oh man, I wish you told me what you wanted me to look at, because when you send me a whole thing, I don't read the whole thing. Okay, when you send me something with a bunch of stuff in it, I usually just pick one. Okay, so we have Young Garth's martial modifications. Each weapon, shield, or set of armor can have one modification. Modified weapons are not considered magical. Magic weapons require the coordination of an Arcana proficiency check and blacksmith tools. These checks do not need to be performed by the same character. You should probably clarify what sort of numbers you might want to put in here. All right, let's see some of these modifications. So this is something that's fine to do to suggest gold prices, but it's hard to balance things based off of gold prices because the value of gold is different depending on each table. Some D&D games, they might have 5 sessions, and at the end of that 5 session, the players might have collectively 300 gold. Other games might have 5 sessions, and at the end of the 5 sessions, the players collectively have 5,000 gold. It really depends on the game. So that's just something that's really important to think about, not just when you're writing homebrew, but more so when you're implementing other people's homebrew that incorporates gold. Okay, let's see. Pommel Strike. When you take the attack action with this weapon, you can use a bonus action to make a melee attack with the opposite end of the weapon. So it just gets the, it's just part of the feat. I guess that's fine. That's just part of the Polearm Master feat. Slashing weapons only. When a creature is stuck with a weapon, they take a -1 penalty to their AC until the end of their next turn. I wouldn't have this stack. This is also insanely powerful. This is so much more powerful than this. I don't know why this is so much cheaper than this. Creatures struck with the weapon are forced to make a contested athletics check. Failing the check sends the creature 5 feet in a direction of the attacker's choice. I like all of these. Listen, all of these seem fine. My main feedback right now would be that these are already, most of these features already exist in the game in the form of feats. So if that's the goal, is that you're sort of copying feats that already exist to get these ideas, specifically the bludgeoner, slasher, piercer feats. But also this one is like the Polearm Master. This is the one thing that feels like it's not a feat, but I don't love fucking with AC as like a basic thing you can do casually every turn forever. That feels a little too powerful for me. It's very stackable, maybe not with itself, but with other things. Databank says, I'd like to know what's modifying these objects. Like in Diablo or video games, different gems would modify stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think they're trying to sell the fiction of that. But I think you could you could be like, you know, you're putting a weight on the end of your sword. You're making the blade serrated. You're putting a weight on your hammer. Although this one is serrated, so who knows. I feel like it's weird to make silvering one. Because silvered weapons are already a thing in D&D, and there's already mechanics for making a silvered weapon. Let's see. Creatures that take... if a creature takes damage with this weapon, they take half the damage again on the next turn. Yeah, this also feels a little too strong. I think they're interesting ideas. I think this is way too strong. I think this is medium too strong. I think this and this both feel like things that already exist in feats. And I think this is very similar to a mechanic that already exists in game for slivering or for silvering weapons. That being said, I think the idea of weapon modifications is cool. And I think that you should keep working on it. I think you should keep building it out. I think you should got to be careful with some of these. This is just way too strong. This essentially is legendary item powerful because you can make your weapon deal more damage through spells and abilities and stuff. So this can get nasty. What is a medium shield? I have no idea. I'm not reading down that far. I don't know. Not worried about it. We're not going to look at that. I will say medium shields and large shields. That is a good thing to point out. There is no mechanical difference there. That being said, I think it's an interesting idea. To me, this reads like if I could give you any advice, it would be to make sure you are very confident in how all of the weapons function currently in the game. And make sure you are very confident and familiar with all of the feats that very specifically all the feats that associate with weapons that already exist in the game. Yeah, really strong groundwork. It's not bad at all. Really strong groundwork. I think that you just have to decide how much you want these to be unique versus how much you want them to be essentially different versions of feats. But yeah. Interesting piece. Thank you, Relevant. Thank you for sharing. Kadoosh. Could you get weapons done by a shoddy smith and have them fail? That's kind of a fun idea. I think that any of those sorts of like crafting mechanics, there's not a wrong or a right amount of complexity to give them. It really depends on just what your players like. If your players are down for like really nitty-gritty mechanics and complex crafting systems and crunch in that way, do it. But don't try to force it on players either, because there are going to be players that don't like it. And the players that don't like it are going to be very put off by it. Bucket a 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 bucket Dylon. What you got for us today? Just a simple magic item suitable for a player to take at first level. When a DM allows a free item, I think the wording could be clearer, but I'm unsure what changes to make. Let's take a look. Dylon. Ring of Longing. Common magic item. Dude, people get hyped for common magic items. Rings of Longing come in pairs, with each elegant band embedded with a heart-shaped ruby. When you think of the wearer, of the companion ring, a comforting warmth emanates from their ring. You spelled "their" wrong. Switch these letters. If one of the rings in the pair is destroyed, the other becomes non-magical. I think there's a better way to write this. Here's what I would just say. Rings of longing come in pair, each blah, blah, blah. That's opening sentence is fine. When a creature wearing one of the rings thinks of a creature wearing its paired ring, both rings glow and emanate with warmth or something like that. Oh, give link. Sorry. But that's how I'd write it. When one creature wielding a ring thinks of another creature wielding a ring or wearing it or attuned to it, their ring glows with warmth. Or the other creature's ring glows with warmth, or however you want to write that. Pretty straightforward. I like it. Listen, if you want to keep it a common item, I don't think it needs any changes other than just a little bit of clarification of the wording, but mostly solid. Mostly solid, Dylan. I don't have more thoughts. That was a quick one. Thank you for sharing. Oh, yeah, it should definitely require an action or a bonus action or something. Good call. Good call. Yeah, good call. I don't know if it actually needs that, but I think it would make sense if it did. While wielding the ring, while wearing the ring, a creature can use their bonus action and think fondly of the other wielder, and it glows. Something like that. Maybe it doesn't need action to comment. I don't fucking know. Click. Thank you, Dylan. One, two, buckle my shoe. Max is up next. Add variety to grenades. Past the smoke and fragment already in the game. Not just deal damage, but also have some utility control, balance, ranges, rarities, clarity, blah, blah, blah. All right. So as with the last piece, I'm not going to look at everything. Probably going to look at a handful of them. Maybe... Oh, I'm not going to really look at that many at all. I'll probably look at the first one. Grenade, ball bearing. As an action, a character... say creature. Creature can throw a grenade at a point you can see within 60 feet. With a grenade launcher, it's up to 120 feet. That's funny. The ball-bearing grenade explodes 1 round after being thrown. What does that mean? So if something explodes a round after being thrown, you have to say more explicitly when it does. So at the start of that creature's next turn would be a round later. So instead of writing this, say something like that. At the start of that creature's next turn, or at the end of that creature's next turn, throw range, it is not always dependent on the person throwing it. So the range of what you can throw is almost always based on the item. So generally speaking, if it's a weapon that has the thrown property, it will say the range. If it's a rando item, it'll be 20-60 or something like that. But also, a shit ton of items in the game have a very express range. Like the acid vial just has a range tied into it. Most thrown weapons, bead of force, the ball bearings of fireball or whatever. Did I not link it already? Oh, might be. Kadoosh. Dynamite says roll initiative for the dynamite. It explodes on that round. I would not do that. Yeah, so this needs clarity. Each creature within 10 feet of the explosion has to make a DC 15 Dex saving throw. That is much, 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 much too high a DC for a common item. Common item DCs sit around 10 or 11. Also, that is way too much damage for a common item. After the explosion, the area is covered by the remaining ball bearings and is considered difficult terrain. Creatures moving across have to make a saving throw or fall prone. Yeah, I think it's mostly solid. I think what you need to do is clarify your language for this. And if you want this to be a common item, you need to balance it like a common item. So this should probably be maximum 2d8 damage. And even that is too high, I think, because of the radius effect here. So I might make this 1d4 damage, and I'd probably make this a d10. Or make it an uncommon item. And then it becomes much more reasonable. But even then, if it's an uncommon item, this should probably be 13 or 12. And this should, I think 4d4 is maybe okay here. Then. But is the fragmentation grenade a common item? So the fragmentation grenade is not a common item. It is adventuring gear. So it sits in sort of a different spot. If you're going to call it a common item, you are essentially deciding that you are telling people it's as powerful as a common item. So really, I would just not give it a rarity at that point. I just copy this more. I'll do that across the board, honestly. What else we got? A flash grenade. Blinds creatures. Again, all these DCs are whack. All these DCs need to be lower. Plants why are plants included here? That doesn't make any sense. I'm sure you got some interesting ideas here. Next time, tell me which one you want me to specifically look at. I think giving them rarities is totally legit. You can definitely give them rarities. But if you do, you need to balance them for those rarities. Or, you know, pick a rarity that is applicable so that when a dungeon master is deciding whether or not to let their players have access to it, they can kind of understand the vibe. They are an optional... they're not real items. They're optional items. So the DMG has a bunch of, like, optional items, including, like, sci-fi guns and shit. They're basically stuff that most people don't use because most people aren't running modern campaigns. Max, is there... I'll look at one more. Which one do you want me to look at? Tell me in the next 12 seconds which one you want me to look at. But that's not how plants work, dude. They don't freak out in that same way. The gas one? All right. As an action, okay, that's all, whatever. Again, fix the round language here. It's not great. How does it work with the fragmentation grenade? Oh, it just happens automatically. Yeah, that's probably why. Okay, yeah, so fix the language here. It emits a poisonous gas cloud, lightly obscuring the area in a 20-foot radius. If a creature starts their turn inside the gas or moves inside it. So here's the way you write this. So there are many features in D&D that work this way. And they're all written exactly the same. You said gas, dude. What are you doing? Fine, I'll look at magnet. But I'm now turning on the difficulty because you just annoyed me. So I'm turning the difficulty up. So you are now on a higher difficulty level for my feedback. Again, fix this bullshit. Let's see what it does. When it activates, either positive, repelling, or negative attracting charge. What the fuck is this sentence? Fuck this sentence. 1 round after a magnet grenade lands, it activates either positive repelling or negative attracting charge. Well, that's just grammatically incorrect. You're missing a word in there. That begins affecting all magnetic creatures, items, and objects, including worn or carried, in a 10-foot radius, with the effect getting stronger in a 5-foot radius. And the... Okay, I'm going to stop reading it here. No. No. This is not going to be a fun item to use. This is not fun. No. There are a handful of things in D&D that do magnetic things. They work very nicely. Copy one of them. Or at least take inspiration from it. There is literally no reason to make this item as complicated as this nonsense here. Genuinely no reason. It's taking what makes an item fun and making it tedious. Also, you need a lot of different okay, yeah, fuck all of this. Let's write the whole thing over. Okay, figure out how the fuck you want to say this line. You also need to have language for how you pick this. As an action, you can throw the grenade and pick positive or negative. Depending on what you pick, it has some different features. A round after it triggers, all creatures or all metal objects, like, yeah, I don't even know what to say. This is just really annoying in how it's written. Genuinely annoying in how it's written. What the fuck is a magnetic creature? That literally means nothing. There are plenty of things that do magnety stuff in D&D. They use different language in this. Copy them. And then what does it even do? It does nothing. It just moves them 5 feet? Like, it's... Think about it like this. Why is this so complicated for what it's doing? This fucking bullshit here is horrible. Clean it up. Yeah, there's spells that do this. Just copy them, man. Not Vortex Warp. There's another one. What's it called? I thought it was Vortex Warp. It's not Vortex Warp. Vortex Warp is the teleportation shifting one. It's not Magnify Gravity either. Maelstrom. Maelstrom. Thank you. Yeah. Behold. Holy shit. Holy shit, look how fucking simply that's written. Gravity Well. Also a nice option to look at. Why did that not trigger a spell popping up? It's gravity sinkhole is what you mean. Any of this shit. Copy it. This is a good idea if you can make it express itself in a paragraph. If you can't figure out how to make it express itself in a paragraph, it's nothing. Because it's so many fucking words for doing very, very little. Max, do not make the pull weaker on the edge and strong in the center. The only way to do that would be basically be this. When you get to the center, you have disadvantage on the saving throw to leave. Just do that, man. Or make it so when you're at the center, your movement becomes 0 until you can get out or something. But genuinely, this is not fun. Like, I, as a dungeon master, or as a player, would love a grenade that I launch it and it sucks creatures in. I would hate that grenade if I have to calculate how much it sucks creatures in and what DC it is based on their closeness to the center of the radius. That's tedious to the point that it is genuinely making this go from something fun to something that I don't want to use. That is my opinion. You can disagree with it, but that's how I feel. Whirlpool from Control Water has that exactly. So yeah, just copy Whirlpool then. I keep saying this to people, and people don't ever fucking listen, and I accept it, but it's like... Is Whirlpool... How do I spell Whirlpool? What's is whirlpool? What's fucking spell it right? Oh, it's control water. I'm being stupid. Thank you. So yeah, copy this feature. Some version of it. A good thing to think about when you are building your D&D mechanics and your D&D features, something that I think a lot of people forget to think about but is incredibly important, is the limitations of the table and its resources, and that it's not a video game, and that any mechanic you implement needs to be implemented by people at the table. So the more work you give people to keep track of stuff, the less fun something is, because it's the more work to keep track of and the more they have to focus on it as opposed to everything else they need to focus on. So a lot of players and dungeon masters are going to avoid things that are overly complicated because it just is tedious. So a good thing to think about when you're making your homebrew is how complicated is the end result of the thing you want. If the end result of the thing you want is fairly straightforward, you probably should not have very complicated mechanics to get to that output. Sometimes the thing, that output is complicated, and it does require a lot more language to get there, but you never really want the effects of the thing you're doing to feel more complicated than the way to get to that thing. And something like this, which is so evocative and I think would be a lot of fun, it's not going to be made more fun by these like little nuances of difference. This thing sucking all creatures towards the center is going to feel the exact same as it's sucking all creatures towards the center, but some of them having a higher saving throw than others. Like, it's not going to feel different enough, I think, to justify that level of complication. It's not even that tedious, Max, but it's insanely tedious compared to what this item does, which is literally pull creatures between 5 and 10 feet. Like, that's all this thing does. So because that's all this thing does, I don't understand the reasoning behind the level of complicated. That's what I'm getting at. It makes it feel tedious because it's like the end is simple. So why do we need to do all this extra shit to get there that's not going to make it feel like anything? I'm a moron has a great thing. Exactly. It doesn't need to be realistic. It just needs to be cool and straightforward. Exactly. How did I come up with my channel pick? It's me. That's my picture. It's just me. What do you mean? It's a more accurate description. It's a more accurate interpretation of my true form than this. But it's easier to represent my true form in a 2-dimensional way than a 3-dimensional way. Anyway, thank you, Max. I hope you don't mind that I decided to be more crass with you for looking at the magnify one. But I hope that is helpful. I do think it's a cool idea. I think all of these are cool ideas. I just think at the end of the day, you don't want the most important feedback is don't make the vehicle to get to the end more complicated than the end, if you can avoid that. Thank you for sharing. Max says, I think I'll set a save. If they fail the save, they could pull to the center, drop to 0, and have disadvantage on saves to escape. Well, if their movement speed is 0, then they can't escape anyway, because their movement speed is 0. So I would think about that a little bit. Thank you for sharing. Genuinely look at any of those. I would look at those spells. Whirlpool, Vortex Warp, whatever the other ones. Not Vortex Warp. Whirlpool, Gravity Sinkhole, Pulse Wave. All of those spells are good examples of things that do things similar to what you want. I don't think that they do them exactly, but they do them close enough that it's going to be worth just like eyeballing them to see if they're going to cover the grounds for you, you know? Yeah, Devin. It's the form is in the Discord. You just have to have your Discord account connected to your Twitch account. Doof, it's Brent. What you got for us today, Brent? I'm trying to retool a cool magic item design onto a shield design I like. I'm not particularly sold on my idea so far. I was still drafty. I'd love to hear your thoughts. So you're taking something that you like on another thing and putting on a shield. I guess my first question is, why are you putting on a shield? Why does it need to be on a shield? I guess we'll find out when we read it. Yeah, Max, a lot of becoming good at writing homebrew is getting good at figuring out what published things you should look at to give you ideas of how to write your thing. Half of the things that I think or say are feedback I give because I'm making reference to something that already exists. So the more you can familiarize yourself with the published materials, the stronger your writing is going to be. Cinder, any thoughts on non-magical artificer? It would have to just be a whole new class, I imagine, because artificers are spellcasters. I don't think a non-magical artificer would be good for the 5e version of the artificer. Clap for the creator of the, what are you saying? I don't understand it, Aton. Let's see. This started life as me painting a wooden shield for my boys to play with. Then I doodled it on some graphics, blah, blah, blah. Cool. Fuck yeah, dude. I wanted to add it as a magic item in my home game. Okay, so that's why it's a shield. All right. That's a great... Honestly, that's a great reason to make it want to be a shield. Is that it's like, it's just based on something you have in real life that you think is fucking cool. That you made. Better reason than most. Now I want to add it as a magic item for my home game, but other than the design, I'm not set on anything. Okay, let's take a look. It's called the Shield of Spectral Hounds. The Enchanted Shield bears 5e Artificer is already non-magical, at least it recommends. I mean, it's not non-magical, it has spell slots. They give suggestions for ways to interpret it as describe your spells as mechanical things, but that's not a thing that you have to do. It's just a thing that they suggest doing. But I would say if you're trying to genuinely build a non-magical artificer, then you either can decide any of them artificers are non-magical artificers, or you can decide spell slots is magic, I'm doing something different. There is a class that was put out by a company, Mage Hand Press, called the Tinkerer or the Craftsman, and it is essentially what you're looking for. It is essentially a class that allows you to craft non-magical items, and the main gimmick of it is that you can mess with weapon properties. So, for example, you could make a heavy weapon have the thrown property, or you could make a weapon with reach have the finesse property, and it had a whole system that essentially replaced a spell slot system that was different types of features you could apply to items and how they sort of worked together or balanced each other out. So, for example, one of the features that I remember something having was that you could give it the thrown property, but its damage die went down a tick. And they had a system for like measuring damage die and stuff. It's a pretty cool class. I played it for like 3 sessions of a campaign that I was in, and I realized very quickly that it's a really cool class, and it's not at all the kind of class that I want to play. Because it's one of those classes that is entirely built around like prepping and planning. And I like classes where you're like jumping at shit, very action oriented. Well, that's what I'm saying, Data, is like, I think that you can make any artificer a non-magical artificer. But the scout is not a non-magical ranger. The scout is a rogue. Oh, I guess you mean how the scout sort of feels like a non-magical ranger? Oh. Oh, then I would probably make it a rogue subclass. Or a fighter subclass that encouraged intelligence. And I would allow you to craft little trinkets. If I did it as a rogue subclass, I'd probably make it sort of like the Battle Master, where you would have like a number of weird traps or gadgets you could build. And if I made it the fighter, I probably would allow you to basically have like a weirdly tinkered weapon that you fought with, or tinkered armor, or something like that. All right, let's take a look at this shield. Shield of the Spectral Hound. I misunderstood your question, CPR. This enchanted shield bears the Beltane coat of arms. Combination of iconography as a silver tree and moon dragon implies some marriage between the forces. Boggle, 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 boggle. All right, we got a little flavor text here. Let's see what the meat of this thing does. So it's just a regular shield for the most part. No extra bonuses to AC. As an action, you can summon a pair of spectral hounds. Where do they appear? Hounds are drawn back into the shield after 1 hour. This ability cannot be used again until dawn. So whenever you get a feature that allows you to summon creatures, it is important that you say like where they summon and how they sit in the action economy. So do they go after you in combat? And then also, do they just do stuff? Do you have to command them with something? Do you have to use your bonus action? So I would look at the types of spells that summon creatures, and I would make sure you have that right language in here. You could look at anything from like summon Fae, summon undead, literally any of those. Magical figurines. Yeah, magical figurines. That's a good idea. So there's items. That's a better idea. So magical figurines, spelled it wrong. Magical figurines are, nope, that's a giant goose. Where's items? I think they're just called figurines. Figurines of wondrous power. Okay, so all of these items are basically little items that you can activate them, and then they become cutesy little animals. Look at them. So you could make some goats, you could make a big old fly, some lions and stuff. Use the language for this. It summons on the ground within 60 feet of you. Blah, 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 blah. It's friendly to you and your companions. It understands your language. If you issue no commands, it does that. All that. All this language. All this language will help you. There is no Scout Ranger in D&D. There is no Scout Ranger in D&D. There is no Scout Ranger in D&D. There is a Scout Rogue, which I think is implied to mean it feels like a ranger. Because there is no non-magical ranger in D&D. Every ranger has spells. Okay, so let's see what these things actually do when they're out, though. Other than you, the Spectral Hound cannot physically interact with other creatures or objects. Oh, interesting. So they're just kind of there. They cannot move more than 60 feet from the shield, or they instantly are drawn back to the shield. So the way that you would word this is you want to make it conditional. So instead of saying they cannot move more than 60 feet away from the shield, what you want to say is, if they are ever more than 60 feet away from the shield, they immediately teleport back inside it. Something like that. Working together, they have a plus 10 perception. What does this mean? Okay, do they not have a stat block? So you have a choice to make here, Brent. If your goal is to make this usable for anyone's table, you have a choice to make here. You can go one of two ways. You can either give them a stat block, or tell them what stat block they use. These creatures use the Hound stat block with the following changes. Something that you could use for an example for that would be the Shadow Sorcerer's Hound of Ill Omen. It tells you to use the stats of a dire wolf, but then it has different effects. So you could do something like that. Or, if you don't care about them literally existing in the game, you could express them through mechanics, but then don't do stuff with them making checks, because they aren't existing then. They are just there to represent a mechanic. So what you want to do is sort of make that call. If you're going in the direction of they count as creatures, give them stat blocks. And then you can bake all of these mechanics into they're like a dire wolf, but different in these ways. They're like a hound, but different in these ways. The other thing is that if they have to work together to use their features, I would say, why are there two of them? I understand that there are two of them because there's two in the picture. But if it's really, really important for you that it's summoning two spectral hounds and not one, I think you need to address that in the mechanics in terms of how you interact with them. And that probably should have some benefit or reason for them being 2. Like, mechanically. So what you could say, for example, is, like, if you didn't want to make these creatures exist, you could say you summon some spectral hounds, you kind of ignore this thing. You get rid of this whole sentence, and then you basically just say, while the spectral hounds are active, you get a +10 bonus to your perception and investigation checks, and can make perception and investigation checks at a range of 60 feet or something random like that. But again, I think that would be too high if it was on you. But that's the way that you would do that if you're just like, I just wanted it to be the feature. You can command them to search something or stand guard. I think that if I were you, this should be pretty strongly rewritten. So here's what I would say. If you want, let's assume you want it to be a creature. Let's assume you want it to be a creature, okay? As an action, you can summon a pair of spectral hounds at a spot you can see within 60 feet of you. They cannot interact with the world other than with you, or whatever. If they are ever more than 60 feet away from the shield, they disappear. They last for an hour. While the hounds are active, you can give them one of the following commands. And then you list them separately. And then you do one, and you say, like, investigate, or search, or sniff out. And then it's a bonus action. And it's the hounds run to a spot you can see within range and make a investigation or perception check with this modifier. And then the other one would be guard, or alarm, or whatever. And you pick a spot you can see within range, and they run over to that spot, and they bark loudly if a creature that you are unfamiliar with moves within 20 feet of them, or something like that. So all of what you're doing here works really well as an idea. It's really just a matter of now figuring out the best way to express that idea. I'm not sure if I would keep the tracking creature thing. If anything, I would probably try to turn all three of... I would probably turn this and this into the same feature. Where it's basically like you can have them make survival checks for you. And they get a bonus. And then that's sort of tracking. Or they could have perception or investigation checks. Honestly, it should not be investigation. It should be perception. I think investigation doesn't make sense here. Investigation is like analytically analyzing. Perception is like smelling around. Perception and survival are like smelling around. Which is why people will have like perception checks related to smell. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like investigation feels off here. And then split all of these actions they can make either into very specific actions that are not associated with a monster stat block. It's just literally a power you have. While the spectral hounds are active, you can use your bonus action to make an investigation check with a bonus to +5 over there. You can set, I don't know, whatever. But if you want them to be stat blocks, make them stat blocks. Those are my thoughts. Turn this into something where there's like a series of actions that you can take as opposed to sort of generally explaining the features over the course of a handful of paragraphs. I was thinking in terms of looking for stuff exclusively. I still think survival and perception are going to hit harder than investigation, but I don't. If you like it as investigation, keep it. Those are my thoughts. I think it's a really fun idea. I think that if you want this to be 2 creatures, you should probably rework the mechanics to make it more about having 2 cool pets. Because right now, all of these features make so much more sense if it's just 1. And it's not bad that it's 2, but it's like there's a dissonance in flavor. Like it feels like it should be 1 based on the mechanics. So if you want it to be 2, I think you got to play around with why it's 2. And what would that look like? Or if you don't care about it, don't worry about it. Those are my thoughts. I think it's a cool item. I like it. I probably would maybe... I don't know if I would make it out... for, I guess an hour is okay, considering it's doing, like, hunting and alarm stuff. So that's probably actually fine. Yeah, no more thoughts, dude. Brent, I think it's a really solid item. It definitely needs some work to, like, clean it up to make it easy to use and understand. But it's pretty understandable right now. Like, if you were going to use this in your home game, there'd be moments of clarification that would need to be cleared. But you could work through it. It's just that if you want it to be usable at any table, you want to hit all those clarification buttons before the question's even asked, you know? Way of the Mechanical Hand has a very strong Church of the Broken God vibes. I like Church of the Broken God. That's some SCP shenanigans. All right, Brent, I have no more thoughts. I think it's solid. I hope you enjoy working on it more. Also, that's a really cool shield stencil that you made. It's badass. Look at this. That's fucking awesome. Like, it's very the dragon turning into this the inverse with the wing, and the tree having this weird little outline, and using the branches of the roots to hold it in place. It's good shit, dude. Data says since there are two more symbols on the shield, I might recommend using the growing item mechanics. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, having it start as summoning a spectral dog that does one thing, and then at higher levels you can summon a spectral tree that does something, maybe a spectral tree that you could like climb to get cover. Like, what if it's a spectral tree that only you could touch is actually insanely good because you could climb it. It's like a ladder that's just floating in air. And then at the highest level, you could summon a spectral dragon, and I don't know what that would do. So, Brent, make it a growing item. Make it an item. Here's what you do. If you want to do this, I think you got to drop the stat block element here and lean more into the mechanics and look to stuff like the Echo Knight or illusion things to represent how these things exist. But it would be really cool if at the lowest level, you summon dogs that can like help you in ways, and then at medium level, you summon a tree, and then at highest level, you summon a dragon. That's fucking cool. Even if you mix and match, I think it'll help from overwhelming and confusing the readers. Yeah. I agree. It's a cool idea, dude. I really like, in general, summoning spells or summoning features that are not there to do damage, but they are like a buddy that does stuff for you. I think those are fun. I think it's a really fun when we get those little moments. And I think this one works well, and I think that like it's doing stuff that totally makes sense for a dog also, which is nice. All right, let's give Brent a round of applause. Thank you, Brent. Excuse me. Kaddish. Wheel, where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay, yep, there you are. Masha, what time is it? 11:30. All right, we're gonna end soon. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the creepers coming. We've been going for about 5.5 hours. Let's try to do one more. Bucket. Well, Malachi, I have good news and bad news. The good news is that if you decide you are interested in this sort of show and you wanted to watch more, I'm also live on YouTube, which means that when my stream ends, you could literally go watch the whole stream over on my YouTube channel. And my bad news is that I'm still going to end soon because I have learned at this point in my life that if I push myself to go longer than I should, specifically with giving feedback on Homebrew, it doesn't go nicely. I go longer than I should with video games and stuff because I'm not... Me falling apart is only hurting me then. But me falling apart when I'm reading your Homebrew is not great. This is help the barbarian be the focus when he's trying to tank. I'm very curious if this is now a subclass, a magic item, or a feat. if I would guess magic item, because there is already a barbarian subclass where the entire goal of the subclass is that. So my guess is magic item. It is a magic item. Okay. Oh, it's another gravity thing. Didn't we just look at a gravity thing? We looked at a magnet thing. It is a rare item. It has a lot of bullet points. That makes me feel like I'm going to be pushing back on this rarity depending on what those bullet points do. There's only thousands of hours of Cinder review. I don't actually know if there are thousands of hours. If anybody feels like they want to spend the time to do that, you could go through all of my lives and just add up all the hours. I don't think maybe we hit 1,000 hours. Maybe, but I don't know, man. Because if each one of these streams is 6 hours, have I done this thing 100 times? Probably. Have I done it 200 times? Probably. So maybe there's 1,000 hours. That's fucking crazy. You watch a lot of shorts? Dude, my shorts have been... The algorithms... It's not the algorithm. I can't blame the algorithm. My shorts have not been doing well lately, and I don't know why. But, like, I used to average, like, 40 to 50,000 views a short, which is very good, and I acknowledge that. And now I'm averaging, like, 10,000 views a short, or less sometimes. I don't know why. Shorts is how you found my channel? I think shorts is how most people found my channel. I know, dude. Let's none of us think about it. Let's all just live pleasantly in the glory of acknowledging that we all waste our time watching stuff. There's so many hours I've wasted watching things that I didn't need to watch. But they're fun. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about life. What's the point? Like, who cares? What are we doing with our time? If you're enjoying your time watching a stream for hours a day, but you're also living a life and taking care of yourself, do you, man. That's great. That's all you need to do. If you spend too much of your time worrying about doing what you think you should do, I think you're going to end up being a pretty sad person. There are certain things that you have to do, like survival things and societal things, but with your free time, you should always do exactly what you want, if you can. That's how I feel. So long as you're not, like, hurting other people. Yeah, I used to do that all the time, Data. Maybe we should do one of those streams again. Mournhand came for the short, stayed for the content, educational content. Well, thank you for the resub. Also, that's very kind. So, okay, we're going to review this piece. Don't worry, we're going to look at it. But would that be a thing that people would be interested in doing more of? Not reviewing, because I like reviewing your stuff, but us exploring Homebrew that's on Unearthed Arcana together, because that was really fun. I'm down to do those sorts of streams again. No, it's not bad marketing at all. I mean, that literally was my marketing scheme when I started streaming. Was I'm going to review people's Homebrew, and then I'm going to leave a comment on the video being like, hey, I reviewed your Homebrew on my show. Check it out if you want. That was the main way that I did streaming for a while. Yeah, we could do more of that. Here's the thing that I'm going to ask, though, because I am a little bit of a larger creator now. I didn't feel super hectic. I didn't feel bad being really intense when I did those critiques before. But I'm a bigger creator now, so I would. Because the only reason I feel really intense, the only reason I feel okay being intense to you guys is because you know what you're getting into. You know you're rolling that dice. So what I would ask, if we do look at Homebrew on the Unearthed Arcana, I would ask that you guys make sure you really go out of your way. If you decide to engage with that creator or in their comments, you just be really nice. That's the main thing I would say is, like, especially when we're doing stuff with strangers that are not asking for us to look at their stuff, you really want to be as courteous and kind as possible. But we'll talk about that if and when we do that on a stream, maybe next week. Let's look at this item. Who's this? Who's this creator? Who are you? What's your name, creator? Seahorse. Seahorse is being very patient. All right, let's take a look. A cloth is a rare item, requires attunement from a barbarian. A cloth band infused with gravity magic, thought to be a cursed item, but a boon to a tanking barbarian. I don't love that flavor text. Also, I'm kind of like, where do you wear it? On your head? Is it a headband? I don't know. Well, Devin Valden, what I would do if we looked at Homebrew on the Unearthed Arcana, I'll show you very quickly the way that I would do it. And then we're going to give Homebrew feedback. So if we did it, here's what I would do. We would do one of two things. We would either search by new, and we would pick stuff that I know no one's going to give feedback to. Like, for example, let's just skim this for a second. Let's find something that I'm pretty confident no one's going to give any advice for. Like like this one probably. Or like, the best thing to do is to look for pieces that got posted a while ago. And didn't get much love. Okay, so like this one. This piece got posted 2 days ago and got 2 comments. And neither of the comments are from people giving feedback. So this piece got 0 advice. Now, why do you think this piece got 0 advice? Well, a couple reasons. One, there's no fucking art. And unfortunately, you got to get that art in there if you're making stuff publicly. The other one is I wonder what time of day they posted this. They posted this 2 days ago. Today is Monday or Wednesday or Thursday. So they posted this on Tuesday. So when you post things on Reddit, it has a pretty big impact on when they get viewed also. So like these are the types of pieces that I would want to look at. Or like this one where it's like this guy got like, oh, this guy got some good feedback. But I would look for pieces that didn't get feedback, basically. If you frame it the way you do when you explain it to new viewers what the goal of the review is, I don't think the flakiest snowflake would get upset. I disagree. I disagree, man. People won't inherently agree with that idea. People don't automatically buy into my explanation, even if I give it. And I will also say, it doesn't matter. I will give an example without giving an example. Okay? There is at least one person that I can think of that I could name right now. I'm not going to because I'm not trying to spotlight anybody. That I have given feedback to at some point in the past 2 weeks where I really, really tore their piece up. They have been a person that watched my show for a while. They knew the kind of stuff I did. They have seen me do some ragey feedback before. But it was the first time that I think they got the ragey feedback. They have not returned to my stream nor my Discord since. Some people, doesn't matter. They just don't like it. Some people, they really, really don't like that sort of aggressive tone put at them. Databank was referring to how long you've been watching my stream, not how long you've been a human. But yeah, there's people I have, for better or worse, guys, there are people that were like longtime supporters of my channel that were like financially supporting me that stopped because I gave them too harsh reviews. I try to be better at it, but also I am who I am. And it just happens sometimes. Like I can't, in order for me to stream this regularly and to do this in a way that it really is like a part of my life, I have to be okay being scary Gordon Ramsay sometimes. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to do like it's a question of do we make the streams end at the hour and a half mark or the 2 hour mark, or is it also fun and entertaining and still somewhat worthwhile for me to do aggressive feedback sometimes? I don't know. Let's see what this item does. While you're raging, the band creates an aura which pulls hostile creatures towards you and makes it difficult for them to focus on anything except you. The aura, that's all flavor text, basically. Oh, yeah, yeah, they're only human. If I'm ever being too mean, that's what you should type in the chat. Just say, Cinder, they're only human. It's like a mantra that I try to have, but I don't even follow it all the time. I'm just, I don't know, man. The thing is, I'm used to really aggressive writing critiques where, like, if you were to bring in something that isn't written in full sentences, it almost would just not get looked at. Like, it would be like, we're going to spend 2 seconds on this because it looks like you spent 2 seconds on this. That's the environment that I grew up writing in, and I think I like it also, is the thing. It's like, that's my preferred writing environment, is like kind of tooth and nail. Okay, while you're raging, you can make an aura, that creates an aura that makes it bop, bop, bop. Okay, the aura is centered on you as a range of 15 feet. So I think you could also, like, just make all of this much shorter. While you're raging, the band emanates a 15-foot aura centered on you. Something like that. The first time a creature... Don't say who is... what does who is hostile to you mean? That literally is... I don't mean to be a dick, but that's hard to put mechanics to. The first time a creature is hostile to you enters the aura for the first time or starts his turn there, must make a con saving throw. This should not scale based off of you. Magic items do not scale based off of characters. Magic items have set DCs. Why do magic items have set DCs? Well, the DC is one of the more important determiners in the rarity of the item. If this is much higher, this should be higher. If this is much lower, this should be lower. So it makes it quite hard to balance the item's rarity. Matters a lot less for your home game. It matters a lot more if you're trying to put it out there into the internet. Reminds you of old hands from work. Oh, I don't know if that's good or bad. I was a writing tutor in college. I wish I could have been this blunt about my feedback. I don't know if it's always good. Like, here's what I'll say. I will say out of every 7 times I give very aggressive feedback, I would say 1 out of every 7 times, I think it ends up being pretty bad. Like, I think it ends up with either the person really not liking me to the point where it's not at all what I'm trying to foster, or like they just feel shame and they don't grow from it, which is not the best. But so it's like at a certain point you got to set the bar to a certain level, and you kind of have to build it in such a way where it's like, should I always have the bar meet every single person's needs, or should I set the bar at what I think is reasonable and then have people decide whether or not they want to step up to it? I don't really know. I don't know. Okay, so let's see what happens. Regardless of that, creatures have to make a saving throw against con, or they suffer the following effects while they remain within your aura. Movement, which would cause the creature to move farther than 2 feet of movement. What? Movement, which would cause the creature to move farther away from you. You need a comma here. Takes 2 feet of movement for every 1 foot, even if it's forced movement. I don't think even if it's forced movement makes sense. Effects that would... I would drop that part. Effects that would force the creature to move farther from you have no effect unless it's at least 10 feet of movement. What does that mean? This is really not clear in how it's written. Also, it's basically doing the same thing as this other feature, if I'm understanding it correctly, so I don't think we need both. This is making creatures move away from you more slowly. This is making creatures not move away from you unless they're being pulled really far. I feel like this is nothing. Cut this out. Attacks made by creatures which do not target you or objects. I hate this sentence. What are you trying to say here? Disadvantage. I understand we're getting to that. What's going on in the middle? Creatures. Okay, so creatures are attacking targets that are not you or an object or a creature located in your space. What the fuck? Okay, so I would just cut this out entirely also, because now at this point, the only reason that it would be okay to keep this is if you do not have an Ancestral Guardian Barbarian in your game. But this is now just giving you Ancestral Guardian powers, and I just wouldn't do that. So I would just cut this whole thing out. And holy shit, is that written horribly. Just make it when a creature attacks something other than you within the aura, it has disadvantage. Holy fuck, that's such an easier sentence. Who the fuck cares if it's affecting objects? Like, this is a really good example of you trying to be accurate if this was like a scientific event, but it's not. It's a D&D mechanic. So you don't need to be hyper accurate where it's like, oh, well, technically if the center of the gravity is you, then a creature that's standing next to you should also... No, stop that. Don't do that. Just make it whatever. Just simplify it to whatever I said a couple minutes ago. While a creature is moving farther away from you, opportunity attacks have advantage. I think this is too many fucking things that are all doing the same thing. That's what I think. I think this feature is too powerful. I think these two features basically do the same thing where they're making it harder for you to move away. And then this feature feels like it's sort of just there for no reason. Like, yeah, but if they do move away, now you get to hit them harder. Like, why? Why does that tied to gravity? I like the idea of an aura thing that does gravity stuff. I think these are too many features that do too many similar things or don't work together with the fiction. That would be my thoughts. It feels overcomplicated for what it's doing. And too many things that it's doing feel the same. What were you asking me for feedback? Nothing specific. Okay, yeah, so that's my feedback. My feedback is that it's a little bit too similar to the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian. And the wording of the mechanic is too fucked up. And too many of these things do the same thing or don't feel like they tie together. Also, how many times a day can you use this feature? If this is happening every time you rage, this is not a rare item. It's much closer to a legendary item. This is a lot for one item for one class. Yes, I agree 100%. You could be probably just as effective tanking, giving them the Sentinel feat or Compelled Duel. Yes, I also agree. This could get cut down to an uncommon item if you're liberal with the combining stuff. I think that you have to limit its use, and you have to cut down what it actually does if you wanted to do that. One more review, please. Why? I don't want to do... Okay, here's the situation. I don't want to do one more review. So if I do another review, we are deciding that I'm going to be mean, if I want to be mean. And by mean, I mean I'm not going to put on airs. I'm just going to tell you if I think something's busted. I'm not going to take the energy to explain it in a nice way. Which means I'm only going to review something if somebody's here, because they have to say they're cool with that. But before we do any of that, let us say thank you to Seahorse Sensei. I think there's an interesting idea here, but it does sort of feel like you're trying to tie a subclass feature into a magic item based on how many uses it gets and how many different things it has going on. Let's give them a big old round of applause. Thank you very much, Seahorse. Thank you, thank you. I'll review one more if at least 2 people gift subs or memberships. You don't have to, but put your money where your mouth is. I just streamed for 6 hours. You want me for another 20 minutes? That's what I'll say. I don't ask for money much. So I'm not even asking for it now. I'd say, you want me to keep going? Show me. With the coin! Or don't. And it's fine too. Sponge has to know that's not how you spell applause. Sponge is applesaucing. Guys, sometimes we applause, sometimes we applesauce. That's the way we do it. That's the way this cookie crumbles. Uh-oh. 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 Tridocio just gifted a sub. Somebody put their money where their mouth was. All right, we'll do one more spin. After today, it will be 468 what? Is that how many hours I've done this? Is that what you're saying? Oh my god. That's also... Can I tell you something? It's actually a lot more than that. Because that's just on YouTube. I was on Twitch for about maybe 6 months to a year before YouTube. Just so you know. Just so you know. Just so you know. So, with that in mind, it's probably realistically closer to 800. Maybe not 800. Maybe it's closer to 700 or 600. But there's at least 7 or 8 months of me doing this that's lost to the ages.
Hooray! Clap.
Oh, thank you for the 5. All right, Beyonder. Beyonder, you are our final submission. We will do it. Okay, genuine question. Genuine question. We're not doing it tonight. Do you think it would be a good subathon? I've never done a subathon. Do you think a subathon where I kept reviewing on a timer and I just kept going until the ended, but like the subathon was to keep the timer going, like I would keep reviewing Homebrew while the subathon kept going? Do you think that would be a good subathon? Dude, these are feats. I don't have time. I don't have time to get mad at feats. Feats are fucking chill. These feats are for weapon damage types. If you set a max limit, yeah, there'd have to be a max limit or I'd go crazy. I'd go crazy. I'd lose my mind. All right, maybe we'll do that in the next month or two. I'll think about that. I've always been really hesitant to do a subathon because I don't actually love sitting at my computer for that much longer than what I'm doing right now, which is 6 to 7 hours. Still is a lot. Brent, thank you for the sub. So I think if we did a subathon, I would need to like really prepare myself for it because I think it would be fun, but it would definitely be hectic. Okay, let's take a look at Beyonder. Beyonder's piece. This is a feat for weapon damage types. He feels like there's something missing to the more improved versatile weapons. I only see them on sword and board or maybe a monk staff. This is my own experience with Hema, fencing. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look. The thing you have to keep in mind when you're making feats that are going to be for specifically different weapon types is how one of the most important things to think about is how they stack on top of each other, because a lot of them can work in congruence, so you just got to be like thoughtful about that. Boom. Link is up. Link and Zelda. So this is Versatile Weapon Master. You've mastered using so-called hand and a half weapons. You know how to make one-handed strikes more powerful with bigger weapons and how to quickly use leverage to make snap attacks with two. You gain the following benefits. You can don and doff a shield as a bonus action. While wielding a versatile weapon with one hand, you can use the two-handed damage die. Then why do we need to don and doff a weapon as a bonus action? Genuinely, the only reason to ever take our shield away is for this. This should not just be on all the time. So my first thought is I don't know if I like it being much more than this. Straight up. Let's see what else we got. While wielding a versatile weapon in two hands, you can hit a creature with the weapon attack. You deal damage to a second creature within 5 feet of the first. That is also within your reach. The damage is equal to the ability modifier used to make the attack. This damage is the same type, blah, 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 blah. On your turn, when you score critically with a versatile weapon, you can temporarily reduce the target's AC. I think if you drop this, it's probably fine. I think this is okay. This I don't like. I really don't like this. I think this is totally the worst move. I'm curious if anybody in chat knows why I think it's the worst move. Why is this terrible, in my opinion, on versatile weapons? Why is this genuinely bad on versatile weapons? And I don't even mean mechanically. I mean holistically. What does this do to versatile weapons? What does this feature do to versatile weapons? It makes them not versatile. I don't think the thing your feat does should be remove the single thing that makes versatile weapons versatile, but give them an alternative reason to still use them like versatile weapons. That doesn't make any sense to me. I think you should lean into them being versatile weapons. If anything, I would say make it so they do a little bit, like, I'll tell you what, I love this second feature. I think the first feature should be some weird bonus you get when you are wielding it one-handed. That has nothing to do with damage. You talked about you wanting to, like... What it was? Did I imagine? Yeah, you talked about wanting to make, like, switching weapons and stuff feel more useful, but that's not being done here. Like, you're just making it so we never, ever, ever should switch to being two-handed, except for in this specific new circumstance that we've created. I disagree with that. I think you keep this, and you get rid of this, and you give them something else cool they can do when it's one-handed. Oh, would increasing the damage die on both work? I mean, it would just make them fundamentally better than a lot. I think it would not work because it would just make them fun. It would make some weapons just fundamentally the best weapons. Like this with like a heavy polearm, like a glaive, that would just make it so they just outpace any other heavy weapon by too much. Yeah, that's what I think. I think you have a cool thing for two-handed. We need a cool thing for one-handed. Donning it off the shield as a bonus action is fine. Completely drop this thing. This thing's stupid and overpowered, and I don't like it. Versatile does not really incentivize switching outside of the, I am fighting with my shield, and now I am fighting with a little bit more damage die. So I guess that is already incentivizing it. But again, I would lean into that incentivization. It does already incentivize it, though. You're right. You're right, Tuna Melt. Cool. I don't really have more thoughts. I think it's too powerful the way it's currently written. I think you should simplify it. Not simplify it. Do all the things we said already. Cool. Thank you, Beyonder. Let's give Beyonder a little round of applause. Yeah, glaives aren't versatile, but you get my point. Exactly. You get my point. A longsword that normally does a D8 or a D10, that now does a D10 or a D12, is just better than a greatsword. Or better than a great axe or whatever. And it's not making it more interesting to play that thing. All right, thank you, Beyonder. Sponges going off the deep end? No. Sponges just living their life. They're just living their truth. Sponge is a seeker of knowledge and an arbiter of truth. Okay? If you can't handle that, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Sometimes, like, I have a website up that Adblock works on that I'm using, like, a soundbite from or something. And then it starts to be a sound-making website. And I hate when it does that. Baba, black sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir, yes, sir. Ice cream full. Oh, dokie. Okay. One second. All right, what's up? Ba 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 ba. All right, Beyonder, you're a champion. Thank you very much for sharing. Did I round applause of you? I don't remember. Round applause for Beyonder. I might have forgotten. I don't always remember what I say and what I do. I believe in lots of stuff, but I mostly believe in you. That was good. That was a good random one. That came out nice. You can't deny that that came out nice. You can't. Okie dokie artichokey. Here we go. Why is everything freezing? Stop it, stop it, stop it. Okie dokie. All right, friends. We are going to start wrapping up. Fun night tonight, guys. You are champions. I request that nobody leaves just yet. We got one more thing to show you before we go. And I just want to say I love you. Thank you for being here. I will probably post something in the over the weekend about when my next streams are. And I'll see y'all in the Discord if you're not a part of it. And vote for me for shit if you want to. I love you. Have a good night. See you later. But not yet. Because look. Wait. Wait. Let's see. Let's look at stuff. Come here. Who's here? Oh shit. Oh shit. Did people support this stream? Oh my god, we got new followers. We got Guan, we got Axel, we got Pretty Bear Uwu. Who else we got? New subs from Jared, Spencer, Nadia, Edu, and Duck. And new subs from resubs from Brent, and Anguish, and Bossy, and Haluz, and Mentat, and Mornhand, and Twin Street Force. And also new members from Max, Abdal, and Philip. Cheers from Bizel Yule, Anguish, and Databank. Bildo, the intrepid moderator. Also, Baba's a mod too. Thank you, Philip. You guys are all the best. Guys, I will be in touch with you. We'll talk about what we're going to do later. Don't forget what they say. Everybody's everybody. Be good to each other. Have a good night. Don't forget to feed your pets. I love you. Bye.